It's like I hear it, but it's like I need to say it.
Yeah. And then I think it was Kessela. Did you see
I'm just assuming Russian.
You think it's Kessela? Kessela? Like more like an A sound?
Don't put any intention on the
Kessela, like
it just says and then it's Morocco.
that's what I said.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't know
That one.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think I'll practice.
Yeah, I think
Okay, give me Al-Sabah. So it's like a twist
on the A.
Al-Sabah. Yeah, the by part I got it was like the
they always
non-North American. Yeah.
The president.
Hello.
Bow to the president.
How's
Love
it going?
Excellent.
Good to have you here.
Right on his shoulders, so
So I want to ask you a question. So are this year is Juvenile are they getting medals? Are they? Because in the past,
it's youth and junior, youth and junior are like considered one in terms of medals.
But the youth, do they get medals? They're separate class, right? Youth and juniors. Because
Yes,
in the
youth is
past,
separate.
but it's highlighted as juveniles, which is 14, 15, then youth, and then juniors. But in the past, they never gave medals for the juveniles. Is that? But is there separated?
We voted to include them here. I know there was some recent discussion about the medals.
Yeah, so from my understanding, we got medals for the juvenile youth section. But the only differentiation is that there are two-way classes, I believe, that are only juveniles, if I'm correct. So those ones would get their own medals, but like there's
So I'm a little confused. So do the juveniles get their own?
No, so the juniors
they're going to be included with the youth.
Yes.
I got it. Okay.
The only ones that will have their own, like the juniors will have their own, are the two-way classes that are
Combined. So youth and juveniles.
I think, unless I'm understanding, at like the 40-kilo class, for example, for the women, like is that a juvenile class or so anyways, there's two like bottom, like the really light guys. I think, if I'm right, I think they're juvenile classes, so they'll get their own medals just simply because they're a different weight class.
I understand. I got you.
Otherwise, they're going to be grouped.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and they can compete for also youth and junior.
Yeah, so the junior, there's a separation.
Yeah, but if they say they medal in both, they'll get two medals.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Understood.
So Linda's saying that we're under the impression that each
they should be
So that's why I'm saying I don't know, because I know there's some back and forth.
I'm not saying anything scandalous.
If Mike said that, like that,
Well, it's 1 second delay, so
so you're pushing back. Do the live I don't know where that's from.
No, I know. That, I was just telling you, I'm like, that's music for all of you.
Yeah.
All like,
Yes.
this stuff that I'm like,
No idea what it's
I'm just letting you know. There's buzzing. That's some fun buzzing.
Referees, please take your positions. The competition will start in about a minute and 10 seconds, and we want to be all ready for the athletes who have been warming up in the back and ready to show us their lifting.
Is there a start page or is this on the screen?
It's in the background.
Charge right there for you, Charge. Your dancing is going to go down clock. Yeah, and we apply your cheek, thighs, and your shoulder. Just follow it down till it's past your foot. 30 seconds. Oh, not your turn yet. They'll announce your name. See the clock right there? That's how much time is left.
Yeah, like if you can make the live the bigger stream, you can have both of them up. They're just the live to be the bigger one. And yeah, I'm just gonna run to the back.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody.
That's it. Starting or not looking for the first section. Stop it.
Okay. Our competition is starting today with William McLaughlin from Phoenix Weightlifting for his first attempt at 14 kilos. With 1 minute on the clock, here we go. That's an order for William. There's going to be 2 minutes on the clock. Loaders, please tighten up 14 kilos. William will have a second attempt to give us another try. Oh, the lifters going up. We need 15 kilos on the bar, please, loaders. The clock had not started, so it remains at 2 minutes. Thank you, loaders. Clock starts now for William.
This was supposed to be just push buttons. How are we doing here, lads? Chilling. Talk about a little bit of weightlifting, give some interviews, and get to go. How are you doing? Good, pretty alright so far. Stressed? Not really.
Take your time.
Dicks.
Lots of time.
Probably do. Get it.
That's the champion for William. Loaders, 16 kilo on the bar is the automatic increase for William. Please get that prepared. There will be a 2 minute clock. When lifters follow themselves, they get 2 minutes instead of 1 minute. Kilos on the bar, please, loaders. The loaders are working hard to try to keep this bar still. It gives them a moment anyway to load to 17 kilos for William. Thank you, loaders. Clock starts now for William.
Feel good? That's much better. Just take deep breaths, okay? Deep breath in. Picture your lips in your head. Settle down. Get a nice grip. Pull the bar back. Hold your head. Okay? You got this. Come on, William.
That's a good one for William. Loaders, please put 18 kilos on the bar. This is going to be the first attempt for Callum Cumming from Victory Barbell Club.
Serious lifter, Cal.
Okay, clock starts now.
Come on, buddy.
Come on, Cal.
Oh, please stop. What is the? There's a technical stop here for a moment.
Oh, Cal.
Okay, carry on. Sorry about that, Colin. Please keep going.
Okay.
Set up, buddy.
Take your time. Set up.
Hold.
Yep. Oh!
That's a good lift for Colin.
There we go.
Loaders, please prepare 19 kilos on the bar. This will be the automatic increase for Colin.
It's easier with different bar.
Okay, clock starts now. Oh, loaders, please go to 20 kilos for Colin. There is a change in weight. Okay, clock resumes with 20 kilos on the bar.
Okay. Same thing, Cal. Set up.
Please stop on the clock to balance the bar.
Go, Cal. Come on.
Clock resumes for Colin.
Set up. Hold. Hold it.
Good lift for Colin. Loaders, please prepare 21 kilos on the bar for the automatic increase.
Nice lift. Do it again. One more time. When you're sitting down.
Clock starts now up. We're going up to 22 kilos, please, loaders. The clock has not yet started. Please load to 22 kilos, loaders. Thank you. Clock starts now.
Take your time and set up. Let's go, Callum. Set up. Come on. Hold!
That's a no lift for Colin.
Hey! Come on, buddy.
Loaders, please prepare 30 kilos on the bar. This will be the first attempt for Nick Manley from Victory Barbell Club. Clock start. Clock does not start. One more moment. Clock starts now.
your time. Hold, hold, hold. Hold.
That's a good lift for Nick Manley.
Go.
Floaters, please prepare 31 kilos for the bar. That's the automatic increase for Manley. Clock starts now. 32 kilos on the bar, please, loaders.
Good luck. Awesome. Good.
Clock resumes.
Same thing. Set up, Nick. Let's go. Set up, chest up. Hold!
That's a no lift for Manley. Loaders, please take that 32 kilos on the bar so that Manley can have another chance at this weight. Clock starts now.
Come on, Nick. Take your time and snip. Grip it up, Nick. Set up. Come on, you got this. Up. Hold, hold.
That's a great lift for Manley. Okay, loaders, please put 33 kilos on the bar for Singer. This will be Singer's first attempt and Singer's from giant weightlifting.
So okay, so now I can see how she's working there.
You ready, guy? Nice, big pull. Squeeze the cap, guy. Let's go, guy.
Clock starts now. That's a good lift for Singer. Okay, loaders, please tighten 33 kilos on the bar. This will bring out Reed Miller from giant weightlifting for his first attempt.
Put it on the chair. Yeah.
Clock starts now.
You ready, guy? Here we go. Just stay tight, keep the bar close, and squeeze the catch, okay? Let's go, come on. Let's go, guy. Wait for the down signal. Hold it, hold it. Hold it. Oh, that's okay.
That's a no lift for Miller. Please tighten 33 kilos on the bar.
Wait till you have it, and then come up.
This will give Reed Miller a second chance for his second attempt. Clock starts now.
Wait till you have it, and then come up.
Test, test, test.
We can make this second picture. You're good. Whatever you're ready. 15 seconds. No, you got a minute, a minute.
Go. Okay, come up, hold it, wait for the down signal.
That's a good lift for Miller. Loaders, please prepare 34 kilos on the bar for the automatic increase for Miller. For the audience, the coach has the first 30 seconds to make a change to the weight. But the loaders do need to prepare what's been called. Alright, clock starts now. Okay, we have a change of athlete. Loaders, please prepare 35 kilos on the bar. This is going to bring out Ziad Al-Shar from Variety Village Weightlifting for his first attempt. Clock starts now.
Let's go. Whenever you're ready. Goes yet. Chest up. Speed. Holds. Yep. Holds.
That's a good hit for Al-Shar. Loaders, please tighten up 35 kilos on the bar. This is going to be a change in athlete. It's going to bring out Marcus Singer for his second attempt.
All right, hello Ontario Weightlifting. We are going to be attempting some commentary
Clock starts
here.
now.
So just bear with us for 1 second, and we might be able to get you some live color commentary of these lifts.
That's a no lift for Singer. Loaders, please tighten up 35 kilos on the bar because Singer will have the chance to repeat this weight with a 2-minute clock for his third attempt.
Here comes, I'll show you how to prepare. So we want to declare the rules to change them.
Clock starts now.
Just try to always remember to do it. Because then, like, say you're like, I'm going to go 37, then you lift that up. You've got 1 minute and 45 seconds. Matthew, you got 38 floats? Have you got it yet? Ready? Okay, guys, this is it. You've done this before, okay? Come on. Let's go, guys. Big pull and squeeze. Squeeze it, squeeze it. Oh!
That's a no lift for Singer. Loaders, please prepare 36 kilos on the bar. This is going to bring out Patterson from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club for his first attempt.
All right, we are good to go for the commentary. So my name is Nick Monroe. I'm joined here with Curtis Collins. We will be giving you some
Clock starts now.
extra play-by-play for the announcer here.
That's a good lift for Patterson.
Very easy power for Patterson there.
36 kilos on the bar.
Bar running away off the platform now. Scared of the athlete. Doesn't want him to lift it again.
Well, Nick, when you manhandle a barbell like that, that was quite good, right? Good power snatch, nothing crazy there. Barbell's just gonna run away like that.
I know.
You can do it.
Clock starts now.
In addition to what Nick was saying there about calling the actual competition, we're also going to try and give you guys a little bit of information here on what dictates good quality movement versus not so great quality movement. I'll also give you guys a little more information here as to
Just like the last one. It was awesome.
thanks for the adjustment. Just trying to give you guys some more information on the actual lifts.
Squeeze it, squeeze it. Oh.
That's a no lift for Miller.
No, that's a decent example. It's very clearly a no lift because the bar, hit the ground without being stood up properly. However, if that athlete was able to get up off those knees, it would still be a no lift because your knee can't touch the platform. That and other quality feedback is what we'll be providing for the next 10 hours.
Clock starts now.
Let's go, Ziad. Come on. Same thing. Chest up. Speed. Holds.
That was a great snatch. Honestly, nothing to really comment on there.
Great lift there, like Curtis said. I'm currently looking at Al-Shar's competition history here. It looks like this is only his second competition. So pretty cool having your second competition be, provincial championships. He did compete at Young Hercules earlier this year, where he snatched up to 27 kilos. So he is well above that right now.
Sorry, Nick, just go back there for that last lift. You said he snatched 27 kilo in his last competition, so did he just increase that by 10 kilo?
That'd be correct, and he still has a third attempt. So clearly just only getting better and better as the competitions are going on.
$39 kilos needed on the bar, please, loaders.
So right now, the loader is jockeying some weights, or I should say, so the coach is jockeying some weights to give their athlete a little more time to rest. This lifter is out of Variety Village weightlifting. Coach is Abdullah, who is a very, very well-seasoned coach. So this is just, classic tactics from him. And it looks like we have our lifter coming out now. Third and final attempt.
We're just up. We're back, tight. Speed.
Chest up.
Hold it.
Hold.
Hold.
That's a good lift for Al-Shar.
And just like that, he has increased his snatch by, what does that say there? 11 kilo? 12 kilo maybe at most. That is a great lift.
I think more impressively is the technique. Variety Village produces a lot of good technical athletes and a lot of young good technical athletes. So that's just another one to add to the club there. We should be seeing some good things from him over the year. That technique is already phenomenal, so imagine just what happens as they get stronger.
Chase Patterson coming up here for his second attempt at 40 kilo. Let's see what happens.
That's a good lift for Patterson.
And just like the first lift, with a beautiful power snatch there, just the explosive power of this athlete is absolutely insane. And Nick, it looks like he hasn't competed before. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yep, I do have the stats pulled up here. It does look like this is Chase Chase's first competition. Another young, promising athlete, it looks like we have on our hands here. Very explosive, catching the bar super high. Doesn't even need to get under it too much right now. Right now we have Nathan coming up.
Nathan here with another good, solid lift. You can see there's a slight wobble when the barbell was overhead, but he was strong enough to maintain that lift in that position. Overall, very good lift.
We can make bigger jumps. I want you to get a nice straight lift in. Get aggressive in the middle.
Clock starts now.
Come on. Oh, wait for the on signal.
Matthew there again, first attempt, 42 kilos. Nothing to really say. That was a great lift. He's got two more attempts already.
Clock starts now. That's a no lift for a tractor. Loaders, please tighten 42 kilos on the bar.
Sadly, a no lift there for the second attempt. Just pulling up some stats here. It looks like this is Nathan's second competition as well. Competed at the Back Alley Open earlier this year in September. Getting up to a total of 43 kilos, so not quite there yet. But that doesn't mean that he can't finish that in this next attempt if he pushes the weight a little bit higher. So right now, you might see, for those of you that don't know weightlifting too much, you might see some athletes are on a 1 minute clock, some athletes are on a 2 minute clock. And just a little bit of the rules behind that. If you are ever following another athlete, you will always be on a 1 minute clock. If you are ever following yourself, you'll be given 2 minutes just to kind of give you a little more rest. And right now that's what's happening. Myself, I'm a coach, I'm an athlete, I'm a technical official. Curtis here is an athlete and coach as well. So we know personally when our athletes are on 2 minute clocks, we tell them to sit for at least a minute, and it looks exactly like what Nathan's doing right here.
Unfortunately, again, that is a no lift, but yeah, as Nick was saying there, usually we get our athletes to sit for at least a minute, maybe even a little bit longer. That gives us time to kind of reevaluate and figure out what potentially went wrong with that first lift, and then hopefully come back out and smash it on our third attempt. Unfortunately, that did not happen on this one, though it was still a technical lift. Just unfortunately didn't happen today.
Nathan will still be credited with his first attempt, so all is not lost. He can still go to the clean jerks and have a great meet nonetheless.
Looks like we got Chase up here with 43 kilo on the snatch. Let's see what happens here. Almost a little bit too powerful there for Chase. He had to take a step backwards, which usually just indicates the barbell is looping around the body a little bit, and the barbell ends up being slightly behind him. But as you can see, he was clearly strong enough to hold on to that bar and make a good, successful lift. Great lift. We were also just informed that there's going to be a 5-minute break in between the snatch and clean and jerk. This is just a good opportunity for athletes to kind of reset with their coach, and gives the athletes a little bit more time to successfully warm up for the next phase of the competition.
Most common break you'll see between snatch and clean jerk is 10 minutes, but sometimes, competitions can run a little long, and on the first session of the day, we do not want to be behind schedule here, so it looks like we're going with a 5-minute break this time, and that's fine. Matthew Miller coming out for his second attempt at 45 kilos. Let's see what he can do.
Let's go, guy. Keep it close. Squeeze the catch. Hold it.
That was a very strong technical lift from Matthew there. Honestly, Nick, I don't really have anything to say.
Not much to say. It was a good solid lift. A little step forward, but other than that, elbows are locked, and that's all the judges really care about. So that you'll be accredited for a lift, even if you run to the edge of the platform there.
That is true. I mean, the platform itself, it is, what is it, a 12 by 12, 13 by 13 platform, so you have lots and lots of room if you do need to take a couple steps forward.
Clock resumes.
Again, so as Nick had pointed out earlier, this athlete has that 2-minute clock, so he's most likely going to rest for at least a minute, maybe a little bit longer depending on how high a percentage that last lift was. Looks like we're going to be resting, I'm going to say, at least a minute, pretty close to it.
Just pulling up some stats here for Matthew. He just lifted at the Ray Hamilton. Was able to get up to 50 kilos, so we're a little below that, but you know, each competition is its own. Sometimes you won't get up to the numbers that you hit previously. Still looks like Matthew's having a good competition here. Some good technical lifts, and that's the main thing that you should be looking for going into competitions. It's not always about hitting PRs. Sometimes it's just about making the lifts, and sometimes it's about playing the board. You know, you don't want to get too ahead of yourself and maybe throw away some easy placement.
You're my favorite, Matthew. Let's go, come on.
That's a no lift for Miller.
And sadly, that is a no lift. A little bit of the same thing that we saw before. He was able to take a step forward. This time it was just too far forward, dropped the chest a little bit. I've always said the chest kind of dictates where the bar goes. If your chest is down, bar's going forward. No way to pull that back unless you somehow, you know, internally rotate the shoulders and lift like you're on the Chinese national team, which sadly none of us are. So yeah, that was just a little forward, lost it out front, and that's all good. We got Alexi coming up next out of Sudbury weightlifting, 50 kilos on the bar.
This is going to be Alexi's first attempt. Okay, so what you guys just saw there was a display of really great power and great technique. There was nothing terrible with that at all. Fantastic lift. Nick, do you have any comments on that?
I don't think I could see a single thing wrong with that. That is some great lifting, great style from Alexi there. I think one of the most important things about weightlifting in North America is you will see individual styles of weightlifting. We have no standardized style of weightlifting across all of North America, across Ontario, even the gyms in Ontario. So there will be athletes with different unique styles, and it's always cool to see those. I got some stats for Alexi here pulled up. It looks like that is his heaviest opener so far. So I think we should be expecting some big things from Alexi today. Once again, we're on another 2-minute clock, as you can see. And that usually kind of happens, some of these competitions, as things are getting early in the start and later in the end of the sessions. If athletes aren't, you know, packed together, we do get some athletes falling themselves a little more frequently. So that's kind of what you're seeing here.
I'm not sure if either Nick or I mentioned this before, but during that 2-minute window, even if it's a 1-minute window, this does give the coach time to change the weight on the platform. You guys have actually seen that a little bit earlier on in the competition. You can see here we're sticking with 54 kilo. Let's see what happens after this lift.
That's a no lift for Moulton. Loaders, please tighten up 54 kilos on the bar for Moulton's third attempt.
Unfortunately, a no lift there. It did look like the lifter got to the bottom of the snatch before the barbell, and usually that just leads to a little bit of crashing. You can see the elbows kind of wobbled there, and then the bar was crashed on the athlete. No place to go but out front after that, or on the athlete. Luckily, the athlete was able to push it away, stay safe, but sadly a no lift. And we are back on a 2-minute clock. Curtis, you were talking about changes there earlier. Do you want to explain how some of the changes work?
Absolutely. So whenever an athlete goes and makes a lift, make it, miss it, right? During that 1-minute or 2-minute rest window, their coach actually has an opportunity to make some changes to the barbell. Now, I must specify this. The change can only go up. So in this instance, Alexi had missed 54 kilo. The option to stay at 54 kilo is a pretty good option. Let's just say it was a very, very close lift, and he just missed it on a very small technical issue. His coach might actually have him go up in weight, so go from 54, maybe even upwards of 55 kilo. Let's see what happens after this lift. Third attempt.
Big kick, finish it. Elbows. Squeeze it.
Unfortunately, another no lift. I think the main thing to note there is it was his heaviest opener, so maybe there wasn't a whole lot more to pull out. Sadly today, the technique kind of fell off after that first attempt. That's okay. There's still the clean and jerks. Main thing is, as long as you get one snatch, you can still total, right? You just need one clean and jerk on top of that, and you get a total. Everything else is icing on the cake. Obviously, we want to build from our first attempt, but sometimes you just have to handle the cards you were dealt.
I mean, Nick, both you and I have been in that position ourselves, right, where we've only made the first snatch, or maybe we've made the second snatch and missed the first and third, and then we've gone on to make all 3 clean and jerks, right? Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
We have Jake McLean coming up here from Phoenix Weightlifting. First attempt, 55 kilos.
That's a good lift for McLean.
A really solid lift there. Really nothing much to say about it. Curtis, you got anything to say about that? That was pretty solid.
No, Nick, I agree. Very solid lift. There may have been a little bit of a jump forward, which is not normally seen in a lot of lifts here. But again, there's nothing really wrong with that. So that was a great lift.
We're back on a 2-minute. Oh, no, it looks like we are changing to a 1-minute clock because there's another athlete coming out.
Better Tomorrow Barbell Club for his first attempt. Clock starts now.
And just like that, fantastic lift. Again, that is a power snatch. What indicates the power snatch versus the normal squat snatch, which you've seen a lot of these different athletes do here, is simply just how high you catch the bar. If you catch the bar above parallel in a squat, that is a power snatch. If you catch it below parallel in a squat, pretty much getting your butt as close to the ground as possible, that is the full snatch. You'll see different styles from each athlete, as Nick had said before, but those are the 2 main snatch variations.
Come on, let's go. Tighten that upper back. Head up, boy. Hold it, hold it.
Again, just like that, we saw another power snatch. Again, great lift.
58 kilos on the bar for May's automatic
I think it's really cool to see, especially for these juvenile, youth, junior athletes. This is several different age category competition. Some of these athletes have never competed. This is their first competition. There was no qualifying standard. You just have to be of the proper age category to register. Some of these athletes at the, for example, Graham there, born in 08, seems to be a seasoned competitor. And you'll see that out of some of these other athletes as well. Multiple competitions, competing for several years, but still very young in age. So it's going to be very cool to continue to see as they become from youth to junior, junior to senior athletes. Right now we have Jake McLean coming out of Phoenix Weightlifting for his second attempt.
Great lift for Jake there. Again, nothing to talk about.
I think the first one was a little bit more of a power. It does look like Jake's being pushed a little more to parallel on that one, and maybe we might even see him get pushed below parallel in the hip crease there. We always tell our athletes to meet the bar at its peak. You know, if you can catch it a little higher, why not? Nothing wrong with that. And we're just seeing Jake kind of catch that bar as high as he possibly can, and it looks like the bar is getting heavy enough to push him a little lower each time. We have Maxim coming out of Tomorrow Barbell Club for his second attempt at 60 kilos.
So last lift I said there wasn't a whole lot to talk about. Nick had a lot to say. So this lift, everything Nick said before can still be applied to that last lift at 60 kilo there. Again, he pulled it quite high, he caught it in a power position, and it started to push him down a little bit.
A little slap on the back there from the coach. I don't know if you guys caught that on camera. And yeah, out comes Graham for his second attempt.
Atta boy, yeah.
I would say that might have even been easier than the first. That was a very, very high pull, very, very high catch. Like we were talking about with the styles earlier, you know, you might have some people start with a wider foot stance in the snatch. Graham there, fairly narrow, not quite feet touching, but within his hips, right? Anything outside the hips is considered a bit wider. Myself, I have a very narrow stance, much like Graham there. And it's just interesting to see those individual styles. Everyone's body type is a little different. Graham looks to be a bit of a taller athlete for these age categories, so he has to find out how to move with the barbell, with his limb lengths, for his anatomy, which is always cool to see.
Yeah, great technical knowledge from the coach there as well to potentially change any technical issues that may have come up in the past there and go for that slightly more narrowed start position. I think it's a great call from the coach.
Interesting jockey choice for these weight changes. We had a 2-minute clock for a little bit, and then there was a single change. It looked like we waited for a lot longer and then changed to a different athlete anyway. So maybe that coach just really wanted their athlete to get a lot of rest. Either way, Jake McLean is coming out for his third attempt, third and final at 62 kilos. Let's see what he can do.
Go, Jake. Tight. Good.
And Jake here with a great lift. Oh, he's got one red light there, but that's not going to do anything for him. 2 whites is what we need here at the bare minimum to make sure that's a good lift, and he got just that.
Like Curtis said, we are looking for a majority system from the referees there. Just looking at Jake's past competitions, again, this is his second competition, where he finished with a 57 kilo snatch. That looks to be a 5 kilo PR, or at least a 5 kilo competition PR from Jake there. Our next athlete coming out of Better Tomorrow Barbell Club at 63 kilos for his third and final attempt.
That was a very technical lift. Nothing wrong with that at all. Barbell stayed nice and close to the body. He made his hip contact. He got under that barbell very, very quickly and met that bar in a power-esque, squat-esque position. So, great lift. Nick, do you have anything you want to comment on that?
Yeah, that position, you know, right where you're getting in between the power and the snatch. If any of you are on social media, that's usually called a POW, whether you like the name or not. We have Graham coming out here for his third and final, also at 63 kilos.
Let's go.
Again, with that narrower stance.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Again, Graham here with that narrower stance, which generally produces a little bit more power, hence why he's able to pull the barbell as high as he's able to pull it. Unfortunately, he just was not able to get underneath that barbell enough to fully lock out his arms. You saw that on his, I believe it was his left elbow, didn't fully lock out, and it ended up pushing the barbell forward a little bit, resulting in a no lift.
Going back to that moment where we had one red light, usually these misses or makes have been pretty cut and dry. You either stand up with the bar or you don't. You're either given white lights because you stood up or red lights because the bar hit the platform before you were able to. We are looking for a majority, so 2 white lights or 2 red lights. Those are the decisions that will be made. If you get all 3 of each color, that's also fine. That's very easy. There is no jury at this competition, so it is just whatever the refs decide will be what we stick with. At some other competitions, there might be a jury where decisions from the referees can be overturned if the jury feels that they should be. We have Yahia out of Variety Village Weightlifting coming out at 96 kilos.
96 kilos for his first attempt. This is heavy.
Hold it! Hold!
Heavy doesn't mean anything, apparently. That was a great lift. That was fast, that was powerful. Slight step forward, just kind of get himself on track there in order to actually finish that lift. But, Nick, that was a great lift.
So just to give you some background, when I'm talking about seasoned competitors, this is who I'm talking about. He is 15 as of this year. He is still this is his first year as an official junior. Multiple competitions, and just coming off of not only the Ontario Senior Championships, where I believe he took first place in his category at a Senior Championships, as well as the coming off of 2 weeks ago, the Pan American Youth Championships. I also talked to his coach a little earlier, where he was saying he was feeling under the weather. So imagine
Sorry, Nick, I'm going to cut in right here. If you're saying that was under the weather, what is this guy capable of when he is feeling good? Because that was a great lift.
From what I can tell, that was his heaviest opener. So if this is under the weather, I hate to be anyone in his category on a day that he's feeling good.
No wonder this guy went to, Nick, you said senior provincials, right? I'm blown away right now.
Senior provincials as a junior athlete, I believe a youth junior. I might be wrong on those age categories there. He is 15 years of age. I believe he applies to both categories still. So he applies to all 3, youth, junior, and senior. He just came off of provincial champion as a senior. I know he medaled at the 2025 Pan American Youth Championships as well. I believe it was first. And at that competition, he finished his snatches at 99 kilos. Not quite beating the 100 kilo mark, but it doesn't matter. We are loading the bar to 100 kilos on his second attempt. Again, I will remind everyone, possibly under the weather here.
Clock resumes.
Again, if this is what under the weather looks like for this athlete, I would hate to be his competition when this guy is feeling good.
I said it with the other Variety Village athlete. Variety Village produces some quality young athletes, and this is a great example of that. 15 years of age, 60 kilos, snatching 100. Absolutely insane.
Keep it close. Move your legs. Aggressive. Hold it!
All right, so both Nick and I just kind of went, wow, like that. Yes, he missed the lift. He got the 3 reds, but the power behind that pull, right? At 15 years of age, he's putting some senior athletes to shame right now with lifts like that. This is incredible. Even though there was a miss, this is still something I've never seen before.
For sure. Maybe he's feeling a little under the weather. That's probably why he missed it.
Yeah, maybe.
But it still seems to be a competition PR attempt, and to get 2 cracks of that is awesome. He's probably going to run down his 2-minute clock here, get as much rest as he possibly can. It does look like, we're talking about styles, we're talking about individuality of the lifter. Yahia here seems to like to take his time. He gets set, he waits till he's ready, And I've always said, as an athlete, I like to take my time. I have many times I've ran the clock down to 5 seconds, 3 seconds,
Nick, you've also run that clock down to, I believe, the lowest, so it was 1 or even 2 seconds at a competition that I was at with you. And yeah, sometimes just got to go when you feel ready. You don't always need to let the clock dictate when you go, but you do need to be aware of it.
That's true. I've always said, it's your minute, it's your 2 minutes, You get 6 lifts in a competition. Make the most of it. If people are upset that you're taking time, they're not lifting. They can't say anything.
And I'm going to cut in here, Nick. We're going up a kilo to 101 kilos. So this is 100% a PR attempt. I'm sure 100 kilo was as well. This is definitely a competition PR if it is not an actual PR attempt. By the way, PR stands for personal record. You may have also heard PB, personal best. They are the same thing.
101 kilos, that is a lot of Dalmatians. 102 Dalmatians kilos. We are coming out with the sequel. Yahia is coming out. He still has 45 seconds on his clock. I like my athletes to be out on the platform by now. But again, Yahia has many competitions under his belt. And he's coming out right now. Yeah. Let's see what Yahia can do. Again, that last lift was just a little forward.
All he needs to do is get that barbell behind his head, and he will be successful with this lift. This is also the last snatch of this portion of the competition.
I think he's going to take his time again. Let's see what he can do.
Hold it!
What a fantastic lift there. Wow, he had the patience, he had the control. Yes, he walked that forward, but as we stated earlier, it's a 13-foot platform. He has the space to move, and he used all of it. Great awareness of his space, the platform, great awareness of the weight. I did say before, he just needs to get that barbell behind his head. Clearly he did that, and he was able to still hold on to that bar.
That looks to be a 3 kilo PR from the best he has ever done. 99 kilos was his previous best or previous competition best at the Pan American Youth Championships just 2 weeks ago. Again, that would have been a competition he really peaked for. This one, clearly, even under the weather, he doesn't need a good day. He's always having a good day.
This kid is just on fire. I'm very excited to see what happens for the clean and jerks here. For everybody, but again, I'm very excited to see what this guy can do as well.
We are going into our 5-minute break between snatch and clean and jerk. So myself and Curtis are going to give our voices a little rest. The platform is being swept. The athletes are warming up for their clean and jerks, and we will be back in about 3 minutes just before the clean jerk portion starts.
Competition is resuming, and we do need our referees all back at the tables, please. Thank you. Clock starts now.
Let's go, William. Take your time.
We are back for the first lift of the clean and jerk portion of this event.
That's it. Nice, good.
That's a good lift for McLaughlin. We're going to prepare 75 kilos on the bar, please, loaders, for the automatic increase for McLaughlin's second attempt. Kilos, please, on the bar loaders.
We are coming back into the clean jerk portion, already coming to the second lift of this part with a 26 kilo lift from a Phoenix weightlifting athlete. We got a 2-minute clock.
The William there going up 2 kilos, a decision most likely made by his coach. I think it's the right call.
You're awesome today, buddy. All right, let's smash this, William. Come on.
Go, William.
Oh, here comes William. 26 kilos on the bar, loaded for his second attempt. Let's see what he's got.
Yep.
Again, just like this first attempt there, great clean, very strong split jerk. I think this is going to be a good clean and jerk session for William here.
Clean was pretty solid. I think the elbows are getting a little low. Something to watch for. If you ever see someone stand up a clean and they get red lighted before they can even go for the jerk, the most likely thing that happened is their knees and elbows touched. Now that is considered a no lift, so it is something to watch for those athletes who catch their cleans with their elbows a little low.
Now, Nick, is that more of a safety thing or a technical thing? Because in my opinion, it's more of a safety thing from being an athlete that has hit their elbow off their knee before. It does not feel very good on the wrist. So again, more of a safety concern or just more of a technical thing with weightlifting?
I would say it's for sure more of a safety thing. I know a lot of people who have gotten their wrists injured because of that. There's obviously the horror stories of breaking wrists, breaking forearms. Obviously, everyone who just heard that, knock on some wood. We are not looking for that to happen to anyone, but it is a safety thing. So athletes are drilled to keep those elbows up. Your elbows might drop a little bit on the heavier ones, but we never want them close to those knees. That's where injury happens, and if you can keep them up as much as possible, 1, the stand is going to be a lot easier, lift is going to be a lot easier, but 2, you will always stay safe, and that's the most important thing, especially for these younger athletes.
Come on, William, let's go. Smash
This is
this.
his third and final attempt at 28 kilo.
Yes. Hold it. Yep.
And just like that, it looks like William somehow hurt us in the back here because those elbows are a little bit higher. He actually caught the bar higher too in what I would say is a power position. And again, the split jerk here, very solid lift. Clearly he's a strong athlete overhead.
It did look like one of the referees, the center ref, gave him a red light there. Possibly not too happy with the elbows overhead. I didn't see anything wrong, but also I don't have the same position. We're here in the commentary booth, so maybe the center ref was able to see something that we can't from this position.
It's actually a very good point there, Nick. So one thing that ref could have seen, again, we can't quite see it from our angle, but could have been a bit of a press out. And for those of you who don't really know what a press out is, it's when you catch the barbell overhead with your elbows slightly bent and then you, press it out to lock out the arms. That would be another no lift. Clearly today the judge saw something, but the other 2 judges did not. So it was a good lift overall.
Yep, up, come on.
solid lift from Callum there. Just pulling up his stats here. Callum has been competing since 2023, multiple competitions over the past 2 years. And he is 10 years of age, so he started competing when he was 8. Getting athletes into strength sports early on is really important for their overall development over the sport. So if you at home have a 5-year-old, give them a barbell, turn them into an Olympian, and we'll talk to you in about 15 years.
Clock resumes.
What you might notice with some of these athletes today is the bars being changed by the loaders. Some of these athletes are asking for lighter bars to be able to do certain loading styles, which is fine at this event because of the age categories. Normally at a senior or just junior event, it would be the standardized bars.
Yep, up. Take your time. Good dip. That's it.
That's a no lift, unfortunately, for coming. The referees have turned it down. 2 red lights.
Interesting. Okay, as you just saw there, 2 red lights. So the center judge and the furthest right judge clearly saw something there. I personally missed it. Nick, did you see anything crazy with that lift?
I think I can speculate. We do have a decent angle here on the camera, but a bit of a better angle from the commentary box. I think what happened is his feet landed before he locked out, but he continued to travel down. Now that's not necessarily a press out because he is still traveling down. However, your feet cannot land before you are locked out. So he is locking out after his feet have landed. Even though he's still traveling down and the bar is not being pressed upwards, it is still considered a no lift. To fix that as a coach, you're looking for timing drills and whatnot, so maybe that's what they should be working on. It's a hard one to ref, so we'll see if that happens again. What you're looking for on this next one is if his feet land before or after he locks out. Just looking at Callum's comp history here. This is 33 kilos. At the Young Hercules earlier this year, he had clean and jerked 30 kilos as his best lift. So that is a 3 kilo PR, comp PR attempt. I don't know his training PRs, but comp PR attempt. So let's see what he can do.
He's been strong so far in this competition. Let's make sure this thing continues.
That's it. Up. Come on. Take your time and jump. That's it. Hold. Good job.
From what we can see back here, that was a much better lift, right? Center judge still saw something, but it doesn't matter because he got those 2 white lights. That is a good lift.
I think the center judge saw a little flicker after the catch. The main thing the judges are looking for is elbows. If there's any movement in those elbows, you can get red lighted. One of the biggest criticisms in weightlifting is that the judging is all based on the refs. It's based on what they see and what they decide to call. So some might call a flicker, some might allow a flicker. And that's kind of what you're seeing there. You also have 3 different angles for the judges, so they're not all going to see the same thing. And that's why some clear press outs that might happen later, or ideally not happen at all, but might happen at some competitions, get called by one ref but not by the others. Either way, Callum ends with a 3 kilo comp PR on that clean and jerk there. We have Nick Manley coming out at 40 kilos.
Rip on this bar. Come on.
Great day for the final lifter there.
Yep, up. Get set. Take your time, buddy. Take your time. Yeah, nice jerk.
That's a good lift for Manley.
Great lift for Nick Manley here, 40 kilos. making it look easy. I think that was a fantastic opener. He's only going to be going up from here, and you can see he's following himself, so he does have that 2-minute clock. I would not be surprised if the coach, within the first 30, maybe 40 seconds, increases that weight to maybe even upwards of 43 kilo, potentially. I don't actually know what his numbers are. 44, there we go, right,
Well,
Coach?
yeah, we just saw it there, Curtis, jumping up and changing the athletes. I think that lift was way too easy to not take a larger jump. Looking at Nick's past lifts, he has opened at 40 in the past and jumped to 45. So one can assume that's what he's looking to do here. Now we have Marcus Singer out of Giant Weightlifting, 44 kilos, first attempt.
Very technical clean. That looked good.
Yeah.
He got a good lift there. Again, we can see that center judge definitely saw something. Now, for me back here, it looked like I saw a little bit of a press out, but that's the beauty of weightlifting, is that you have 3 judges. So if the center judge sees something, but then the other 2 judges don't, then it can still register it as a good lift. It's very similar to other sports like hockey, how most hockey games, especially at the high professional level, have 2 referees, where if one ref might not see something and the other one does, a call can still be made.
We have Reed Miller coming out, also out of Giant Weightlifting, 44 kilos, first attempt.
Let's go, guy.
Again, good clean, strong clean.
Yeah, hold it.
Great lift for Reed Miller there. Again, judges obviously saw everything that they liked. 3 white lights. He's good to go.
With that center judge giving some red lights, I'm kind of curious what chair we gave them. Is it possible we gave them an uncomfortable chair? It does not look like they are happy. They gave a white light on that last lift, but I don't know. With the minority vote over the past few lifts, it does seem like they might be sitting on a very uncomfortable chair.
We'll be sure to fix that at the next session. All the judges are in the same chairs, FYI.
Come on. Up, come on. Get set. When you're ready, roll. Yep. Yes. Way to go, Nick. Woo!
That was a great lift by Nick Bailey there. You can see that was a very powerful, clean. Feet actually jumped out a little bit wider than what I was personally expecting, but overall did not change the results. Great lift.
Manley and Singer are on deck. Clock starts now.
Al-Shar not wasting any time. Clock started, walking right up to that chalk bucket. Now that man you might see coming in and out of the camera every once in a while is our on-site photographer, Outshot Photography. You can contact him on his Instagram if you are looking to buy any of these athletes' photo packages.
Good. Reset. Balance.
That was a very technical clean there, Nick.
Hold it.
So that was a different jerk style than what we've seen so far. That would be a push jerk, or more weightlifting style, a power jerk. Nick, you want to just tell us a little bit of a difference here between what we have seen and that particular jerk style?
Sure thing. With the snatches, you know, it's very kind of all the same. You're going to go from the ground to overhead. With the jerks, due to mobility, preference, some athletes might go for a split, where their feet go forward and backward. Some athletes might go for a power, where their feet go out to the side. There's squat jerks, where you go into a full squat from overhead. As well,
Marcus here with a little bit of a tougher clean.
Ooh, I don't know about that, Curtis.
Yeah, unfortunately that is going to be a no lift. Most likely culprit here is a bit of a press out in that jerk. Anyway, Nick, continue there about the split jerk and power jerk.
his second attempt.
Yes. So one of our athletes here, you know,
Clock starts now.
the athlete 2 lifts ago, did go for a power jerk, and that just means that their feet went out to the side. The benefits of a power jerk is it has a very low learning curve, so for beginner athletes, it's great. However, it's very easy to lose the bar out front or behind. Whereas a split jerk, you are a lot more balanced, but it has a higher learning curve as you're moving your feet as well as driving the bar, as well as getting under the bar. So if you can master the split jerk, it is going to have the highest success rate, but it's mastering it that takes time. Reed Miller here.
Good. Nice dip. Punch the ceiling. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it.
That's a good lift for Miller.
It was a great lift for Reed Miller there. Again, utilizing this split jerk fairly well. You can see he really reached that front foot out as far as he could to make sure he is nice and stable with that barbell up overhead. Bring those feet back together and then waiting for the down signal from the head judge. So great lift overall.
Took a while after the clean before the jerk. Sometimes that could be because athletes are getting lightheaded. Sometimes it could be just getting the proper handle on the bar. Athletes are allowed to adjust their hands. They don't have to jerk from the same grip that they cleaned it. Most do, but it's not a requirement. Also, you can take as much or as little time after the clean as you want before the jerk. As long as you do not go straight into it and the bar becomes motionless, you can take a full minute there.
Yeah. Okay. Big legs. Punch the ceiling. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it.
That's a no lift for Singer.
Unfortunate no lift for Marcus Singer there. Clean looked a little bit tough, and I think he just needs to be a little bit quicker underneath that barbell. So I'm assuming that in his future training, they're going to be focusing on that jerk technique there, and just trying to get him a little bit stronger overall. But a great showing for this kid here for the snatches and the clean and jerk. I think he should be very proud of himself in this competition.
Loaders, please load 49 kilos on the bar. This will bring out Al-Shar from Variety Blades Weightlifting for his second attempt.
Let's go. Same thing. Goes yet. Reset.
Again, very good clean here.
Holds.
Again, our athlete here opting for the power jerk. Honestly, couldn't really tell you why. As Nick was saying earlier, the split jerk is normally the stronger of the two lifts, but clearly it is not needed for this athlete. This could be a number of reasons why he chooses to do the power jerk here, but it is clearly a very strong position for him, resulting in, well, 2 made lifts so far.
Clock starts now.
Nick Maley here coming up for his 3rd attempt, again from Victory Barbell Club. 3rd attempt at 50 kilo.
Turn up. Come on, you got it. That's all right.
That's a no lift for Miller.
Unfortunately, he did not make that lift. In weightlifting, doing that right there, missing a lift like that, I've done it myself. It could be a number of different reasons as to why that happened. Maybe he got pulled forward a little bit too far in the clean. Maybe the weight was too far on his heels. Maybe he just wasn't in the right headspace to actually commit to that lift. Could be a number of different reasons to that one, but unfortunately, he did not make that lift. Still a very good showing for him overall.
Let's go. Get aggressive.
Reed Miller coming up here for his 3rd attempt, also at 50 kilo.
Yeah, it's easy. Nice dip. Throw it to the ceiling.
Nick, one thing I've noticed about this athlete is
Squeeze the
every
elbows.
single clean looks the same. I think that's fantastic.
Big
The
legs.
same thing here, waiting a little longer.
Oh.
Didn't move his feet fast enough. You can see his feet kind of stopped a little early. Like you were saying, Curtis, a lot of those cleans looked almost identical. I think in Ontario, we talk about the Santabees as a weightlifting dynasty family. Mike Miller is really creating the Millers to be a weightlifting dynasty family. You know, starting these kids young. These kids are probably going to be some great lifters. Their kids are probably going to be some great lifters. I think this is, the start of a dynasty family in the making. Move aside, Santabees, we are coming with the Millers.
The Millers are coming in hot here. All right, so we got 51 kilo on the bar here for our third and final attempt.
Good. Reset. Balance.
Again, every clean here has looked the same for this guy as well.
Hold.
Like you're saying, every clean, every jerk looking exactly the same. I don't think Variety Village Weightlifting has an appropriate name. Not a lot of variety in these lifts. They are looking identical. So what would you change that name to? Consistency Weightlifting?
That's what I was thinking. Get rid of the variety there and just go consistency. Because every single athlete that they have produced here lifts the same. They're very strong in the clean, very strong on the jerk. Snatches look great.
Come on.
Not a whole lot of variety from what I'm seeing.
Good. Hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it.
Just like we were saying, those Millers are coming up in the weightlifting world. These athletes are going to just become better and better. With that clean and jerk grip, we saw a bit of a wider grip width than we have seen on some of the other athletes.
I did notice that, Nick. Why would an athlete potentially do that versus keep their hands a little bit closer?
All of that comes down to the athlete themselves. It looks like Matthew there has a bit of longer arms. So if he had a bit of a narrower grip width, it would just contact lower on his thigh. And we don't want that. We don't want the bar contacting at the heads of the quads, just above the knees. We need it mid to upper thigh for that full force of the leg drive to go into the bar and propel that bar upwards. Any narrower it looks for Matthew, and it's just going to be lower on the leg. We don't want that. We have Chase Patterson coming up now. First attempt.
Great lift here from Chase Patterson from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club. Again, really nothing to say there. He's a bit of a taller athlete. Kind of surprised that his hands were as narrow as they were, but clearly it is working out well for him. I would not change a thing.
Clock starts now.
Nathan from LBC coming up for his first attempt at 57 kilo, wasting no time at all. Very strong clean. Very strong jerk here. You see he had to hesitate just a little bit to make sure his balance was there in order to successfully make that lift, but he did just that, held it up overhead. That is a great lift.
Second attempt. Clock starts.
Matthew Miller here coming for his second attempt at 57 kilo. Let's see if this lift indeed looks the same as his first.
Matthew Miller, if you are looking for him on Instagram or other social medias, we are looking for Ohio_RizGod69.
Great
Let's see
dip,
if
punch
he
the
can
ceiling.
live up to that
Fast
Instagram
feet.
handle.
Hold it, hold it, hold it.
Looks like he was able to live up to that Instagram handle, Nick. I think he's good to go.
What that random combination of words and numbers means, I am not quite sure, but clearly they are close to his heart.
It's pretty cool for Nick and I to commentate this event here. Not only having some of our own athletes in the field, but that Instagram handle that we're in our late 20s, we don't understand it. Parents, I know you don't either, but if anyone can explain it to us, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Mike might be like one of those frequency things where, you know, only people under the 25 age can hear them. It might be that these words are only for those under the age of 25, not meant for our ears. We have Chase Patterson coming up for his second attempt. Very powerful athlete. Let's see what he can do.
Chase Patterson with a power clean here in a very strong split jerk as well. That is a great lift. Nick, I will say this, I was not expecting a power clean there. That was a very powerful lift.
Pulled it super high. Didn't really need to bend the legs a whole lot, if at all. I think one thing we do need to watch, like I explained earlier, those feet landing before the arms lock out. I think there was a bit of that. The judges let it go this time. I don't know how many lifts he can get away with it, but we'll see.
Nathan here with 59 kilo as well, with a very strong clean. His jerks have been pretty good so far, and just like that, they are all the same. Great lift. He did drop that barbell a little bit early, so if I were his coach, I would say, hey, wait till that head judge gives you the down signal. That was very close.
Like Curtis said, athletes are instructed to wait for the down signal. At competitions, it can be either electronic, which is what we're working with, or verbal, where the center ref will give a visual down signal with their hand as well as say down. If the athlete puts it down before that down signal is given, it will be a no lift, no matter if there was any technical issues in the lifting itself, as well as you must be in control when putting that bar down. So, if you put the bar down behind you, for example, instead of in front of you, that's a no lift. You're not in control of that. If there's any sort of angle, or you don't place the bar on the platform, let's say you run it to the end of the platform like we saw in that last snatch of snatch portion of the session, and place it on the ground just in front of the platform, that would also be a no lift. You're not in control. You're not placing it back on the platform in field of play, some would say. So that would be a no lift. Let's see what Matthew Miller can do.
Yeah! Big legs, fast feet. Punch it.
Matthew Miller, he gets the good lift. It looked like there's a little bit of a delay from the judges there. Maybe they were just taking a second to really think about what the right call is, and I fully agree with them. I think that was a great lift. Clean looked very strong and technical. The jerk itself looked very strong and technical as well. Maybe like the slightest little delay on the jerk, but if I was a head judge, I think that's a good lift. And you can see right here, there's a bit of a technical stop because the barbell was not centered on the platform. We want to have that barbell centered not only for the athlete, because if you're lifting too close to one side, it kind of feels weird, but also for you guys at home, making sure you guys can see everything on that platform. Nathan here with a great clean, again, 61 kilo for his third attempt. Now, I will say this, Nick, that jerk looks stronger. It definitely looked faster than the other ones. He did have to give himself a little bit of time here to adjust the overall weight on that bar. What I mean by that is making sure he's just in a proper receiving position for that jerk. And again, he did just that. And it was a great lift overall. Chase Patterson's coming up next with 63 kilos.
64 kilos on the bar, please, floaters.
We are going up to 64 kilo. Chase has elected that that weight is not heavy enough. He needs more weight.
Prop resumes.
Now, we do have some information on these athletes. Chase here, training only 2 times a week and still pulling out these numbers. His goals for this competition are just to establish personal bests. So clearly a very new athlete, but a very powerful athlete, as we can see.
Powerful athlete, absolutely. He power cleaned that with ease. And this jerk is a good lift. Again, we can see that center judge there, Nick, saw something that maybe the other ones didn't. And now me back here in the booth, I would kind of agree with something you said earlier in this competition. The feet kind of landed beforehand, and it looked as if there's a little bit of a press out. I can only speculate as to why that center judge gave him a red light there.
Yes, we are obviously not talking with the center judge, but we can kind of see what they might have seen. And I think it's exactly as we were saying earlier, right? I think those feet landed before the arms were fully locked out, and not necessarily a press out where the bar continues to travel up, but, for lack of better words, a press down, where the feet have landed and the arms are still pushing the athlete down. These athletes need to land in full lockouts, otherwise it's considered a no lift. We got a wild barbell, and our loader's wrangling that barbell back into place. It seems to be good. Resume the competition. Alexi only made one snatch, if I remember correctly, going up for 67 kilos on his first clean and jerk.
Up, good, set.
That's a very strong clean there, Nick.
Good.
And a very good jerk too. I think that was great. And the judges thought so as well.
68 kilos on the bar, please, loaders. This is the automatic increase for Wilkins' second attempt.
Alexi seems to be training a total of 4 to 5 days a week, which is something we would expect out of athletes competing at the provincial level. 2 to 3 is very much a entry amount for what athletes would do first starting. Once you're in the 4 to 5, you are training to compete at that point in time. You're in the gym, regular amounts, 2 days off to let your body recover, but you're in the gym just enough to keep the stress on your body. When Alexi, was giving us some information before this, he was asked, what inspired him to start lifting, and he said his older brother. So we can assume all these lifts are inspired by his older brother. Alexi has moved to 70 kilos, still some time on the clock. And I think now is an important time to mention how that 2-minute clock works.
You're absolutely right, Nick. So we briefly mentioned it a little bit earlier, but when you are following yourself, you do get a 2-minute clock. Now, a couple of things can be going on here. Number one, with that 2-minute clock, the coach, whoever his coach is, can make some changes, as we saw with this barbell. Right? I don't remember the exact weight he had before, but let's just say it went from 67 kilo to 68 kilo. And if that athlete and coach deem it is not heavy enough, they have time to change the weights. They're allowed to have 3 different weight changes, including the initial 1 kilo increase. Alexi coming up here with 70 kilo on the bar for his second attempt.
Good kick. Up, good, set, come on.
Just like the first clean there, very good.
Please, nice. Good.
Yeah, that is a great lift. If I was that athlete, I'd be pretty fired up with that. That was a very technical lift. Clean looked very strong, and the jerk overhead also looked very strong.
Yeah, you're talking about being fired up. I don't think we saw quite a full bar slam, but a bar toss. That bar got past the shoulders, a little extra shove. Push it into that ground, say, you know what, take that bar. I lifted you. You didn't beat me.
You are absolutely right there, Nick. Now, I know both you and I, when we compete, we have been known to hit a couple bar slams every once in a while. Now, I will say your bar slam's a little bit more impressive than me with the weights that you're able to lift, but nonetheless, it is still super fun to hit a really big clean or a really big snatch on the platform, maybe a weight you've never hit before, and you slam that barbell back into the ground. I can't tell you why, it just feels so good.
I'll take the compliments. I mean, we are here for the kids, but I am also here for my ego, so if you're going to toss those compliments my way, I will take them. Yeah, like you're saying, you get fired up, you want to throw that bar and spike it into the ground. You see it in multiple sports. There's something just satisfying about throwing something into the ground. Whether it's a touchdown and you're throwing a football, whether it's volleyball and you're spiking it into that libero's face as they're trying to recover it. Doesn't really matter. There's just something satisfying about doing something really cool, really successful, having it go great, and just tossing it back down.
Couldn't agree more there, Nick. And yeah, I did throw a compliment your way. It's okay. You can throw one my way too. Don't worry about it. It's all right. This will be good. You can throw one my way.
I could.
Come on. Go, Lex.
Alexei coming out for his third and final attempt at 72
Check your
kilos.
mouth. Up, set, hammer. Squeeze it, nice, hold it.
That's a no lift for more.
So unfortunately that is a no lift, and you can see that the down signal was actually given halfway through his jerk recovery there. From what I can tell from back here, that was a press out, and as we stated before, that is unfortunately a no lift. That is one of the rules in weightlifting that has not changed, and it most likely will not change. I don't think it should. I think a jerk should be pretty solid, fully locked out overhead right from the get-go there. Unfortunately, though, that was a no lift. We're moving up to May here with 77 kilo for his first attempt. Thank you for the loaders for actually being speedy with it and making sure this competition is running at a good clip.
Clock starts now.
Let's go. Come on, Jay. You gotta get your energy.
The crowd's getting into it here as well. A lot of claps before this lift. This must be a relatively heavy opener for him. Very wide grip here too. Again, that just goes to what Nick was saying before. Everybody has different styles. That was a very strong lockout overhead. Very, very strong.
Good lift for May. 78 kilos on the bar, please, loaders, for the automatic increase. This athlete is also following themselves, so it's a 2-minute clock.
It'll be a true dropout. That's why we're so. That's good. He's great.
Clock starts now.
So you see that May here, he's got his 2-minute clock. That usually just indicates that the next person is requiring more weight. He increased, right? 7 seconds into it, and they increase from that 77 or 70 so weight up to 81 kilo. Now his clock will not restart. Whatever time is remaining on that 2-minute clock, it will continue from there.
Clock resumes.
Come on, let's go. Strong here. Play with that weight. Come on, G. Rip that bar, rip it. Yes.
Very interesting style here, but it is clearly working out for him. 81 kilo, absolutely smashed it. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's a great lift overall. I think his coach is pretty fired up about it. I think he is very fired up about it. I'm very excited to see what happens on this third and final attempt. The judges right now are adding his automatic increase, weight increase that is automatically applied every single time a lift has been successful. Now from here, his coach can make a couple weight changes. In fact, Maxime now is coming at 85 kilo, so the weight is going up.
For his first attempt, loaders 85 kilos, please. For Kiselev's first attempt. Clock starts now.
Maxime coming out for his first attempt at 85 kilo. If these are anything like his snatches, these are going to be some pretty powerful lifts. Very strong clean, very strong jerk. Again, these are just like his snatches. They're overall very good lifts. 85 kilo in the bag. He has posted a total, so he is good to go. The next two lifts for him are nothing but gravy on the potatoes.
Clock starts now.
Get on the board. Remember, stand back. Put your good lift.
Jake coming out again from Phoenix Weightlifting with 85 kilo here for his first attempt.
Let's go, Jake, come on.
Very strong clean. That's been a bit of a theme so far. All these cleans have been very strong jerk as well. So Jake here having a great competition so far. I'm looking over the board there. He did go 3 for 3 in the snatch, and he is made a total with his first clean and jerk. Everything else, like I said before, is just gravy on the potatoes. It's good to go.
There's some cleaning of the bar that needs to happen.
When we talked to Jake before the competition, we got some feedback from him, and he is looking to hit some personal bests at this competition here. You know, when we asked him, hey, what do you want from this comp? He said some PBs. So it looks like he is on track to do that. You know, going 3 lifts in the snatch is obviously a great start. I usually like to say, you know, it's whoever hits their lifts that will come out on top. You know, it's less likely for someone to podium with 1 snatch and 1 clean jerk. It's all that's needed, but it's less likely. If you can build momentum like Jake's doing right now, you are more likely to have a good quality finish.
You're absolutely right there, Dave, because if you go out and say you miss your first attempt, well, now the brain starts going. You start thinking, did I open too heavy? Am I strong enough to make this lift? Right? All these different questions will then go through your mind there, which could, you know, feed into the performance, whether the performance will be good or not so good. So all of our athletes here at Landmark Barbell and Just Lift here, we try to have as much momentum building as possible. We don't try and have them open at, you know, 98% of their snatch, 98% of their clean. We open a little bit closer to 90 to 93 and build that momentum. It's worked really well for our club, and we can see that is a pretty standard practice from most of the clubs that we are seeing today.
Yep, and here we have Graham coming out for his 3rd and final attempt at 86 kilos. And a very, very wide, like that's almost a snatch grip, and a very narrow stance. Unfortunately, the pole, commonly referred to in the weightlifting world as a Clark, named after someone I'm sure named Clark. Unfortunate for Graham, he's still credited with a total. Right now we are looking at Maxime coming out for his 2nd attempt.
Ooh, and he just went up and weighed again. It was at 87 kilo, not heavy enough, and they have moved him up to 88. If this lift is anything like his first, Nick, then we know this is going to be a strong, powerful lift.
I do think the judges are gonna. Well, I sit corrected. I was about to say I do think that the judges were gonna lift that. I did see a little bit of wobble in the elbows, but I'm here in the commentary booth. The judges are out there controlling buttons, so my opinion does not matter. The judges have the final say.
That's right, Nick. That was a great lift. The judges thought so.
Yep, I'll keep my opinions to myself and just give you the rest of them.
Clock has started.
So he does have that automatic weight increase going up from 88 kilo to 89 kilo here. Again, this happens when an athlete is following themselves, then the athlete that would typically be after them, the gap between, you know, oh, I'm going to take back everything I just said. We're going up again anyway. Jake's coming up for his 2nd attempt at 90 kilo.
Both of these athletes are very, very powerful. We saw them, you know, pulling the bar really, really high, and they're having some good quality lifts. So it does look like they're having a little bit of a battle here. Just jockeying between the weights, going one after another.
Clock starts now.
Nick, you were absolutely right. We do have a little bit of jockeying going around here, and it looks like we got these 2 athletes. We got Jake and Maxime in the same weight class, actually, so they're going head-to-head with the clean and jerk. Their snatches were within 1 kilo. Let's see what happens with these clean and jerks.
A true battle. They are from different clubs, I believe. No camaraderie between these two. They are both going for glory here.
Yep. That's a good point.
Yep. Deep breath, fast.
Jake here with a great second attempt. I'm very curious to see what Maxime does here as Jake, again, Jake and Maxime are within a kilo of each other for their totals right now. This is a pretty exciting battle.
What you are seeing right now is the athletes lifting the weight. The competition behind that curtain is within the coaches as well. With these athletes being so close in skill, in weights, and in ability, it's really up to the coaches to jockey the weights, give their athletes as much rest as they can so that the athletes are in the best possibility to lift the weight. But it is a coach's game here as well to make sure that they can maybe push the other athlete into a position that they're not comfortable in, but their athlete stays in a position that they are comfortable in. So a bit back and forth there. Athletes are here to lift the weight. Coaches are here to make it easy for the athlete to do so.
Let's go.
So Maxime is going to be coming out for his third attempt at 92 kilo. Again, this is a good battle so far. Let's see what happens here. Bit of a hard clean here. Unfortunately, the effort was there, but that is indeed a no lift. As we can see, he missed the barbell behind him. It could have been a number of different reasons as to why he wasn't able to get that barbell quite as high as some of the other lifts there, but that is a fantastic showing. If I was him and his coach, I would be very, very happy. Jake is going up to 93 kilo here.
I think the main thing to note is, one, the athlete is okay. That did look like a bit of a scary miss. Two, that has sealed Jake here as he is in first. He will remain in first regardless of this lift. So this is just icing on the cake. I think he's still going to go out here.
Last lift, best lift. Let's go.
You just heard someone from the crowd say last lift, best lift, and I think that's really what he's out here to do.
Yeah, this is going to be a good showing. I can feel it. Fortunately, I spoke a little bit too soon there. The pull was actually quite good. From what I can see, though, it looked like the barbell was maybe a little bit out in front, hence why when he went to go catch that clean, kind of hit him a little lower on the shoulder, causing him to dump it forward. But again, as Nick had stated, I don't want to say that lift didn't matter, but in grand scheme of things, in terms of getting a medal or not, he had clinched a medal before that attempt.
The cake was baked, it was just about putting the icing on, and no icing today, but still a delicious cake nonetheless. Now we are loading the bar for Yahia from Variety Village Weightlifting. Again, like we said earlier in this competition, Variety Village needs to change their name. This is about consistency from these athletes. They are just doing good lift after good lift, and I don't expect to see anything different from this athlete coming off of 2 competitions in the past 4 or 5 weeks, and medaling at both.
Push, reset.
Very strong clean. A little bit forward, but he was able to adjust and make sure he's in a good position for this jerk. Let's see what happens now.
Hold it.
Very strong jerk. Very strong clean and jerk at 114 kilo. We're only going up from here, Nick. We are only going up.
It is very important to note, once again, this is him going under the weather. Now, it is entirely possible I was given a little bit of fabricated information. You know, a little bit of, maybe he's feeling a little under the weather. I don't think so. I think this is just what this person, what Yahia here is capable of, regardless of how he feels. That is, from my stats, 2 kilos under his best clean and jerk that he just opened with. We saw the same in the snatch, and I think he can pull out some really big numbers in the clean and jerk. And if I'm looking at my screen correctly, this is possibly
They'll just say OW.
a
I like it.
junior
And
record
so they're doing that now.
total attempt and a youth record clean and jerk and total attempt.
Also by once more weight.
Speaking from experience with provincial records, if you match them, you do not get them. I learned that the hard way. Very unfortunate. You do want to beat them.
Well, you do need to take the record from somebody else and not match the record. But yeah, it looks like the record here. Looks like the record here was 216, or I should say is 216, and that looks like that is his total right now. With this lift, he will get the new total record. A little bit of a jockeying here to make sure our athlete here has the most amount of rest possible, because again, he is following himself, going from 114 kilo mandatory increase to 115 and then now to 118 kilo now. He wants these records, he wants these lifts, and again, if this is him under the weather, I can't wait to see this athlete healthy and not being sick.
Like the announcer just said, I believe these are records all across the board there. It is also important to note, if this 118 happens, 120 is right around the corner, which is double body weight for this 60-kilo athlete.
Push. Straight.
And even better clean than the previous one.
Hold it. Yes.
What a solid jerk. That is a new record, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, we got the confirmation. New record here, Nick.
That is a new record, and I don't know, maybe someone told him to take his last warm-up attempt on the platform. That looked way easier than the first attempt. Maybe it was he was under the weather. He just needed to dial in. He needed to see that record attempt come up on the screen for him, give him a little energy boost. I would be baffled. My flabbers would be gassed if he did not go to 120. There's no way he's not going to 120. He's not going for that double body weight. We'll have to see it when it comes up on the screen, but with the way that weight moved, I would even be surprised if he didn't go higher.
Go online and look it up. Yeah, sorry.
I mean, Nick, I couldn't agree with you more. There's no reason to not go a little heavier. At least hit 120, maybe even go a little bit more than 120 kilo. But again, remember, he is under the weather. Apparently, anyway.
Something important to note about athletes and a little bit about muscle fibers and whatnot, there are some more explosive fast twitch athletes, so maybe that's what we're seeing here. And usually when we have those athletes, 120 is being loaded on, exactly as I suspected. Again, no reason to go any lighter than that. But like I was saying, with those faster twitch athletes, it's like they hit a wall sometimes. I don't know if that's how he operates, but it is quite possible that, maybe he's not quite a grindy lifter athlete. So far, we've only seen explosive, great technique from him. We haven't seen him need to grind anything out. But for some athletes, that ability to grind just isn't there. It's either 100 kilometers an hour or 0, whereas other athletes are, maybe not able to get to that 100 kilometers an hour, but they have the range of 60 to 80,
You're absolutely right there, Nick. And as we can see, we're going up again to 121 kilo. I do believe that is his final weight jockey. It is. So he is coming out here for 121 kilo. Let's see something cool, Nick.
Yeah,
Let's see something cool.
Record attempts popping up all across my screen here. Several different categories. Let's see what he can do.
Push.
That was a very solid clean, Nick. Very solid clean.
Hold it. Yes.
And an easy jerk. It is his day. great snatches, great clean and jerks, records across the board. I would be surprised if he was not in contention for the best lifter award at the end of the day here. Those were some solid attempts. He for sure won his category, so he's taking that home. Again, this athlete has competed. This would be his third competition in the past 5 weeks or so, winning multiple medals. The senior medal at Ontario Senior Provincials, a medal for Team Canada at Youth Pan Ams, and now a medal again for Variety Village at the Juvenile Youth Junior Provincial Championship.
Sometimes here, Nick, when you are feeling a little bit under the weather, you just need to be a little bit better. You have to ignore some of those maybe discomforts or the sore throat that you might be experiencing here, and do what the youth say and lock in. I would say he did just that. He locked in. Snatches were amazing. Only missing one there, and then going up and making that third attempt there at, I believe, a record. Clean and jerks, same thing, going from 114 kilo to 118 to 121. I do believe those are records across the board, as you stated, and he did indeed lock in. He got it. He deserves it. This is a great competition for him.
We are probably going to leave you now for a little bit. I believe the next session is at 11:40, if I'm not mistaken. So there is a little bit of time before the next session. So you will be able to see the podiums happening now of all of the classes that were fully completed in the session that just happened, both age category and bodyweight categories.
Yeah, and it wasn't
there will be
senior,
several
but he had it already.
medalists
Yeah,
crowned. And then at 11:40, the F1 session will be presented, and lifting will start at 11:50. For now, I will leave you with Curtis, and he will make some calming ocean sounds to soothe you away.
Whoosh. Whoosh. I'm not going to be doing that. Like Nick said, we will be back in a little bit. Enjoy the rest of the live stream and enjoy the rest of your day.
I'm guessing it's that, or I brought it out and shoved it in my bag.
Please stick around for a few more minutes. We're still preparing our medal information to give out to the athletes in the last session.
Hey, Melissa, you and me are medals. Okay, so we can't have anyone from 207. Anything. You know what? I'm just gonna put their age. I'm too worried. Equal 2025.
But we are doing a JV, which is why I was
So there should be one.
Oh yeah, her face kind of disappeared. No matter how you control
Yeah, I'm trying to do something. Oh, because I checked those 71s out. 71s.
Are there more 71s lifting later?
Yeah. I'm just really nervous here. Okay, so get that. Okay, you double check this. I just that it makes sense. So that's juvie, so there should be no one between 2007 and 2005. And then this is everyone.
Yeah, they should all be in the right back.
Yeah. And then there was only one junior athlete, so there's 11 here and 10 here. That was my double check.
A lot of people are wearing this stuff. Yeah. It's funny because
yeah, it looks right. Just like just glance at it, kind of.
All right, everyone, we are ready for our medal ceremony. Handing out medals this morning, we have former President Michael Miller, President for 6 years, and we also have Melissa Murphy, one of our technical officials today. So I'm going to start with the juvie/youth category, which is under 17 years old. In the M44 category, the gold medal first place goes to Callum Cumming. Callum, please come up front to your medal. Okay, in the M56 category for juvie and youth, in third place, we have Zaid Al-Shar. From Variety Village Weightlifting Club. And in second place, we have Nathan Okraska from LBC. And finally, in first place, we have Matthew Miller from Giant Weightlifting, receiving his medal from his dad. Congratulations, athletes. Excellent lifting. All right. In the M60 category, junior youth, in first place, we have Yahia Al-Sabai. Congratulations. All right, and now in our M65 category, in second place, we have Alexi Moulton from Sudbury Weightlifting Club. And in first place, we have Maxim Kiselev from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club. Congratulations, athletes. All right, now we're going to hand out medals for our junior category, which is ages 15 to 20. In the M60 category, in third place, we have Nathan Okrafka from LBC. And in second place, we have Matthew Miller from Giant Weightlifting Club. And finally, in first place, Yahiel Sabai. Congratulations, athletes. Our last category of lifters today for medals is M65 in the junior category. In third place, we have Alexi Moulton from Sudbury Weightlifting Club. We had a very tight race for second and first place in this category. Second place goes to Maxim Kiselev from Better Tomorrow Weightlifting Club. And in first place with a total of 152, we have Jake McLean from Phoenix Weightlifting. Congratulations, athletes. Hold your hands together. Thank you, everyone. Our next session starts in 20 minutes. That's when athletes will be presented, so we have a short break. Just a reminder, Flavor Daddy is selling protein bars and stuffed protein cookies for $5 at the front until 5 p.m. today, and giving 20% off vouchers for their meals that you can buy across the street at their store. And we thank Flavor Daddy for providing meals and snacks to our technical officials and volunteers today. Outshot Photography is taking photos. You can find them on Instagram to ask questions if you missed any of these announcements. But for a discounted price, you can sign up for your photos today at the front desk. And again, just a thank you to Board the Dairy for offering chocolate milk to our athletes and to our regular sponsor, Kalea Health. You can use OWA15 for a discount code with Kalea Health. See you all soon.
Hey, come meet my family. Yeah, say hi.
You get me a few more times today.
Do we want the camera already? I think I really want to do the whole oh my god. I love there we go, it's being used.
I need a little break.
I'll help you a second. She's gonna come meet my wife, and then I'll come.
Oh, right. Yeah,
One of the clips. You can't see it here. With the clip? No. No, anyway, because it's not
So usually I put the next section.
When I put the clip, it's like yeah.
It should put the time on now. Cool. That's actually good because then it puts it on the purchase notice.
Metal people.
No, I'm saying for like the team. I'm trying to think of where the lower the
2. I'm just going to be answering some of the YouTube comments that came in. We didn't see these as we were commentating during the session. In response to the question if Yahia's 102 snatch being a possible world record, this is a provincial level meet. I do not believe that world records can be set. They have to be set at world events. They cannot be set at lower level meets. Usually the way that records work is that, for example, a provincial record could be set at nationals or at a higher level event, but a national record would have to get permission to be able to be set at certain events, certain lower level events. It's the same with qualifying competitions and whatnot. So that's why you might see like certain athletes hit unofficial world records even at their own like country's nationals. As a response to someone asking if the girls have lifted yet, no, we are currently in intermission. The F1 session will be presented in 10 minutes and 30 seconds, as you can see the countdown there on your screen.
sitting there. I didn't know she wants them to push this.
Follow Macy's mom.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Good.
Oh.
We're at the back row.
session in a minute and a half.
Some of the club names are cut off in, like,
Do you want me to fix that?
for now it's fine. Maybe for the actual Team Mac weightlifting. I know Victory, Landmark, Apollo, Better Tomorrow, Pan Am. I think I'm good with the rest. I just wasn't sure. Team Mac.
Apollo, like Apollo Creed.
Yeah.
Like Apollo Creed. You watch a lot of Rocky, right? Apollo Creed.
What were you saying earlier about someone that you were making a joke? I didn't get it, but somebody said, "Oh, what a great announcer!" And you said it's me.
Yeah, that I was doing it. Like I was announcing.
But it's clearly not you.
I know. That's what made me
That's
funny.
why it's a silly joke.
Yeah.
It is a silly joke. I have to say that barbell moving around in the classroom is really funny.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't see that too much out cut.
I was more worried that like one of them would use their feet. That's what I was worried about. Like my kids, I'm like, don't use your foot.
Yeah.
The athletes are going to come out shortly for introduction. Alright, the athletes are coming up for our first women's session of the day. In this session we have women's 40, 44, 48, 53, 58 kilo categories. So starting with our women's 40 kilo category, we have Karina Demo from Landmark Wrestling. In the women's 44, we have Quinlan Robinson Jackson from Phoenix Weightlifting. We also have McKaylee Robinson from Phoenix Weightlifting. And in our women's 48 kilo category, we have Aurora Van Oak from Canada Barbell Club. In women's 53 kilos, we have Kyler Trelford from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club. And we have Braxton Baker from North Calgary. In the same category, we have Ramona Roblin from Victory Barbell Club. Charlotte Sidorko from Phoenix Weightlifting. And our last lifter in this category is Renata Demo from Landmark Wrestling. In the women's 58 category, we have Macy Wright from Apollo Barbell. Nora Pinkney from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club. Addison Kelly from Team Mac Weightlifting. Peyton Allen from Victory Barbell Club. And finally, the last lifter in this category is McKenna Van Mooven from Victory Barbell Club. Alright athletes, we're going to put 10 minutes on the clock for you. And then we're going to introduce the technical officials for this session as well. The technical officials, please prepare yourselves. and Nancy Figueroa. Our technical controller for this session is Linda Rosario Earnshaw, and your announcer is myself, Julia Ryan. Thank you. We have about 8 minutes on the clock before the first lift.
Do you need them like this very second? No, I'm gonna leave them right now. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Alright. Alright, I'll tell Rob. $20 and you can pay me. Yeah. I lost the receipt. Okay. That's good. And just now a matter of waiting. How much time? 5. Oh. My brother lives 10 minutes away. Well, I'm on. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, like I bought my parents this little tiny weekend. And they have a great facility.
All right, welcome back, Ontario, to the Juvenile Youth Junior Ontario Provincial Championships. We have our lifters here up on the screen for you. This is the F1 session. We have everyone between women's 40 all the way up to women's 58. We have about 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Our first weight lifted is going to be 13 kilos. We are starting with snatches, obviously, and we'll be doing clean and jerks later. I'm just going to give a couple shout outs to our sponsors for the events. Flava Daddy is a local Ottawa meal prep company, a leader in the field. They have 2 stores in Ottawa, one on Baseline and one on Iber. And they are providing meals for the technical officials, meals and snacks for the technical officials, as well as selling on site. If you are here in person, which why would you be? You're watching this at the comfort of your own home. But if you know anyone here in person, tell them to go see the booth because they are also selling on site. But they are also giving out 20% off vouchers for their meals, and their storefront is right across from the venue here at the gym at Landmark Strength. That's where this event is being held, Landmark Strength in Ottawa, Ontario. We are also happy to have Outshot Photography. Outshot is selling curated photo packages on site today. You can pre-order at the venue, which again, if you know anyone here and you're like, oh, they're going to be interested, if you order today or if you order at the venue, it is substantially cheaper than it will be post-competition. So it's good to get ahead of that. Outshot will be offering packages that are fully curated. So when you receive your package, it will be of 5, 10, or 15 curated photos selected by the photographer with any sort of adjustments due to lighting, contrast, or whatnot that photographer deems fit. Very good photographer, has a lot of good photos in their gallery, and what they're delivering to you is a full finalized product. You can reach out to him via his Instagram at Outshot Photo, so OUTSHOTPHOTO. And again, if you are reaching out today, either at the venue or reaching out over Instagram today, the prices are substantially cheaper. Packages will be delivered as orders come in. So first come, first serve. Turnaround time is about 1 to 3 weeks, depending on order total volume. I think it's important that we also give a little background on whose voices you're hearing right now. My name is Nick Monroe. I have been involved in weightlifting for the past 8 years, lifting for 8 years, coaching for 5, and being a technical official for 3. I have multiple provincial, national, and international medals as an athlete. I have coached several athletes to both national and international events, and I'm a fairly decent technical official, I think. I'm also here with Curtis.
Hey, I'm Curtis. All those things that Nick said about himself, very legit. Myself, a little bit newer in the sport. I've only been doing a lift weightlifting probably about 3 or 4 years now of strict lift weightlifting, but I am fairly well versed in the health and fitness industry. I've been in this industry for about 10 years now. So, though I'm not quite as achieving as Nick there with these national and international really big events and getting all these medals, I will have you guys know I have beat him in a competition before. I placed 3rd, he didn't place. Luck of the draw, some may say. But no, I'm very happy to be here today and doing this commentary here with Nick. Again, I believe this is the first time there's been commentary for an event like this, so we're very happy to be the ones to kind of spearhead this this commentary. Hopefully it's not too bad.
Yep, we'll be, we can actually give you a little look at us. There we are. We'll be giving you some information on lifts, obviously giving you the play-by-play. You will still be able to possibly hear the announcer out there, but we'll be giving you the play-by-play as well as, you know, why were lifts turned down, most likely, stuff like that, and a little feedback on our thoughts on lifts, stuff like that. We have our first lifter coming out. I'll get us off the screen. And we have Braxton Baker coming out at 13 kilos, first attempt.
Looks like there might be a little bit of a technical issue. Oh, it looks like they have resolved it. So Braxton again is coming out for her first attempt here at 13 kilo. Great lift from Braxton here. You see the mobility of this individual is absolutely insane. There's probably no adults out here, Nick, especially in the field, that have the mobility to do what she just did. She was a little bit forward on that clean, but overall, all things considered, very good lift.
Clock starts now.
I think the issue with the barbells there was because for this lifter and for some of our younger lifters, they might not be using a traditional bar, which we are now seeing being pulled out. That is a 7 kilo bar. So I believe the judges were just a little confused on why the bar was loaded that way, as that shouldn't equal, 13 kilos. But because it's a 7 kilo bar, it was just a bit of an odd loading style since it was a bit of an odd bar. I do think we are now at a full 15 kilo bar, if not a 10. That would be a 10 kilo bar because we're at 15 kilos.
Braxton here coming out for her second attempt at 15 kilos, so a 2 kilo increase. Still has a minute 30 on the clock, but she's wasting no time. She's going right to that bar. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Looks like she got a little bit too excited and launched that barbell back behind her there. It happens, so she'll come back out for that third and final attempt momentarily.
And if you saw that man that just caught that bar, that is her coach and father, I believe, Logan Baker. He is a longtime competitor in the sport, so just passing that knowledge on to young Braxton, who is what seems to be 8 years of age. So very young, very fresh in the sport. I have one competition for her logged in our competition database earlier this year. So very new to the sport. Can really only go up from here. She's already got a strong start. And a very good mentor and leader in the field with Logan Baker there. Longtime athlete, longtime coach, several accolades to his name. But less about him, more about Braxton. 15 kilos, third attempt.
Unfortunately, though, just a little bit forward, but I still think this is a great experience for young Braxton here. Clean and jerks are going to be coming up in a little bit. Well, probably, but what would you say, Nick? Maybe about half an hour or so, maybe an hour? And we'll have to see what she can do for the clean and jerks.
We do have a total of, I believe, 15 or so athletes in this session. So yeah, probably about a good 30 minutes before she comes out again. With a couple 2-minute clocks in there, I'm sure. Probably about 35, 40.
Carly here coming for their first attempt here at 16 kilo. Carly with a pretty dominant power snatch here. That was a great lift, right? Great lift. Barbell's rolling away a little bit there, but that's not of a concern to her. She is on to the next weight.
In between lifts, we'll be pulling up the scoreboard, giving you guys a good look at, who's coming up, what's available. And as we can see, coming up, we have Charlotte from Phoenix Weightlifting, 17 kilograms, first attempt.
Tight. That's good.
A good lift for Charlotte. She's on the board there.
Now, Nick, how important is it that an athlete does make their first lift? Right, that can, if I'm not mistaken, dictate the rest of the competition, right?
I would say it can. It's very dependent on the athlete, and of course, all of this is. If the athlete doesn't make their first attempt, it can very easily spiral into not making their second attempt and being pushed into a possible bomb-out situation for their third. Setting the tone on the first attempt is super important in my mind. It's also, as an athlete, it relieves a lot of stress. I think the saying is always, you snatch what you can, clean and jerk what you must. it's easy if you get the first snatch on the board, you can be a little bit more aggressive with it.
Yeah, speaking from personal experience there, if you make that first snatch, a lot of that weight is lifted up your shoulders here. Second snatch, 19 kilo here for Kyler. Great attempt.
19 kilos stays on the bar, please, loaders. Just tighten it up. Reset it on the platform. This is going to bring out Sidorko for her second attempt.
Nice and close to the last one. Up to speed, straight overhead. Right? Go.
Clock starts now.
Charlotte coming out for their second attempt, again, 19 kilo.
Let's go, Charlie.
That was a more solid snatch than her first attempt there. That was a great rep. Center judge obviously saw something there that we did not see. But overall, great lift. 19 kilo. She's moving up to 20. Automatic increase.
Again, I think we need to check who was the center ref last session and this session. If it's someone else, it's clearly the chair at the center ref. I don't know if you guys were watching last session. That center ref was more likely to red light than the other two. They do have a different angle, but I think it's the chair. The chair is just making them not happy, making them uncomfortable. They're more likely to give reds, it seems to be. We have Ramona from Victory Barbell coming up for her first attempt at 20 kilos. Let's see what she can do.
Hold. Yes.
That is a good lift for Ramona there. 20 kilo, whatever that weight was. Good lift. Now a little wide in the stance for what I like to see from my weightlifters here, but clearly not a problem for her.
I think that's the main thing, right? If it works for the athletes, and we were saying this a little earlier in the sessions as well, the men's session that just happened before this, very unique styles across the board here in North America in general. There's no standardized way to lift like some other countries, so you will get different variants like that, especially with the younger athletes who are just learning how to move the barbell, move themselves. So you will get a lot of variety there. We have Charlotte now for her third and final.
Yes.
Great lift here for Charlotte to get 3 white lights for Venus weightlifting. Her snatch today is done. She'll be resting and prepping for her clean and jerks to come a little bit later in the event.
3 for 3 in the snatch. You can't ask for anything better than that, really. Great day for her.
Up. Hold. Yes.
That's a good lift for Robin.
Good lift for Ramona, and you can also see that she wastes no time. She sets her feet, gets her hands on that bar, and she is ready to go. So myself personally, I like a dynamic start kind of like that. It's great. Now, Nick, I know your start's a little bit different. You were talking a little bit earlier about different styles of technique. How would you describe maybe even your style a little bit?
I'll get right to that once we see Kyler on her third and final attempt, 22 kilos. An easy power. As you were saying, there's different styles of lifting. You know, I like a mixture. Some people like a full static. We saw that with Yahia in the men's session. He was still as a painting just before he started, and then pulled off with aggression. We see that with you know, a lot of the Santavis as well. Very famous family in Ontario weightlifting. They are very static and then aggressive in the pull. I like a bit of a rolling start where I pull the bar into me, pause for about a second, and then go. It allows me to get the little bit of stretch reflex that you might get in a dynamic start, but nothing too much to slow the bar down from the static. We have Nora coming out of Better Tomorrow Barbell, 24 kilos, first attempt.
fantastic lift from Nora here. Again, a very dominant power snatch. And I believe this is the second athlete from this barbell club that has also been doing power snatches this session. So it's really interesting to see how two athletes from the same club are actually electing to do the same movement. That could be out of necessity, or maybe that's just what they're more comfortable with.
Yeah.
But
I'll just hop in
nevertheless,
here,
it
Curtis. With Ramona here, we are coming out at 24 kilos, which seems to be a 4-kilo competition PR.
That's it. Hold.
And it looks like she does it with ease. The down signal maybe came a little... No, it's a good lift. Good lift for Ramona. She went 3 for 3 in the snatch as well, and that looks to be a 4-kilo snatch PR from her past competitions.
I love seeing PRs on the platform. I think that's really the way to push an athlete, because you can hit your PRs in training and maybe they don't look amazing, right? We've both been in that position. We hit big lifts in training and, you know, maybe there's some technical issues with it. When you approach a PR attempt or a heavy single attempt like that on the platform, there's a little bit more higher stakes, I'd say, where you have to be a little bit more perfect in your overall positioning, and it's always good to see an athlete is able to pull that out and hit a really, really good quality lift, especially a lift that is a PR. So good for her there. Nick, I think you said that she went 3 for 3, correct? Yes, she did. So
correct, yep.
That's fantastic.
Right now we are waiting for Macy. No, she has made a change. It is going to Quinlan at 26 kilos. When there's not a whole lot going on the platform, I'm not going to show you the loaders. I'm going to show you the scoreboard so you can see the attempts going in, the changes and whatnot. And we do have Quinlan coming out.
Picture in your head, right? Nice and close to the body. Fast overhead and tight.
Not wasting any time at that chalk bucket.
Come on, girl.
Hold it. Hold. Good.
Hold it.
That was a very good first attempt here from Quinlan. Again, 26 kilos, making that thing look pretty easy. We got Karina coming up next with 27 kilos. Karina's actually one of our athletes from Landmark Just Lift here. So we know what she's capable of. It's going to be really interesting to see what she actually hits on the platform today, though.
Take your time, get set up well. Push up.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a miss behind here. So what that usually means is the athlete just overpulled the bar, right? One thing I like to say here is if you overpulled it, you just needed more weight, right? So there's a good chance she'll stay at this weight. Maybe she goes up a little bit. We're just going to have to wait and see what her coach says. Again, both Nick and I know this athlete. I think it's safe to say she's going to stay at this weight.
Yes, this is Karina's, I believe, second competition. So I don't think she's gonna worry too much about going up in weight, and we can see that here. She's wasting.
Push up, tight, come on, there you go.
Much more solid lift there. She held the position. She had to be a little hesitant on the stand, which was the right thing to do. Great lift.
We're just waiting for the loaders to center the bar here before the clock can start. And we have Nora coming out here for her second attempt at 28 kilos.
That was a very good power snatch there from Nora. Very good lift, 28 kilos. I wouldn't be surprised if she makes another 2 kilo jump, potentially going up to 30 kilo for her final attempt.
Ready? Let's go. Stay very tight here. Take the back. Big pull up and hit.
Quinlan coming out for her second attempt, 28 kilo.
Come on, Quinlan. Oh, that's so nice.
Great lift there, super solid lift. Lots of good mobility there in the overhead position and being able to actually hold that barbell upright there. So again, overall, fantastic lift.
Here we have Peyton out of Victory Barbell Club coming out for her first attempt at 29 kilos.
Time, set up. You got it.
That was a very fast pull and a very good lift. Be interested to see what number she gets to a little bit later on in this competition.
It is fair to note that it's about 1 kilo less than what Peyton seems to open with. So she did well. Bar went up. Let's see what she can build on for her second attempt. Here we have Karina Demo, third attempt, 29 kilos.
Push, 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 push. Nice job.
Now, Nick, that was a very solid attempt. I think that was better than, obviously better than the first one, better than the second one as well.
I think so. I think her coaches, us, need to have a talk with her about possibly putting the bar down a little too quickly. Luckily, it was as the down signal was going, but I think she was planning on putting it down regardless of a down signal from what that looked like. It's important to remind people that you need to wait for the down signal. The judges will make a decision on whether you are motionless and in control of the bar before they give you a down signal. So that's what the athletes are waiting for. You might hear a buzzer on the stream, and that is the down signal, the audible down signal. The athletes will also be given a visual down signal. Any placement of the bar down before that will count as a no lift. Very strong lift for Macy right here. First attempt, 30 kilos, no issues. Put some weight on the bar for the kid.
I was going to say, Nick, that looked like a warm-up attempt. We got to add some weight to this bar.
Robinson Jackson for her third and final attempt. Bars ready, clock starts now.
Let's go, Action Jackson.
All right, we are getting good to go for this athlete here. Third and final attempt, 30 kilos on the bar.
Just like her previous attempts, that's still a very solid lift. This is a really good showing for Quinlan here today.
And she looks happy with that, walking off the platform.
This will bring out Pinckney for her third and final attempt. Bars ready, clock start.
So Nora coming out here with 31 kilo. We're just kind of pulling up some of her stats here to see what her other competitions have looked like. And Nick, what do we got there?
It does seem to be that this is her first competition. So far, so good. I mean, she's going for her third and final attempt here. We'll see what she can do.
A very strong power snatch, right? Barbell was cut close to the body there. You can always tell a good power snatch because the athlete will actually make some noise with their feet. Now, jumping is not necessary in the snatch. It is definitely not necessary myself. I don't really do it that often, but making some noise with the feet usually indicates an athlete's ability to produce a ton of force. Great lift.
Go, Peyton. Come on. Set up.
Here we have Peyton Allen coming out for her second attempt at 32 kilos.
Chest up. Yes, 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 yes.
An easy lift there. I think it's very important to note what Curtis just said. You might see some athletes get a little more air and have their feet slammed down. You could still hear Peyton's feet there, and that is because she is pulling her feet up and aggressively pulling herself under that bar. So the noise that is being made with the feet isn't necessarily a stomp. It is how aggressive the athlete is pulling themselves under the bar and pushing themselves under that bar. And she did that very, very well.
Macy here, Macy Wright coming up for her second attempt at 33 kilo from Apollo Barbell Club. Sorry, second attempt, not third attempt.
Push, Macy, push, push, push.
Now, Nick, if Macy had made that lift, right, if she had not unfortunately dropped the barbell and she was able to recover there, that would have been one of the most crazy recoveries I think I've seen in any competition, really.
I do believe it would be almost like a duck walk. We do see at some competitions some athletes duck walk, and that just means they are in the bottom of the snatch, or like maybe a squat jerk perhaps, but they are overhead with the bar in a squatted position and then have to walk themselves forward. Myself, I don't have the mobility for that. So if you ever see me have a bar slightly forward, I'm using the platform as a runway and I'm taking a visit to the center ref. However, this athlete seems to have some mobility and was able to do it. The main thing is her knee did not touch the ground. So if she was able to keep that overhead, she would have been accredited with a good lift if her elbows didn't bend or buckle. Because as long as the feet are the only thing touching the ground, then she would have been good to go.
Peyton come up here for their third and final attempt at 34 kilo. Fantastic lift from Peyton here. Again, moving her feet a little bit there, making a little bit of noise. She seems to be pretty happy with that one, giving the coach there a good old double high five. I think that's fantastic. Great lift overall.
Solid lift.
Macy coming next.
Just looking at her previous comp history, she has hit 35 in the past. That was at the Variety Village Spring Open earlier this year. So just a kilo under that, but again, you're not always going to have your absolute best day. It's more about consistency, and especially at these competitions where you are battling it out with other people within the same weight range and in the same category. It's more about following the board than it is about going for PRs.
Make sure the bar is nice and tight. It's ready now. The clock starts to the right.
We're seeing here the athlete getting chalked up, having a pep talk with the coach. This is her third and final attempt in the snatch, so it's important to get those final cues in and get the athlete hyped up.
Yeah! Let it go, man!
And the crowd seems to be pretty fired up for that one. Oh, what happened here?
I think I can clarify that one, Curtis. I do think we saw a press out in the elbows of both elbows. That just means that the bar descended a little bit and then the athlete pressed it back into position.
Nick, I think you might be right. That's a little bit unfortunate there, but if I were her, I would still be very happy with a lift like that. That was though the judge didn't think so, I would still say a pretty good lift. We got Renata coming out from Lemmer Just Lift, first attempt 37 kilo.
Push up. Atta girl.
Very solid lift from Renata here. Good little note here, Renata and Karina, they are sisters, and Karina was out a little bit earlier here today. She ended up snatching 29 kilo. Renata, a little bit older there, snatching 37 on her first attempt. Great lift.
The 2-minute clock starts now. The athlete is going up 39 kilos on the bar, please, loaders. The clock stops while this change is being loaded onto the bar. The lifter is still being loaded.
So as we can see here, Renata, for their second attempt, they had the 1 kilo increase. They have that 2-minute clock here. It looks like their coach has elected to go up in weight, causing the loaders to come out and change to the bar. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually go up in weight again before her attempts, but only time will tell.
I think one of the things to note with these athletes where their best lifts are in the 30, 40, 50 kilo range. A 2 or 3 kilo jump is substantial in percentages. If you're looking at someone snatching 150 kilos, let's say, if they put a 2 kilo jump in, they're probably still going up. Some of these athletes like Renata, for example, or some of the athletes that have gone previous, a 1 or 2 kilo jump is possibly what they train with and all they could really do. Anything more might just be too high of a percentage to reasonably do, which will obviously change as the time goes on and their numbers continue to creep up.
Same thing. Take your time. Get set up well.
Renata here coming out with 39 kilo for their second attempt. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. And now it does look like Renata had the height for it, but maybe something was off a little bit. Maybe the barbell was a little bit too far forward for her to actually attempt it. Those are things that we're never really going to know, but she'll come back out for a third attempt, either take the same weight or go up again.
Now, you say we may never know. However, like Curtis said previously, we are part of her coaching team. The person handling her right now is Greg Chin, a great coach, one of the many great coaches at Landmark X Just Lift. Myself and Curtis are also on the coaching team of Landmark X Just Lift. Unfortunate for Renata, she is very good at getting the bar high, but it is more so about getting under the bar. And I think if she is able to muster the bravery, the spite, whatever she needs to get under this bar, it is in the bag for her. She has the height, she has the ability. It's just sometimes, it's about pulling under, and that's really what she needs to try and focus on here.
Yep, you know what they say, Nick? Ain't nothing to it but to do it, and that's really what she has to do today.
Indeed, that is a saying, and that is what she needs to do. She is getting ready to come out now, and ideally, there is nothing to it, and she just does it.
Let's see what happens here. Renata, 39 kilo, third attempt.
Push up. Atta girl, hold.
And just like that, folks, like I said, ain't nothing to it but to do it, and she did just that. 39 kilos, making that thing look pretty easy, if I might say. Crowd loved it, she loved it, coaches loved it. Fantastic lift overall.
Right now, the loaders are switching over the plates. We are coming up to some big greens, moving away from the training plates, which are the size of the full-size plates, just at lighter weights, which allow the athletes to still lift like the bar is on full-size plates, just at the lighter weights. We have an athlete from Team Mac weightlifting coming out now. Addison Kelly, 41 kilos, first attempt.
That was a very solid lift there, Nick. Again, this was I'm going to call it a power snatch. It was not low enough to be a full squat snatch, but it doesn't matter. All you need to do is get that barbell from the ground to a locked out overhead position. She did just that. Great lift.
Yep, like you said, pulled it very high, caught it very high, did exactly what was required. The judges mainly care about those elbows, and she locked them out.
Kaylee Robinson coming up for their first attempt from Phoenix Weightlifting, 42 kilo on the bar.
Let's go, girl. Come on.
Oh, you got it. Hold that.
A solid opener for McKaylee there. We have been talking about, some dynasty families so far in the past 2 sessions. We got some families from Variety Village. We have the Millers, and I think it's also important to note the Robinsons. They got a couple kids that are lifting. They will continue to lift and continue to get better over the years. So I think we will have a couple dynasty families in the coming years.
Set up. Aggressive. That's it. Nice lift.
McKenna with a great 43 kilo snatch here. The speed under that barbell, that was very fast. It's very good to see that.
I think that is something you should expect off of someone who just came off of Canadian Junior Championships out in Saskatoon back in June. That was her last competition. She also opened at 43 kilos there and was able to build up to 47. So let's see what she is capable of today.
Addison here with a second tip of 44 kilo. Again, just like the first one, a little more on the power snatch side of things. Super solid lift. Very excited to see what happens on this third and final attempt when she gets there.
Bars ready, clock starts now.
Speaking of individuals who have competed at the national level in their age category, as well as at the senior level in some local Ontario elite meets, we have McKaylee Robinson here, 44 kilos, second attempt.
Right overhead, you can do it. Hold that.
Very solid lift here from McKaylee Robinson. Again, it looks like she has a lot more room in the tank. She seems to have been doing what looks like 2 kilo jumps from here on out. I think it's safe to say she's going to stick with 2 kilo jumps. Maybe push for a 3 kilo jump on the final attempt here because these lifts are looking so good. I'm very happy to see what she's able to accomplish.
I think the most impressive thing is at her last competition, the OWA Club Challenge in November, she finished on 44. That was her third and final attempt. She was able to hit that as her second this time. So I believe we have PRs in our sights for her third and final.
Big leg. Set up.
3 kilo jump here for McKenna here, 46 kilo on the bar.
Yeah, hold.
Now, Nick, you and I were kind of talking about duck walking a little bit earlier. Describe that lift for me.
Quack, quack. That was indeed a duck walk. Usually duck walks happen forward. Sometimes they can happen to the side. It takes immense mobility and control of your barbell as well as yourself to be able to pull off that maneuver. Again, myself and Curtis here might have the control of the bar. We do not have the mobility to perform such movements, so it's really cool to see these young athletes doing so.
Addison here going, I believe, 3 for 3 with her lifts. Yeah, 42, 44, 46. All 3 of which were power snatches. That's really cool to see.
So this would be a 2 kilo PR from what I can find for Robinson. Again, her last competition, she finished on 44. So let's see if she can add 2 kilos to that and set herself up for clean and jerks after this.
You got it. Hold it.
Unfortunately, that is going to be a no lift. From my perspective, it seems like she did, as if she did everything right. It just wasn't there today. Maybe the bar was a little bit forward because of that, but I think from a technical standpoint, very good lift. If I were her, I'd be very happy with her performance in this competition thus far.
I would have to agree. I think it would there wasn't the height on the bar, and that's why it was slightly forward. And sometimes it's just not there, you know? We have McKenna coming out for her third and final attempt now. 48 kilos. This looks to be a 1 kilo competition PR attempt. We'll see if she can make it.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift, but it was a very good attempt, right? Honestly, can't really be too upset about that one.
I think it's important to note the two differences out of the two misses that we just saw. With the one athlete, I think it was a strength thing, similar to what you were saying, where there just wasn't the height. This one, there was the height. There was also a little bit of like sideways movement, so that's more of a, I would say, technical flaw.
I agree with that, Nick. More of a technical flaw than anything else, because she definitely has the strength and power to do it, but the technique is maybe holding her back slightly.
I would think so. The ideal is that you're moving straight up and straight down with this barbell. And she just couldn't pull that out on her third, but that's okay. Here we have Aurora Van Ulft, 60 kilos, first attempt.
Finish your pull, high elbows. Punt.
Oh, that's pretty cool to see. Aurora here, she's, I mean, this is a junior provincials, but it's also safe to say she's a veteran in the sport. She's competed for many years now. Both Nick and I have seen her at a variety of different competitions, from the junior level up into the senior level as well. She's definitely giving a lot of her fellow peers a run for their money, as well as some adults, right? She's a very strong lifter. Opening with 60 kilo there. Those of you who don't know the conversion, that is 132 pounds. That is a big lift.
Yep. Like you said, Rory, commonly known is what she goes by. And if you haven't heard of her, you are probably living under a rock in the weightlifting world, whether that be through competition, social media. She's pretty famous all around. She started weightlifting at, I believe, the age of 5 or 6. And has been with her coach, Spencer Mormon, since then, moving clubs but always staying with her coach. She is now coming out at 63 kilos for her second attempt. Again, this is an athlete who's been to multiple international and national events.
Push. There you go.
Yep, that lift looked identical to the last. Very, very good, strong athlete.
And I was actually just talking to one of her coaches before this. She just came back from Aruban Nationals, where I believe she was a guest lifter. So similar to Yahia in the first session, coming back from an international event, we have some really, really good talent here in Ontario, really young, good talent. Coming back from other nations and still performing at their local provincials. And, you know, it really is just the Rory show right now. She is moving up to 66 kilos. And I think she will probably take this, but it is worth noting that the best snatch I have from her on record is at the Ontario Senior Provincials just a few weeks ago, where she hit 67 kilos in the snatch. Again, one of the very talented athletes who is able to go to a senior event, take gold in the senior nationals, senior provincials, and we expect her to be, again, the best in her category here, possibly fighting for that best lifter overall as well.
You won't power this, Rory.
I think it's also worth noting here, Nick, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think she holds some of the records in Ontario, and maybe even from a national standpoint. We'll talk more about this after this lift. Again, lift 1 looks great. Lift 2 looks great. Lift 3, was there ever a doubt? All 3 lifts look the exact same. That's the consistency we're looking for from a good athlete there. And, you know, shout out to the coach as well. They're clearly drilling a bunch of good quality positions.
Yeah, I think you said it, Curtis. I think it's important to note who that coach is. Obviously, Aurora, phenomenal athlete. There's nothing taking that away. But to be a phenomenal athlete, you have to be led by a phenomenal coach. And Spencer Mormon is nothing short of phenomenal. Rory is really following in the footsteps of Spence, both starting very young in the sport. Spencer holds, I believe to this day, the super heavyweight American record in the clean and jerk, which still stands. And he has been an outstanding athlete. I mean, if you're looking at this competition right now, if you're weightlifting anywhere in North America, you have Spencer Mormon to thank. Very, very much responsible for the boom of weightlifting in North America. If you have any questions about what I'm saying, just Google 161 kilo barefoot snatch, go into the rabbit hole of Cal Strength videos, and I truly believe that that is the boom of weightlifting in North America. So next time you see Spence, say thanks.
Say thanks for that boom. Again, fantastic athlete, fantastic coach. Coaching arguably a better athlete. So it's going to be really cool to see what Rory is able to accomplish under the guidance of Spencer here, not only in this competition, but on future competitions to come. She's definitely someone who can go very far in the sport, so I'm very excited to see what the future holds for her and her coach. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break here. That first session had a 5-minute break in between the snatch and clean and jerk. This session looks like we have a little bit more time here, 10 minutes total, 8 minutes remaining on the clock. So you can just sit back, relax, and get ready for the clean and jerk portion of the competition. I think it's going to do a couple little thank yous to some of our sponsors today and some of the people that we have here helping us out with this competition.
Yep. When it comes to saying thank yous for those helping out, obviously we have an amazing team of volunteers who help set up, who are our loaders, who are some of the team photographers and whatnot, really just helping out with the entire competition. This competition wouldn't be able to run without the volunteers. We have the OWA running all of the technical officials and anything that is system-oriented there, even this live stream. But when it comes to sponsors, we are thanking Flava Daddy. We are thanking Flava Daddy, who is one of Ottawa's leaders in meal preparation. They sell several different meal preps, all macro-friendly. They are primarily meant for athletes, for bodybuilders, for people in the strength world. They have 2 stores in Ottawa, one on Baseline and one on Iber, and they are providing meals and snacks to all of the TOs and volunteers, as well as they have a table set up here. If you know anyone here, shoot them a message saying that there's 20% off vouchers at the Flava Daddy table for the meals sold in their storefront right across the street from the venue here. Our venue, Landmark Strength, home of Landmark Barbell Club, powered by Just Lift. You can see there are some Landmark X Just Lift athletes. This is their home. This is the gym that we train out of. So we want to say a thank you to Landmark Strength for once again allowing us to host in such a great facility.
You're welcome, Nick.
Curtis is the gym manager, for those that didn't get that joke. And Outshot Photography. Outshot Photography is selling curated packages on site today, as well as post-competition. Now these packages are going to be 5, 10, or 15 photos curated by the photographer and will be delivered as a full finished package. You won't need to do any editing on top of them, yada, yada, yada. The photographer only releases what they like, right? They're not going to put anything but their best foot forward, so you don't have to worry about you getting some bad photos. If you order on site, or if you shoot Outshot a DM over Instagram at Outshot Photo on Instagram, today the prices will be very much discounted compared to what they will be post-competition. You will also get them faster as they are being delivered by a priority based on order and order volume. So the more people that put in and the later you put in, you're probably waiting closer to 2 to 3 weeks for it. The earlier you put in, you're probably getting them in about a week. Again, fully curated, really good quality photos, which we will have examples of on our Instagrams in about half a week's time after this competition. So if you're on the fence now, wait till then, take a peek. I'm sure you'll be on our side of the fence by the end of it. We got about 4.5 minutes until the clean and jerk portion. We will leave you with the scoreboard, and we'll talk to you in about 4 minutes.
We have 1 minute left until clean and jerk starts, so referees, please get back to your position immediately.
In about 35 seconds here, we have our first lifter coming in for the clean and jerks. We got young Braxton here from Norseman and Valkyrie. He's going to be opening up with 15 kilo in the clean and jerk.
Okay, the competition is going to resume. We do have our referees in their position.
Alrighty, and we are officially back. Like I just mentioned here, Braxton Baker from Norseman and Valkyrie is opening with a 15 kilo clean and jerk. clock is starting. She's got 55 seconds left on the clock here. And that is a good lift for Braxton here. Fantastic clean. Looked very easy. Jerk, just the same. Great lift.
Because she's following herself, it's a 2-minute clock.
We have a fair amount of people watching this stream, listening to our voices, so if you do have any questions that you do want answered, please go ahead and toss those in the chat. Last message I can see in the chat is a let's go Braxton, so let's keep it going, Braxton.
Kilos on the bar, please, loaders. The lifter's going up. Bar's ready, the clock resumes.
And Braxton's going up to 17 kilo here. Automatic increase was 16 kilo from 15. Clearly not enough weight. Let's go, Braxton. That is a good lift from Braxton here again. The choice to go up another 2 kilos to 17 was a good choice. It was the right choice.
Really good to see Braxton hitting her second on this. Clearly not having a great snatch day. Honestly, all you need is one in the snatch. Snatch is just there as a formality. No one likes it. Clean and jerk's where the real fun's at, and it seems like Braxton is having fun with it.
Both Nick and I here lifting for Lemmer Just Lift. Both of us are okay in the snatch, but when it comes time to get work done, the clean and jerk is where we're at. Just Lift and Lemmer in the past have been known as more of clean and jerk specialists rather than snatch specialists. So the phrase snatch what you can, clean and jerk what you must is very real for not only us, but a lot of our other athletes as well.
Here we have Braxton coming out again. Getting chalk, getting ready, getting the last few cues in from coach there. And this is her third and final attempt at 19 kilos. Let's see what she can do.
That was a much better clean than the last. Let's see what this jerk looks like. I would say the same. That was a very solid lift from young Braxton here, going 3 for 3 in the clean and jerk. White lights the entire time, and a great moment there between coach and athlete. What did you say earlier, Nick? Father or daughter?
I believe that is Logan's daughter. Very cool to be coached by, again, a seasoned athlete, seasoned coach. And cool to have those moments right off the platform, you know? You don't have to walk around, see your parents in the spectator area. You just get to do it right away.
Kyler coming up for their first attempt, 25 kilo. All business, heading right to the bar, no chalk needed. Good clean and jerk from Kyler here. You can see there's a little bit of an adjustment when the barbell was overhead and the jerk. Maybe her foot got a little stuck there. Didn't even matter though. Good lift.
I would like to note about a lot of these athletes seem to be going around the chalk bucket and just straight for the barbell. I think maybe I missed the memo. I understand we're competing, but I didn't know this was just business, you know? Going straight for the bar. Here we have Charlotte doing the same exact thing. This is what I'm talking about. Just business. She's not here to play around. 25 kilos, first attempt.
That's
That's it.
Very solid clean. And that looks to be a pretty solid jerk as well. Again, 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Kilos on bar, please, which is the automatic increase for Sidorko. Our coach will have 30 seconds to make a change if she wants to go up.
Why didn't we get a message?
There's something interesting we just heard there from one of the other announcers here, that the athlete will have, or I should say the coach will have 30 seconds to make the change. So when a weight is declared on the bar, let's just say for simple numbers, 100 kilo. The coach has the first 30 seconds of that 1 minute window to then make a change. The clock will not restart, the clock will stay counting down, but they do have 30 seconds to make a change. They can make up to 2 changes.
I'm going to cut you off there, Curtis. Another all-business athlete here, Kyler, coming out for her second. And she does so with ease. Just like you were saying there, Curtis, coaches have that 30 seconds of their minute clock, or else they are locked in at whatever weight they are declared at. It is important to note when athletes are following themselves on a 2-minute clock, if they put in the first change within the first 30 seconds, they can then put in their subsequent changes within the first minute. A little bit different when you're following yourself. Here we have Charlotte for her second attempt, 28 kilos.
Again, just like the first clean jerk, very solid clean. Nick, it's always great to see athletes from their first attempt, their second attempt, and their third attempt, every single lift looking the same. And so far from what we've seen from Charlotte there, lift 1, great lift. Lift 2 looked identical. Consistency is something that is definitely required in Olympic weightlifting with those 2 lifts, and they're pulling it off right there. I'm very excited to see what happens on their third and final attempt.
This will bring out Ramona Roblin from Victory Barbell Club for her first attempt. The bar is ready. The clock starts.
Here we have Ramona coming out for her first attempt. Looking at her past competitions, this is the same weight she opened at a competition earlier this year, the Young Hercules, where she opened at 30 kilos as well. So she made it then. Let's see if she can make it now. Adding a little stomp, getting herself typed up.
That's it. Jump, dip, and jump.
Pretty fast clean and a pretty snappy jerk as well.
Yes.
I think this was a good weight to start with.
We've talked about possibly missing your snatch opener. I think it's the same thing with the clean and jerk opener. You want to kind of set the tone, and I think she very much did set the tone. That was an easy weight. Let's get to the next weight, is what she's kind of saying.
1 kilo on the bar, please, loaders.
Here we have some weight jockeying going. Sometimes what happens is, an athlete may go up. We get a bottleneck right around this 30 kilo mark. We got a couple people coming out here between 30 and 35 kilos. Much like this athlete, Kyler, coming out for her third and final attempt, 31 kilos.
That's a no lift for Telford.
It's all right. Sit. Hi.
We're going to keep 31 kilos on the bar.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. I kind of looked away for a brief moment and missed it. I don't know if you saw it either, Nick, did you?
I believe there was something slightly distracting going on outside of our commentary window. So I also missed the initial start of that lift. I believe she might have just lifted it off the ground or possibly touched it with her foot. We'll have to look back at that.
Charlotte here with an easy clean at 31 kilos for her third attempt. Let's see how the jerk goes.
Hold it, hold
I said this on Charlotte's first attempt. I said this on Charlotte's second attempt. Every single lift looks the exact same, and that is what you want to see from your athletes there. That is one of the things that us coaches really want to see is just consistency. No matter if it's an empty barbell or a maximum effort attempt, we want consistency for each weight.
Just looking back at the stream there, yes, what happened was she attempted the lift, it went past her knee, she attempted the pull, but decided not to get under it. You do not get multiple attempts at a lift, so if you do not pull under, you do not get to attempt again.
Karina here with a pretty good clean at 33 kilo.
Recover.
Yeah, great jerk as well, good recovery. You guys may not be able to hear it on the live stream, but what we can hear from back here is her coach, Greg Chin there, being very happy with that lift and giving her some of those cues as she is lifting as well. So, great lift.
If you were able to see it in that backroom opening, Greg Chin is currently coaching in a full suit, probably one of the best dressed coaches here today. Most likely had some technical official duties to do, but decided to keep the suit on just to be better than other people, really.
He does look good, Nick. He does look good.
Now
Let's see if he looks as good as this lift. This lift is looking pretty good so far.
Dip, get a jump. That's it. Yes.
Yep, good lift. Great second attempt from Ramona there. 33 kilo in the bag. We're all business. We're all business.
Yeah, Ramona coming off the platform there, she did not seem happy, seem sad. She seemed locked in. Someone get her a phone because she is dialed right now, okay? I'm excited to see what happens when she's able to pull out for her third attempt. She is on a 2-minute clock. So it is possible. Yeah, we're on the auto increase of 34. Her coach just moved her up to 35. Okay. So we do have a couple lifters at that weight. Ramona will be able to rest. And we'll be looking at most likely Macy Wright coming out.
There's a change in athlete. 35 kilos is going to bring out Nora Pinckney for Better Tomorrow, from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club. Still 35 kilos on the bar. The bar is ready. The clock starts now for Pinckney. There's another change in athlete. Bar stays the same. We now have Karina Demo coming
like I said previously, when there's these bottleneck situations, you will have a bunch of athletes moving weights around and trying to gain a little bit more time. Karina coming out for her second. 35 kilos, an easy clean to start.
Hold, recover, hold it.
Fantastic lift for Karina here. Really easy, 35 kilos.
For Karina Roblin, this is her third and final clean and jerk attempt.
Solid lift from Karina, like you just said. This is only her second competition ever.
Bars ready, the clock starts now.
Start up.
Third attempt, 35 kilo for Ramona here from Victory Barbell Club. Let's see if she's got it.
That's it. Up, up. Come on. Get a dip. You got to jump. That's it. Yes. Yes.
We'll see what the judges give her for that one. And it is a good lift. That is 2 kilos more than I have here in the competition database for her. So I believe that is a 2 kilo competition PR. Great for her. It also seems that she went 6 for 6. So PRs all around, 6 for 6. Nothing more you can ask for as an athlete. You clearly came in, you did what you needed to do. She's going home happy.
It's always good going 6 for 6 in a competition because it really just builds confidence going into the next one. So we got an athlete here, Quinlan, coming up for her first attempt at 37 kilos. She's got about 25 seconds left on the clock here. Really nice, solid clean. And just as solid as a jerk there. Should be no problems. Yep, 3 white lights. Great first attempt.
This will bring out Macy Wright from Apollo Barbell Club for her first attempt.
Macy Wright has moved up from her declared opener at 35. Let's see if she decides to come out at 37. Her clock has started. Nope, it is looking like she's going to go up. She's going up from her original declared opener was 35. She has moved up all the way to 40 kilos. We are now looking at Nora Pinkney, and she will be coming out for this.
Nick, I really don't have anything to say about that lift. It was a great lift. It's a very powerful lift, as you can see. I think it was a great first attempt.
For someone who didn't have anything to say, I feel like you followed it up with a few words.
Turns out I had a few things to say. Next athlete coming up here is Karina Demo. She is going to stop off, get a little bit of chalk here. Third attempt, 38 kilo. I think this is actually a pretty heavy lift for her.
Up. Come on. Okay, take your time, get set.
No struggle on the clean.
A very
really like to see that. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
A very scary miss there. Again, she is part of the Landmark Just Lift crew. We coach her every day. I will say those heart attacks do happen quite frequently. Great kid, misses jerks terrifyingly, but I'm glad to see that she is okay. She's smiling, she's walking off, totally fine. She will lift another day, and one day I'll teach her how to miss jerks properly.
Anderson tried it. That's what that's saying. It's terrible. It's done. He's laughing.
Okay, the clock starts now for Wright.
Set up, good. Push.
Macy coming up for her first attempt here at 40 kilo.
Get up.
Little forward on the clean.
Yep.
Not a problem with the jerk though. Yep, fantastic lift.
Please tighten up 40 kilos on the bar loaders. This will be for Robinson Jackson for her second attempt. The bar is ready. The clock starts now.
Wait.
Check up a little bit.
Dad, pull her belt tighter.
All right, we have Quinlan Robinson Jackson coming out for her second attempt, 40 kilos, from Phoenix Weightlifting. Coach Larry Robinson, again, one of those coaches who is building the next generation of weightlifters.
Go, Quinn.
Got this, Quinn.
Yes.
Very solid lift there. Great clean, great jerk.
Yeah, I think you could see that she was nodding her head as she walked off the platform there. She knew, yep, that lift was solid, no doubt about it. Good to go up for a third and probably go up by a decent amount as well. Here we got some more jockeying going on. The athletes are here to lift the weights. The coaches are here to cue the athletes as well as change the numbers. So all of these jockeying that's going on here, this is all the coaches doing, whether it's to give their athlete more rest, whether it is to gain better positioning, or their athlete, just lifted and they're putting in a change. All of these changes are being made by the coaches themselves for various reasons. We are on a 2-minute clock from Quinlan Robinson Jackson. We explained in the first session, but I think we should explain again that when you follow yourself, you do get a 2-minute clock. If you follow others, you get a 1-minute clock. And like we had said probably earlier this session, I believe, if you put in a change, if the coach puts in a change within the first 30 seconds, they have the rest of the time until 1 minute to put in 2 more changes. That is usually used by coaches to, you know, add a kilo here and there, making the loaders run onto the platform, stopping the clock, and gaining their athlete a bit more time to rest and breathe. I don't know if you've ever followed yourself in a clean and jerk. It's not the easiest thing to do. If you want to try it, go load up 98% on a bar, and then, you know, do about every minute and a half for a 3-minute EMOM or so. You'll be pretty tired by the end of it.
I think both you and I can speak from experience there. Without that little bit of jockeying going around, it can get quite difficult to successfully lift the weights here. We've got a third attempt here for Quinlan, 42 kilo, about 20 seconds left on the clock. Clean is pretty solid, looking pretty good. Same thing with the jerk. What do the judges think? That is a good lift. I believe that is 3 for 3 as well.
That is 3 for 3, you are correct. And I believe that is a 1 kilo PR, or at least a 1 kilo competition PR for her. So that's great. 3 for 3 PRs all around. Said it about 2 minutes ago, but that's all you can ask. Here we have Nora coming out for her second attempt. 43 kilos.
Pretty good power clean there. Let's see what the jerk looks like. Pretty solid split jerk. Arms were locked out overhead. Judges loved that lift too. 3 white lights.
Again, in the clean and jerk, it's a little easier to see. Once the bar is pulled off of the ground and on the shoulders, you stand it up in the clean. You are allowed to take your time with that jerk. You do not have to go right away. There's not another clock that starts running once you start lifting. So the athletes can rest there a little bit, but some athletes might choose to go right away. It's personal preference, as well as, you know, how much oxygen they have, if they're getting lightheaded. Let's see what Macy Wright can do with this 43 kilo lift. A hard stand. And an easy jerk. Let's see what the judges think of it.
Fantastic lift, right? Nick, you said it best there. That clean did look pretty challenging, and normally when the clean is that hard, the jerk is a little 50-50, but she was very controlled in that dip and drive, and it was a fantastic jerk overall. A great lift.
I've always said if you are a good, efficient athlete, you will be able to jerk more than you can clean for situations just like that. You have a hard stand in the clean, you should have a couple extra kilos more you can jerk, so that when you are fatigued after a hard clean, you can still pull out the jerk. And it looks like, whether she knows it or not, Macy is following my thought process and philosophy there. I won't take credit for it, but she is doing exactly that, it seems.
The bar is ready. The clock starts now for Alan.
Go. Take your time. Get chalked up.
Peyton Allen coming out now from Victory Barbell Club. 45 kilo on the bar for their first attempt.
Come on. Set up. Yep, up. Gotta jump.
Very easy clean.
That's it, hold.
And a sturdy jerk too. I think that's a good lift through and through. She does seem to be happy coming off the platform. That's great.
This will be the automatic increase for Alan for her second attempt. There are all other athletes that have asked for this weight, but it's their third attempt. So Alan goes first. The clock has started.
I'll piggyback off of what our on-site announcer is saying. If we're looking at order of how these athletes are coming out, the bar is consistently rising. You will not have an athlete hit a heavier weight before an athlete hits a lighter weight. That being said, there's also a lifting order. So an athlete will always hit their first attempt before another athlete hits their third attempt if it is the same weight. Here we have Nora Pinkney, Better Tomorrow Barbell Club, third attempt, 46 kilos.
Judges did give that a no lift. Now, from what I can see back here, Nick, it looked like there's a little bit of a press out from our perspective. I believe that's what the center and then the rightmost judge would have seen as well.
I do think you're right. We saw her catch. Her feet were planted on somewhat bent elbows. Unfortunately for her, she does have a bit of a hyperextension in those elbows, so it's very noticeable when you do press to complete extension. Some athletes who are not able to bend their arms, lock out their arms fully, are a little bit more likely to get away with stuff like that, but she has a very strong lockout, so it's noticeable when it happens.
Don't give up. Finish and you got a chance. Come on. Get up! Yes, Mason, get!
I'd say a bit of an easier clean.
Hold it!
No time into the jerk.
Don't give him a chance.
What will the judges say?
I'm not sure if you guys can hear it in the live stream, but her coach is very fired up for that lift, and I would be too. We're in the back room here, and I'm getting fired up just listening to how excited the coach was for that lift and giving her all those props there. So really good work, great third attempt. She should be very happy with that lift.
We did see a possible, not quite a press out, but a flicker of those elbows, and I think that's what that center ref decided to red light. But womp womp, majority rules, she gets her lift and she goes home happy.
Go, Peyton.
Peyton coming out here for their second attempt from Victory Barbell Club, 48 kilo.
Yep, up, come on. Dick, gotta jump. Come on. Yes, hold. Yes!
That was a great lift. The crowd is loving that lift as well, and it looks like her and her coach are also very, very happy with that lift. Couldn't quite see everything there, but there must have been a high five or a hug or something. That was a very solid lift.
It's a 2-minute clock and it starts now.
So Peyton is following herself, hence why she has a 2-minute clock. The increase to 49 kilo is the automatic increase. They just actually increased it to 50 kilo just to buy that athlete a little bit more time. As Nick had mentioned earlier in the broadcast here, the coach has 30 seconds to declare the first weight change, and then because it is a 2-minute clock, they have up until 1 minute to declare any additional weight changes if required. There are 3 total weight changes that are allowed to be made if you include the automatic increase.
Something worth noting, Peyton has hit 48 kilos in competition before. Although she has attempted heavier, she has missed. So this is possibly a competition PR if she's able to pull off this lift or anything heavier than this lift if her coach decides to push her up a little bit more. I don't think her coach will, because if she goes up to 51, that will bring out Michaeli Robinson. And if I was a coach, I would have just put her to 51 anyway. The downside to that, possibly strategically, if we're talking that way, Curtis, is that if she did go up to 51, Michaeli could have burned her clock. Now, what burning your clock is this way Peyton can guarantee a 2-minute clock. If she had went up to 51, the clock switched over to Michaeli, and Michaeli went up to 52, well then she's only getting a 1-minute clock. That isn't the case, but it's something to look at for the future. Right now we have Peyton Allen, third attempt, 50 kilos, Victory Barbell Club. Let's see if she can pull it off. This is a competition PR attempt.
Good clean, Nick. Fantastic clean.
You got it.
don't think we're going to get that. No. Very unfortunate. It was a great fight, but we did see that right elbow really press out the bar. Left elbow completely locked, right elbow. All of the judges did see that, see what we saw. So, unfortunate. I would call that a training make. Would you, Curtis?
I'm going to have to agree with you there, Nick. Yes, it was a miss on the platform, but she now has new percentages to go off of in training. That's what we would call a fantastic training make. You can only improve from there. We have Michaela coming out from Phoenix weightlifting, first attempt, 51 kilo on the bar. Very smooth, clean. That was very technical as well. Same thing with the jerk. I don't expect the judges to have anything negative to say here, and they don't. Fantastic lift overall.
It is worth noting that that seems to be... Sorry, I was going to say that is Michaela's heaviest opener, but it doesn't actually seem to be that. At Canadian Junior Championships back in June, she did open at 51. So not quite there, but still within the same realm. Here we have Renata Demo from host club Landmark X Just Lift. First attempt, 52 kilos.
Very solid, clean here. All she really needs to do is step that front foot out and get that barbell behind her head. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe the weight shifted. Something clearly happened that she was not prepared for, hence why she had missed that lift. But she will have another opportunity. She will most likely come back out and try that again.
She is on a 2-minute clock. I don't think it would be worth going up. I mean, the clean was very easy. We have no information on the jerk because there wasn't really an attempt to get overhead, so we don't know if the strength is there, right? As a coach, I would say just sit your 2 minutes. Well, sit a minute to a minute 15, go out, take your attempt again, secure it before going for anything more. I think what's worth mentioning is very wide clean grip on Renata there.
I did notice that, Nick, and you'd also mentioned earlier that based off the individual athletes, their grip and the contact point, right? Those two things will determine a potential successful lift or incomplete lift. With the wider grip, allowing athletes with longer arms to get that barbell a little bit closer to the hip. Not quite in the hip. We want to make contact on the quads there, on the thighs for the clean, but making contact a little higher on the leg is always better than making contact lower.
That is right. We are now within 1 minute, so after the first 30 seconds, no change was put in. Renata is guaranteed to be coming out at 52. And here she is coming out now, doing up her belt, getting herself chalked up, and getting ready to go out on the platform.
Come on, get fired up. Let's go. Yeah, get up. All right, come on.
Still about the same difficulty in the clean, it seems. It's now whether she can put this overhead.
Down.
That will be a no lift as well. Very unfortunate. You can see she did not go to attempt the jerk again, and that reasoning is because even if she did, it would still be credited as a no lift. That is the double dip rule. You are not allowed to attempt a jerk and then attempt again. You only have the one attempt. This is different than adjusting the bar for grip width, anything like that. But if you are going for a full-fledged attempt, which clearly she was, you only get one attempt at that. So she just decided to put the bar down, get her rest, and now she's coming out for her third and final attempt. This is a do-or-die situation. Commonly, if she misses this, it is commonly referred as a bomb out. Curtis, can you explain a little bit of what a bomb out is?
Absolutely, Nick. So a bomb out, in the simplest way, just means the athlete missed their lifts, right? So it doesn't really matter if they missed all the lifts. They could have made all of their snatches, and maybe they missed all their clean and jerks, or vice versa, right? They missed their snatches, but then they come back out and they make a clean and jerk, right? In order to post a total, you do need the sum of both lifts, at least one snatch and one clean and jerk. Those added together will create the total. So this is a do or die lift, as you said before. She needs to make this lift to post a total and, you know, be successful in the competition. Now she's coming back out for her final lift here. The crowd is getting behind her. We are getting behind her. She needs this lift. Renata, landmark just lift, third attempt, 52 kilo. We know the clean is there. She just needs to get it back behind her head.
Yeah, get up.
Very solid clean there, Nick.
This is where it counts.
And look at that, she can hold it. She got it. She got 3 white lights. Fantastic lift. Now, Nick, you and I know her. We know what she's capable of. Is she going to be happy after that performance? Honestly, probably not. But for her first provincials, as a coach here, I'm quite happy with it.
I think the main thing you said there is this is her first provincials, right? There's a lot of nerves that come into that. And it's worth noting that she did hit 59 kilos in the training leading up to this. So 52 is quite a bit short of that, but that's okay. Addison Kelly, 53 kilos. Easy clean, easy jerk, good recovery.
It was a little bit of a sketchy recovery in my opinion, but I mean clearly she's strong enough to hold that weight overhead and be successful with that lift. Great lift overall. Kaylee Robinson coming out from Phoenix weightlifting, second attempt at 54 kilo. Looks like one of the weights had slid off one side there as the barbell was moved, but the athlete just kind of put it back on there. No issues with that.
Fairly easy clean there.
Big push. Hold it.
And a pretty solid jerk, right? The judge is going to like that. Making it easy on them. Elbows are fully locked out overhead. No press out. No issues whatsoever.
Upcoming, we have McKenna Van Leuven. She has yet to lift. This is going to be her first attempt at 55 kilos. And she is in a fairly stacked category of 58s. So we'll see what she can do.
You got this. Aggressive off the floor. Come on, Kiddo. You got this. Up. Okay.
Very solid clean. It's very fast off the floor, very fast to stand as well. And a very solid jerk.
I agree, Curtis. I don't think there was any questions about that. I think it was a very similar lifting style to her snatches. Kind of aggressive, big extension, big pull under, but still super dominating of the barbell, which is great to see. Here we have Addison Kelly coming out for her second attempt, 56 kilos. First one was good with a minor correction in the jerk recovery. Let's see how this looks.
Very solid clean. Well, she had to fight for this one. She got a good lift. She got the 2 white lights there. So, Nick, I think it's safe to say that you and I actually were able to see what the center judge saw there, which was a little bit of a wobble in the elbows. Clearly, the left and right judge did not see that.
I do agree there was a bit of a flicker. It's up for debate whether that's shoulder rotation causing the elbows to look like they bend, or if that's actual the elbows bending and pressing out. The main thing is she got the majority vote, which is what we're looking for. You can get 3 white lights or 2 white lights, doesn't matter, both equal a good lift. There is no jury at this competition, so whatever the refs say is what is finalized. And yeah, I'm interested to see what happens for her third attempt, as those past 2 jerk recoveries seem to be a little off, but she still came out with good lifts.
No regrets today. Everything you got.
Michaela Robinson here from Phoenix Weightlifting coming out with 57 kilo for their third attempt. They got a little under 30 seconds left on the clock.
You know you can do it.
All they need to do is make sure the barbell breaks the floor before it hits 0.
Get up.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah,
Up.
Yeah.
come on.
Lots of legs. Throw it high. Back.
You got this.
It's pretty solid, clean, maybe a little sticky,
Hold that.
but not a problem with the jerk. Like, that was a fantastic lift. You can even hear her coach in the background. You on the live stream might not be able to, but we can hear the coach throwing out a couple cues there before they go into the jerk. And honestly, I think she kind of needed it. That was a good lift overall, and I think that's a really good way to finish the competition for her.
I would agree, and I think, again, she also followed that sort of philosophy of having a jerk you can trust when the clean is a hard stand, you know?
Take your time.
Something's kind of developing here, Nick. I just sort of noticed it. This looks like a little bit of a battle between McKenna and Addison here, both within a kilo or so of each other with their clean and jerks.
That is correct. This would put her in first out of the 2.
Yep, up. Get set. Dip. Jump. That's it. Hold. That's okay.
And she decided to take the barbell for a walk, introduce it to the referees. Luckily, we have sandbags there that were able to catch it. No refs or equipment were harmed in the missing of this lift.
Now, that miss makes this little competition between these 2 lifters, McKenna and Addison, very interesting. McKenna has 58 kilo on the barbell still. She has her 2-minute clock, so she can come back out and hit this lift. But Addison, with 59 as of right now, currently has a 1 kilo lead in the total. It's going to be very interesting to see what McKenna's coach decides to do here.
It's also worth noting that at the Junior Championships in June, this was the most McKenna was able to lift. This is the most I have on record for her in competition, and she's moving up a kilo, so this would be, 2 kilos. This would be a 2 kilo PR. This is going to force Addison out. She's saying, I would much rather take the rest, put it all in one final attempt. Why don't you go out? And this allows McKenna to kind of respond if Addison is able to put some extra kilos on this.
Addison with a pretty solid clean. Look a little tough, but it is good. That jerk's a little sketchy. Does she get it? Unfortunately, she does not. A little bit of flicker in the elbow there with the barbell overhead is, again, what I think the left and the center judge saw. So now this puts McKenna in a very interesting situation where she is 1 kilo back in the total, but has 1 kilo, has 60 kilo on the bar, which if she makes it, I think that put her ahead.
This would put her ahead by a total of 4 kilos. Obviously, she only needed 57 to put her a kilo ahead, but that train passed several kilos ago. With the miss, this means the ball is entirely in McKenna's court. It's her competition to make, it's her competition to miss. Let's see what she's able to do, what she's able to pull out.
That clean looked a little more solid than the last one. We just get that barbell up and behind her head here. Hopefully she can be quite stable with it. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. A very solid effort, though. Again, if I'm her coach, I'm very proud of her. That is a very good effort.
All right, and we are getting to that part of the session I like to refer to as the Rory Show. We have Aurora Van Olft coming out. She is pushing that bar all the way to 80 kilos, more than anyone else in this session has lifted. She will be following herself, as she is the only one left in the session who has lifts left to hit.
Now, it's going to be really interesting to see what her coach, Spencer Mormon, does here, because if she comes out and hits 80 kilo, which I think is a very safe play, she'll hit this. No, she's going up to 83, actually. I wonder what is going through their head right now, because I think that's a pretty big lift for her.
The most she has opened with is what she just did at the Ontario Senior Championships. And again, she is a youth athlete who is a senior champion. So this is the most she's ever opened with, but with the accolades she has, I don't think we have the right to question her.
I think you're right, Nick. I think this is going to be a pretty solid attempt here, and I think this is going to be a very successful lift.
There you go, there you go. Finish that drive, Rory.
That lift right there, Nick, that is just a testament of what Rory and her coach Spencer have been able to accomplish. Did the clean look a little challenging? Sure, we can call it a little bit challenging, but that shoulder to overhead, that jerk was phenomenal. There is no doubt whatsoever in that fully overhead lockdown position.
No questions with the jerk, I would agree. The most important thing to look at for those at home is whether those elbows touch those knees. Rory is a very mobile athlete, which is in her favor in things like the snatch, almost to her detriment in something like the clean and jerk, where she can get to a position so far under the weight where her elbows might touch her knees. If that happens, it's an immediate no lift. So ideally, she's able to fight that barbell, fight it back into position, and keep those elbows up. If not, the refs will no lift her as she stands up.
Nick, you have a bit of a better vantage point than I do here. What are some of those records that you can see on that screen? Does that say 85?
Funnily enough,
look at that. 85 doesn't even matter. We're going up to 87.
So I do believe that the reasoning behind it is because that record does say 85. And I don't know how many times I'm going to have to bring this up with equaling records, but speaking from personal experience, equaling records doesn't matter. She is looking to not beat it by 1 kilo, but beat it by 2. This is for a juvenile, youth, and junior record, which I'm sure are her own records, if we're thinking about it like that, yeah.
Yep, go, go, go.
Man, Rory gets under that barbell so fast.
Push up, push up, push up.
And just like that, 85 kilo falls, 87 kilo is the new record.
I don't know if you just saw her face, but I think she was surprised she's walking away with records. Happy to see it, and she's still got one on the board. She still has one more to come out with. The most she has ever done, I have listed at 85 kilos. So that 87 is a PR for her. That is multiple records in both juvenile, youth, and junior categories, in both the clean and jerk and total.
89 kilos on the bar.
89 kilo. This is a big lift. Now, the question going through my mind right now is, 89 kilos is a great number. That's awesome. Do we push for 90?
With 30 more seconds to put in changes, and the fact that she took a 4 kilo jump from 83 to 87, if I was a betting individual, I would say, yeah, she's going to 90, right? There's no way she's not.
I mean, that is kind of the, I don't want to say motive because that's not the right word, but maybe the MO of Can-Am Barbell with Spencer Mormon there. They like just good, solid numbers, and they like to be strong. There's the 90 kilo that we were just talking about. I think she's coming out for this lift.
much like you were just saying about, the MO of Can-Am Barbell, right? They produce good quality, strong athletes. Very much capable of lifting these weights. I think Rory has it. She has the strength to do it. I think it's whether she can keep those elbows up. I think she can get into position, but it's whether she can follow the rules of the lift.
That's a really good point there, Nick. Again, because I did notice on her second attempt, those elbows came very close to the knees. I don't think they touched. Clearly they didn't touch. But this is a very big lift.
Not now, then when? If not you.
I think it's worth noting, I do believe this is a double body weight lift. Bit of a spill there, but she seems to be all right. She's smiling and
gives the crowd a wave. A little greeting from coach there, saying you did good, kid. Nothing wrong with that.
And I'm just gonna correct myself here. That was not a double body weight lift. I just realized that Rory there is in the 48 kilo weight class, not weighing anything less than that. So again, not to take away from her performance. That was a fantastic performance, fantastic attempt. Glad to see that she's all right there. And hey, she walks away with a record. Nick, I think that's a pretty good session for every athlete that we've seen so far.
Lots of people getting medals today. Good to see.
We are also going to present medals in a few minutes. We do just need a little bit of time to prepare them. We have to prepare the medal results for both the youth and juvie categories.
We will pull up the podium so that you can see people receiving their medals. Right now, we have the men's two session coming up at 2:10. So that is in a fair bit. So we will see you back then.
We have photography here today, Outshot. They're selling curated photo packages at the entrance table. These packages are for the athletes. Packages are discounted when you purchase them today at the competition. And no other cameras are allowed in the venue, but you may see our reporter here taking some photos as that's an exception. We also have event t-shirts available at the front table and beverages available. Athletes from the previous session who just finished, we do have free chocolate milk for you from our partner Local Dairy. Please come to the announcer's table to receive your chocolate milk to help your recovery.
Young man, it's always a pressure to see you. Are you doing good? Me too, it's a good sign. We're breathing on our own. Today is the busiest competition I've ever had. I'm here for one session. I had an exam this morning and I have something else to find.
All right, we're going to be getting the podiums and medal ceremony going pretty soon. Just for a brief moment, I'm going to mention some of our sponsors. We have Flava Daddy, an Ottawa leader in meal preparation, providing meals to the TOs and volunteers, as well as selling at the venue and providing vouchers, discount vouchers to those at the venue for their shop right across the street. Outshot Photography is providing curated photo packages of 5, 10, and 15 photo sets. The photos themselves are curated by the photographer and will be provided as a full package. completely done up. They can be purchased at the venue or by Instagram DM at Outshot Photo on Instagram. If you order today, they are discounted compared to what they will be after the competition. Packages will be delivered based on order of ordering and based on total volume. So if you order first, you'll get it first, and the delivery time is about 1 to 1.5 weeks, up to 3 weeks, depending on total volume of orders.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start with our juvenile and youth category. These are ages 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and under, basically. First, we have our women's 40 category, and our gold medalist in this category is Karina Demo from Landmark District. Karina, come get your medal, please. This is the gold medalist in the women's 40 category, juvenile and youth. In our women's 44 category, in second place, we have Quinlan Robinson Jackson.
Just want the picture.
And in first place, we have Michaeli Robinson. Both of these lifters are from Phoenix Weightlifting Club. Congratulations. Wonderful. In our women's 48 kilo category, junior youth category, our gold medalist is Aurora Van Orl. Congratulations. And in our women's 53 category, again, junior youth, in second place, we have Ramona Roblin from Victory Barbell Club. And in first place, we have Renata Demo from Landmark District. Wonderful. Okay, now we have our junior age categories, which is age 15 to 20. In the women's 48 kilo category, in third place, we have Quinlan Robinson Jackson from Phoenix Weightlifting. In second place, we have Michaeli Robinson from Phoenix Weightlifting. And our gold medalist in the women's 48 category, junior, is Aurora Van Orl. Congratulations, athletes. Okay, and finally, in our women's 53 kilo category, juniors, second place winner is Ramona Roblin from Victory Barbell Club. And our gold medalist in this category with his 54 53, Renata Demo from Landmark Wristlift. Congratulations to all of our athletes.
Hey, Mike.
Our next session starts in about 15, 20 minutes.
Why not giving Charlie third?
What?
Why is Charlie not getting
There's
third?
5 people in 53.
Is that?
Good looking in.
Yeah.
We made a mistake.
We're just double checking results for the 53s. If those two prior winners could just hang around for a moment.
Yeah, you're missing like 2 of the 53. No, 3 of the 53 girls.
Next session. They don't like your outfit.
No, you were right. I wanted to make sure there's no other mistakes.
You gotta change your outfit. And that attitude, girl.
Yeah, how should we do this?
I'll just call Demo and Roblin back.
Yeah.
It was for the junior category?
Both.
Or the juvenile?
Both.
And they're both the same.
Okay, we did miss a medalist from the women's 53 category. We obviously deeply apologize and want to recognize that athlete. If we could have our silver and gold medalists back, in the silver position was Ramona Roblin, and in the gold position was Renata Demo. We would like to have everyone on the stand together. And so,
So just read it from that.
our third place finisher in this category for both the junior and for the juvie youth is Charlotte Sidorko. Congratulations, athletes. Great lifting. We will see you all back in about 20 minutes for when the next session starts. Another reminder though, if you are parked in the middle row, please take a moment to go and pull your car forward a little bit to leave some room in the back for more cars. This allows us to have availability for everybody, and it is a shared parking lot with some other tenants. We really appreciate your cooperation. We know it's cold outside. If you could just please take a few moments to move back far forward. If you're in the middle row, thank you. And female athletes who just finished up, if you did not get your chocolate milk yet, please come get it right here at the announcer's table.
Watching you walk with your gang, like ducklings behind you, it's so funny. They're so cute. We have a bit of time.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
20 minutes.
I was gonna say, I'll wait. You saw it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because he's only 2 years. So let's almost get this turned into talk.
Yep.
Yeah. I was thinking about that. I was like, these other guys who are a bit older, and like, I wonder, this is only 15. Like, I wonder where he's going to be at 17. So I'm hoping that he eventually movements like show up to the statement more than a runner loader, because that's it. You just gotta get comfortable being in front of people, right? Well, maybe next time you can do 200 meters.
Did you see? Most of the people are local.
Oh yeah.
Most of the athletes are local.
Like crying.
Because I'm sitting right there, all I see is the plate.
Nobody look at me.
Yeah. And Facebook posters are like, oh, snag on. They look at their coaches.
That one.
Oh yeah.
You can do it, kids. Don't let them win. Don't let them win. I gotta go make some time all that.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you.
It's so funny. I'm pretty sure in the snatches, she didn't know that she could go heavier. Without knowing, like that they could go up. And I think it's like
Mike?
Yeah?
I am just confirming we have 32 total medals. Okay?
Yep.
I have a medal that's broken, but I believe that we are only actually going to be handing out 31 or 30.
No, a guy moved.
A guy moved?
Yeah.
Okay, so that
guy
takes
moved
care
up,
of the one.
so we have exactly 32.
Not 31? Because when we counted yesterday, we were
31, yeah. I just want to count it, yeah. And then a guy moved categories, so now we're at 32.
Okay, we'll get this fixed.
Hello, somebody from Victory Barbell Club has lost their jacket. Please come to the announcer's table. It's here. It's Victory Barbell.
shit and never get anything back. Oh, we bet yesterday. Big dick.
That's our evidence of what this
Yeah.
Everyone has the shitty fucking chairs.
Actually, they're better than those ones. Yeah, exactly.
One day hurt.
Oh my god.
Michigan is done.
Done.
We're done with Michigan. It cracking me up watching you make little jokes, Julia. They stare at you blankly, and I love it. The blank stare makes it funnier for me. It's just like, it's almost better than a laugh.
Bam.
Doctor yourself, sir.
Psychologist.
Psychologist.
We're taking over the
We are, aren't
OWA.
we? You're staying till the end today, right?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I got
good.
two athletes.
Good, good, good.
I got one in this session, then Juvenile, the little
Okay,
girl.
perfect, perfect.
Excellent.
Oh, okay. I announced it. We just had them out for three sessions during the foreign guidance and then Sundays. So that's why I just pulled it over, but I didn't want to laugh at Here we go. I was hoping to take a look at the names and see if you needed help. Yeah, it's hard. Al-Shabai.
In about 1 minute, we will introduce the athletes for this next section. We have our audience start coming back.
I can come. You need some?
No, I'm just showing how to do the ropes before I do my other job.
I found a bug. I sat there and like stared at it forever.
You must have been really annoyed by that.
Yeah, because I tested it all last night. Okay.
What are you not me?
No.
You're like, I'm used to taking the heat for a mistake here and there. I'm glad.
And we got like, yeah, that was a good way to handle it. Yeah, it's all
bring
good.
everyone back. Yeah.
My thing would have been like no, like I wouldn't have admitted it. I would have sent her home tonight.
You wouldn't
I know,
have.
I would.
You're just the worst with your jokes.
I know.
They're like half funny, half like, is that
absurd?
Yeah, absurd, yeah. Okay, we can actually wait until after this. So I had just pressed how does it what you need to know that you press it and then there's no video. So once you've done it, you see the and the rest of it. Does that feel good?
I'll be over there though, right? You just were with the center. Yeah.
Welcome to the M2 session of the weightlifting championships. We have a big session here. Let's start introductions. In the 71 kilogram category from Victory Barbell, Jack Manley. Also in the 71 kilogram category from LPS Athletic, Eric Penn. Also in the 71 kilogram category from 646 Weightlifting Club, Barry Nugent. In the 79 kilogram category from Power Academy, Vladimir Skagarov. In the 79 kilogram category from Adamantium Weightlifting, Elijah Wilk. Also in the 71 kilogram category from Verizon Village Weightlifting Club, Asher Edson. Also 79 In the 79-kilogram category from Victory Barbell Club, Emmett Griffin. And lastly, in the 79-kilogram category from Burlington Barbell Club, Declan Watson. In the 88-kilogram category from Phoenix Weightlifting, Joshua McLaughlin. Also in the 88-kilogram category from LPS Athletic, Silas Knott. And in the 88-kilogram category from Power Academy, Noah Ittman. In the 94-kilogram category from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club, Thompson Anger. In the 110-kilogram category from Sudbury Weightlifting Club, Samuel Lincoln. In the 110-kilogram category from Apollo Barbell Club, Marcus Sayer. And in the 110-plus kilogram category from Power Academy, Riley Barker. Good luck, athletes. There's 10 minutes on the clock.
And now we'll do the technical. I got it. And then we'll do the technical official piece. Oh, you have one. Awesome.
And now to announce our technical officials for the M2 session. Our center referee will be Francois Gardel. Referee 1 will be Mike Miller. Referee 3 will be Melissa Murphy. Our 2 marshals will be Maria Rosario Earnshaw and Julia Ryan. Our technical controller will be Francois Gravel. Thank you, officials.
Not you. And Heather Amundred.
Hey, Julia, do you mind if I make an announcement back here that we just, if you're not in the session, to head around? Somebody can hear this. Hey guys, if you're not in this session, or girls, just head around.
I'm going out. That's it. I'm done.
Am I starting? Yeah. Did you do anything else? I don't know if it counted. Did you talk about Okay.
Wow. Always ladies first, you know?
They are coming back. Are you guys here the whole day? Yeah, they're a mess.
Welcome back, Ontario, to the Juvenile Youth Junior Provincial Championships. If you are not used to hearing voices during these streams, that's because this is the first time we're doing it. My name is Nick Monroe. I am a weightlifting athlete, coach, and technical official. I am joined here with Curtis Collins, who also has experience as a athlete and coach. We will be providing commentary on the lifts that you see, as well as pulling up some statistics on the athletes lifting and giving you some background filling the space that might be left on those 2-minute clocks, and ideally just providing, you know, some good quality feels for you. We are about 7.5 minutes out from our first lift. We have already had athlete presentations of the M2 session. We are looking at athletes 71 kilos and above here, all in the juvenile, youth, and junior age categories.
We are about 7 minutes out from the first attempt here, the first attempt belonging to Vladimir, and he is from Power Academy. He's going to be opening up with 52 kilo. Those of you just kind of tuning in, give you guys a little bit of a background on both myself and Nick. Nick kind of already alluded to the fact that both Nick and I are weightlifters as well, competing at various levels. Myself, I'm a provincial athlete, been in provincials about 3 years in a row now, and coming close to medaling, not quite there, but it's just a fun time to go and weightlift with other people here. Nick, you've accomplished a couple more things than I have. You've also been in the sport a lot longer than I have as well. What are some of your accomplishments that you've done in the weightlifting world?
Well, since we have this time to talk about ourselves, one, you should be able to see us now. We are up here on your screen. We will be the voices that you are hearing throughout the entire session. So yeah, just to give some further background on myself, I am a several-time provincial medalist. I have been to provincials, nationals, and international meets with several medals across the board there. Coached athletes from all levels, from beginner to international, as well as a fairly decent technical official. We both have a broad range of knowledge across all of this. So you can take what we say with a grain of salt, but do know that it comes from a decent place of knowledge. We're not just here. I wouldn't try and commentate an F1 or a hockey game kind of thing, but I think
don't try and commentate any of those. I don't think you've done anything with those.
Yeah, I think we are both qualified enough to be providing a little bit of feedback on what's happening on these platforms here.
I think between the two of us, Nick, there's, I'm going to say, at least 15 years of fitness experience anyway. Maybe not always at the weightlifting level, but I mean, for myself, I have over 10 years of experience in this realm, right? Coming from a strength and conditioning background with different sports I played, and then transitioning over to Olympic weightlifting. I know you came from a soccer background, and Olympic weightlifting, I believe, was a supplementary training for a little while, and it just turns out you're pretty good at it. So, hey, kudos to you for being able to achieve everything that you have been able to achieve. That's pretty awesome, and I know one day that I'll be getting up there alongside you.
Fun
you guys
fact.
can probably see on the camera, I'll just cut you off for a second here, Nick. Both of us look the same, which is actually quite funny.
Sorry, I was muted. If you put out a police description for our, overall general description, we would both be caught in that line up there. We are looking fairly similar. One of us is going to have to change, but it won't be me.
Don't worry, Nick. I'll just turn my hat around. It says DeWalt on the back. That's how they can tell us apart. So we're looking about a little over 3.5 minutes away from the first movement here, the first snatch of this competition with the men second session here. Again, Vladimir from Power Academy leading us off here with a 52-kilo lift. Again, about 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes till we get started.
I'll give you some background on some of these athletes. So obviously we have Vladimir here opening up the competition. He is listed to open at 52. We'll see what actually happens there. The Kitchener Open, I believe, was in May of this year. He opened at 52 at that competition as well. It is quite possible that he opens a little higher. We'll have to see. If we're looking at kind of the who to watch in this coming session, I got my eye on, I think, Declan Watson He is one of the men's 79. I think this is going to be kind of a big competition for him. He just came off of winning Ontario's senior provincials as a junior, which is a huge accomplishment. But I think more importantly is he was beat out last year and got second place at juniors.
Now, just a quick pause on that one, Nick. Is the person that beat him out last year, is he in this competition today?
He is not, but I do think it's still lighting a fire under, Declan's feet there. If I was in Declan's shoes, I would be like, I have to come back. It doesn't matter that athlete is no longer competing, I still have to come back and regain my title. Actually, this is a great kind of mirror situation as myself, where I did.
That's
correct. 2 years ago, I was the provincial champion for my weight class. Last year, I got second place. I got beat out. This year, the athlete who beat me out was on injury, but there was a fire under my feet. I had to go out, and I was just like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to beat their best total, And now I'm provincial champion again. I think Declan coming off of Ontario seniors and being a provincial champion there is obviously a big boost for him. Hopefully, he doesn't get lost in the limelight and he does what needs to be done today.
I mean, based on what he's going to be opening up with for the men's 79 here, listed is 110 in the snatch. Now, that's a pretty big opener in the snatch here, especially for a 79. But, I mean, if this guy's got everything that you say he's got, right, then this is going to be someone to watch, for sure. This is going to be a good competition for him.
I think what's important to know, I think he might even be opening higher than that. His past two competitions, both in November and September, this guy seems to compete a lot. He opened at 113. So I think that 110 is just a placeholder. Hey, maybe I'm not feeling great today. I'll just toss a casual 110 in there. I think he's probably opening closer to 113 to 115 range. I think we are about to be underway.
That's a good point to make there about that 110 kilo snatch, though, for Declan there, opening up with something that is maybe a pretty solid lift for him. Now, we did have one athlete earlier in the day claim they were under the weather, and I'm going to use under the weather in quotes here, because he went on to, I believe, match the snatch record and go on to have a clean and jerk record, and he was under the weather. So if that's what under the weather looks like, I think it'd be cool to see what Declan wants to do here with that 110.
Yeah, that athlete was also one of the juniors at senior provincials. We have a great crop of athletes who are at this competition who've competed at the senior level and not only competed but medaled at the senior level. We will see some of those athletes later. Right now we have Vladimir, 52 kilos, first attempt.
Very easy snatch there. He power snatched that one. That's it. It was a very good lift. A great attempt for the first lift. He's only going to go up from here. Now, the automatic increase of 53 with his 2-minute clock. There's no way he's taking 53 kilo. I'm predicting he's going upwards of, maybe even 55.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to do a 6 kilo jump to be able to push Thompson Anger out. I think he will be following himself here, but we will probably see exactly what we're seeing right now. A couple little tiny increases to make that 2 minutes into basically a 2.5 or 3 minute clock so that the athlete can rest a little longer. We're looking at, Power Academy with Dave Earle here. Dave Earle, very seasoned coach, very seasoned athlete, so he knows what he's doing. He's going to get his athlete as much time as he possibly can. So these little kilo increases are going to be something that's going to really help pull out that time and let that athlete just rest for longer.
Just as you're explaining that whole process there, Nick, we can see that the athlete has indeed gone up to 55 kilo. So great choice by the coach there. Gives the athlete a little bit of extra time. And one thing you guys might notice is the 2-minute clock, we've only gotten down 6 seconds. So with the loaders changing the weights here, that 2 minute, as Nick said before, is going to end up being closer to 2.5, maybe even a little closer to 240. Although I will suspect our athlete's going to be coming out right around that 1 minute mark on that clock.
And that's the thing with 2-minute clocks is it's a technical 2 minutes, right? But you usually walk out at the 45 to 1 minute mark, or 45 seconds to 1 minute mark, right? You're not getting your full 2 minutes, and that's where the coach coming in and really extending that time means a lot to the athlete. It can be the difference between a miss or a make, whether that coach is really able to pull out as much time as they can.
And as of right now, it's just a waiting game. Although, he's coming right back out, right? So we've got about 1:20 on the clock. He's coming out from 55 kilos, second attempt. Let's see what happens here. I'm not quite sure what happened there because the overall position looked pretty similar to his first lift, but clearly the barbell was just a little bit out in front. Hard to tell from our angle. Maybe he jumped backwards a little bit and just didn't quite get that barbell back behind his head there. But that, again, will result in a no lift. His 2 minute clock does restart.
I will say it did look like it was in a decent position. Pull was good. It just seemed, like it was just a little out front as he was standing, I think what happened. We won't really know. I think it's more important on what number to choose from now. Will they go up? Will they stick with 55? If I was a coach, I would probably stick with 55. Just make sure the athlete, gets the number and doesn't get knocked back down to 52 as their final weight.
So I think that's where you and I might differ a little bit as coaches. Based off that attempt, I would almost be inclined to say, no, let's go up to 56. Just to, give him a little bit more time and remind the athlete, hey, I'm very confident in your abilities to hit this. I don't think you necessarily need it right now. I think you can get the next weight. It looks like they're getting ready to come out, though, at 55. So, regardless, still a good call.
Yeah, if they did not put the change in within the first 30 seconds, then the weight is locked in. They cannot put a change in after that. So, if 55 stayed on the stayed as the declared weight, then it will be the declared weight all the way down until the time runs out. Here we have Vladimir coming out for 55 kilos, his third and final attempt.
That was a much better attempt and a much better result. He got that lift, got that barbell back behind his head, put it in the proper position. Very easy stand, not a problem for him.
We're not jumping too far to the next person, just going to 57 kilos for the first attempt of Thompson Anger from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club. Clock has started for that athlete. We'll see if they'll come out with it. Yeah, it's looking like they're going to.
All these athletes coming from Better Tomorrow, they all have pretty much the same singlet, and I must admit, it's pretty cool to see a whole team rocking the same uniform.
Very solid lift, very powerful lift. I do think that the unified singlets do look very nice. I will also say, it does seem that the majority of these athletes from Better Tomorrow are powering, would you say?
I noticed that too. I don't see a whole lot of them going into that full depth squat, but clearly they don't need it. That's just a testament to how powerful some of these young athletes are.
I would agree. We are hopping onto a 2-minute clock for Thompson Anger. I think we're 3 kilos away from the next athlete. I think it would just be, maybe go to 60, because the athlete following this one, their first attempt is 60. This would mean that other athlete has to go first. 61 makes it even better. So we have now moved over to Samuel Moulton from Sudbury Weightlifting Club for 60 kilos for his first attempt.
Bars loaded, 1 minute on the clock for Moulton.
Okay, Sammy, let's do it.
So the clock has started for Samuel there. He's got to get 60 kilo on the bar from Sudbury Weightlifting Club. First attempt. Let's see what happens.
Take her straight. Nice.
great lift, right? Great start position too. Really making sure to keep that upper back super, super tight here. You can tell he's doing that by simply having the athlete look up a little bit. That simple act there will create more tension in the upper back, which not all the time, but most of the time will lead to a better attempt at a lift. Might not make it successful, but the stronger and tighter you are off the floor, the more you are to actually make the lift.
I 100% agree, Curtis. Let's see if Thompson Anger is able to implement those cues you just gave him through telekinesis. 61 kilos, second attempt. Better Tomorrow Barbell Club.
And for the second lift in a row, it is a power snatch, right? Clearly, Better Tomorrow Barbell Club really focuses on the power position. And maybe their athletes right now are just a little bit stronger in that position. Maybe they don't have the adequate mobility to get all the way down there, but it is clearly not needed. These are some fantastic lifts we're seeing out of Better Tomorrow Barbell Club.
Once again, we're hopping on a 2-minute clock. Again, you'll see a lot of these 2-minute clocks early on in the sessions and later on in the sessions. So when athletes are either very light in their openers or very heavy in their openers, it's most likely that they'll be outliers in the pack, so they're going to be following themselves. We are switching back over to Samuel, who is in the men's 110 category, and he is moving to 64 kilos from 60 kilos, so it's reasonable to believe that he will come out for this weight. Samuel here is getting some chalk and getting ready to go for his second attempt out of Sudbury Weightlifting Club. 64 kilos. Let's see what he can do.
Big kick. He's it. Nice. Hold it. Nice.
Okay, so he got that lift, right? 2 white lights. Left and right judge liked it. The center judge did not. That could have just been a little bit of a flicker in that left elbow from what I could see here. But, I mean, overall, good lift. Got everything done that was needed. Did the required movement. Good to go.
I'm sticking with my guns, Curtis. I've been saying it all day. The center judge has been given red lights. Center judge is getting switched out. It has to be the chair. It is the chair. Whatever chair we gave the center ref has been making every center ref really grumpy and willing to give red lights, right? It has nothing to do with the fact that they have a straight-on angle and can see elbows really clearly. Everything to do with the chair. Let's see if Emmett is a victim of the center ref grouchy chair. 65 kilos, Victory Barbell Club, first attempt.
Yep, hold.
So that was a bit of an interesting miss there. He started quite wide in his pull. The pull itself seemed to be pretty good though, but maybe he dropped his chest a little bit as he was standing, causing the barbell to get back behind him. Nick, what'd you see there?
I think it is because he started as wide as he did. That is a very limmy, long athlete, I would say, anatomy-wise. However, I think that grip width might just be a little too wide for him, you know? It allowed the bar to travel back more freely. You don't want a grip width that's too narrow, that will require like extra mobility, but you do want one that is going to make sure your shoulders don't internally rotate and don't allow the barbell to just do a pass over, basically, you know? And I think that is kind of what that wider grip width allowed. He is a tall athlete, it seems, but I think it might just be a touch too wide. He is following himself. There is no change that has been put in the first 30 seconds, so we will see. However, I do say that it is quite possible. This is a little known trick that only some coaches know that I'll share with the audience. The coaches can declare the same weights as their first change, which means that they will unlock the ability to put in further changes. That's not what happened here, but keep that in your back pocket if you're ever coaching at a weightlifting meet. 65 kilos, second attempt. Emmett.
So as you guys can see from that lift, he still had a little bit of a step back after making the lift, indicating to us anyway that the barbell was still traveling a little bit further back behind him. Could that be because of his wide grip? Maybe. Could also just be because the barbell looped around him slightly. So from over here, we're not going to know. And at the same time, it doesn't matter. He made the lift. We're moving on to the next lifter. Next lifter being Samuel from Sudbury Weightlifting Club. Again, third attempt, 65 kilo. You see he's getting a little bit of a pep talk here from his coach, trying to get him really fired up. Let's see what happens with this lift.
Straight up. Oh, yeah.
I would say that's even better than the second attempt. Really solid overall. I think the second attempt he kind of smashed his hips into it a little bit. I don't know if you saw that too, but I think that was a good solid pull into a good solid extension there.
Nick, I have to agree with you there. I think that was an overall much better lift. A more confident lift as well, so good on him for that one. I believe that finishes out his session here for the snatches. Yes, it does. So we're moving on to Thompson Anger. Again, third attempt, 66 kilo. The Better Tomorrow Barbell Club, as we can see in this competition, known for their power snatches. Let's see if he power snatches this one as well.
Very commanding lift. Again, known for their power snatches, it seems, but that's all they need. They are pulling the bar super, super high. It is worth bringing up. I am trying to pull up some statistics on some of these athletes. It seems Better Tomorrow is also a newer barbell club. I believe all of the athletes that have competed from Better Tomorrow so far, I have not been able to find previous competition information on. So all of these athletes seem to be competing for the first time at a provincial event, which is pretty cool.
That's pretty crazy because my first competition was definitely not at provincials. Joshua here from Phoenix Weightlifting, first attempt, 68 kilo. Let's see what happens.
Oh yeah, that was easy. Great.
That was a very commanding lift, Nick. Right from the first pull, it was fast, it was snappy. I didn't see any wobbling or bobbling of the barbell there. It was a very commanding, strong lift.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that we will try and utilize our sideline camera angle as some of these athletes are getting pretty hyped as they get off the platform right now. So we'll see. Right now we got someone chalking up and going out. 69 kilos, Variety Village Weightlifting Club, Alsabe.
Hold it. Nice.
Very solid lift there.
Loaders, please put 70 kilograms on the bar. This will bring out also for second attempt.
Like you said, Curtis, that was a solid lift. We've been saying it all day. Variety Village Weightlifting needs to change their name. It should be Consistency Village Weightlifting. Constantly putting out good athletes, good young athletes, and building a solid foundation for future juniors, seniors, and master athletes.
Emmett coming out here with 70 kilo on his third and final attempt.
Keep pulling. Put it up. Put it up. Come on, fire it up. You got this. Yeah, oh, that's all right.
That is just unfortunate. The overall pull of that movement was actually quite good. Clearly, it was just a little bit too far in front of him, and he ended up going down to his knees. Now, those of you at home, even if he was able to get back onto his feet and quote-unquote successfully make the lift, because his knees touched the ground, it would result in a no lift. Unfortunate, but that is part of the sport. He does have a snatch. He made a weight. He made 65, so he can still move on to clean jerks and post a pretty good total here.
We got Coach Larry Robinson giving some last-minute cues before going out onto the platform for Joshua here out of Phoenix Weightlifting. 71 kilos, second attempt.
Fantastic lift, 71 kilo, great second attempt. Now, some of you at home might be wondering, why can I hear a few of these beeps in the background? So, what that is at the 30-second mark, it's more or less just a cue for the athlete and coaches here that you have 30 seconds left. That's really all it is. Nothing more than that.
As well as the down signal there. So when the athletes are in full control of the bar, their feet are in line with the barbell, and everything is secured overhead, they will receive a down signal, which will have the same beep. I do want to bring it back to Emmett Watman for a second. It's worth noting that he opened at his previous best snatch. So I think still going 1 for 3 isn't the worst thing. Oh, we're going right past the chalk bucket. We're on business. Going up to the lift. 73 kilos.
Hold it! Hold!
That there is a good lift, and that is a great utilization of almost the entire platform. So athletes here with the competition platform, it's a 13 by 13 foot platform. It's a big chunk of real estate there, and the great thing about weightlifting, especially in the snatch, it doesn't matter where you start the lift, it just matters where you finish, and he was able to be successful with that lift.
One of the judges, the left judge, did not like that lift, but it doesn't matter, majority rules, so the lift was still given a good lift. Here we have Joshua out of Phoenix Weightlifting, 73 kilos, third attempt.
As we've seen from his first 2 lifts, very commanding lift there, very good lift.
We're switching over to the big reds. So the loaders are doing a great job. I believe we have teams of 5 loaders, and that is making for quick changes. The coaches will not be able to jockey as much and slow the clock down as much with this quick of a loading team. And out comes Tyler Cox, Maximus Barbell Club. First attempt at 75 kilos.
Very quick and snappy athlete getting underneath that barbell, putting the barbell right back behind his head. Great position, great lift. So even though the overall weight of the barbell did not increase, it is still important that we tighten up the bar. So that's what the loaders were doing there, which you may or may not have been able to see. They're just tightening up the barbell to make sure that A, the bar is safe, and B, the plates don't slide anywhere. Both Nick and I have seen at competitions, not so much in person, more just online, where maybe one side of the barbell, the loading wasn't done adequately enough, and in terrible cases, the weights actually fall off mid-lift, which is obviously not very safe. Not the problem here today. We got Tahai here from Variety Village Weightlifting Club, third attempt, 76 kilo.
It's interesting to note that for the first and third attempt, he went for chalk. For the second, he did not. So let's see if that plays any role.
Hold it! Hold!
He's fighting for it.
I will say I do see what that left judge is noticing on that right elbow. I'm almost curious to see if that elbow fully extends, because it does look like that athlete is locking out, but it doesn't look like they're right elbow is able to fully extend there. And that might be what is leading to some confusion with that left referee. Regardless, the athlete made the lift. There was something that came on the speakers there. I believe that was the Canadian national anthem, briefly. Luckily, didn't throw the athlete off. They were able to make the lift, so that's good. We are now moving up to 80 kilos for Marcus out of Apollo Barbell Club. I feel it's worth noting Marcus seems to be a very tall athlete, especially for a junior event. I'm almost wondering if he's going to be collar to collar with this barbell.
Go.
Because he's really taking his time with the chalk, getting himself dialed in. He knows he's on a mission. He knows what he needs to do. He just needs to do it. And yeah, it's a good observation, Nick. He does a much longer athletes. He is going collar to collar here. Let's see what this lift looks like.
A great lift. No, your camera did not freeze. He just decided to take his time, and that is okay. It's his minutes. Who are we to dictate how fast he decides to lift that barbell off the platform? A good lift. We've talked a little bit earlier today about dynamic versus static starts. That indeed was a static explosive start, which just means there is no rolling start. The barbell starts at a dead stop, and he ripped that off the floor. We have Tyler Cox here at 80 kilos.
Pretty solid lift there from Tyler Cox out of the Maximus Barbell Club there. Maybe a slight early arm bend, but that's just me being a little bit nitpicky just because I'm a coach. At the end of the day, he made the lift, and that's what matters. It doesn't matter how it gets from the floor to an overhead position. All it matters is that it does get from the floor to a fully locked out overhead position, and you let it go down when the judges say.
That is correct. There's only a few things that these judges will look at and call a no lift for. Main one is elbows, so if you catch locked out, you should be good. Another one is knees touching the platform or any other body part other than the feet touching the platform. So if you're mobile enough and your butt touches the platform, that's a no lift as well. And releasing the barbell early. You must wait for the down signal before you can drop the barbell. It is very common for athletes, especially newer athletes, to drop the barbell before the down sign. We keep on moving up in weight. Coaches in the back room are enjoying writing down on paper. And we are going up to 83 kilos for Tyler Cox.
Now it's worth noting that Tyler made a 5 kilo jump beforehand. He still has a little bit of time, or at least his coach has a little bit of time to declare weight. Actually, I think that time just passed, so I think he will be coming out for that 83 kilo snatch.
Yep, he is most likely coming out. He does have the full 30 seconds to make that change, but he is going with 83 kilos. Let's see it. Very unfortunate for Tyler. I think it might have been that he got pushed out a little earlier than he would have liked. He would have liked some more rest there, as he was the athlete who just lifted. But it did seem like other athletes, when he moved up in weight, they also decided to move up in weight, whether that's their coaches being a little strategic and pushing an athlete out, or whether that's just, happenstance of all the other athletes feeling a little fresher, wanting to go up. It still resulted in a missed lift, which is very unfortunate. We have Eric Peng out of LPS Athletics. First attempt, 85 kilos. Let's see what this athlete can do.
Nick, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but LPS Athletics, they traditionally produce some pretty high-performing athletes, right?
That is correct. Unfortunate for Eric there. It also seems like his singlet might not be on fully. That might be something that the technical officials are bringing up to him, that his singlet must be on over his shoulders. But yes, LPS is a smaller weightlifting club, but they do produce a lot of high-performing athletes. They push the intensity, push the weights, looking for the athletes that can handle and perform at that intensity, you know. And they do produce a good amount of high-performing, traditionally high-performing females, but some high-performing males as well. Here we have Barry from 6for6 Weightlifting Club, 85 kilos, first attempt.
That was a very solid lift from Barry here at 6for6 Weightlifting.
We can see this is an athlete who very much enjoys the Team China aesthetics, wearing Anta shoes, the fabric hook grip knee sleeves, and the Team China singlet. Very, very much, you know, take your pick, Tian Tao, Lu Jianzhen, whoever, very much the same style of lifting, same style of clothing as those athletes. Here we have Silas Ma, LPS Athletics, first attempt.
Hold it, hold it.
Again, fantastic lift from Silas here, 85 kilo, making that look like a very light warm-up weight. It's very interesting there, Nick, when you were citing Team China, you chose weightlifters that I would say are actually from our generation of weightlifting. Given that we are a lot older than some of these athletes here, the new Team China has athletes like Lu Huan, better known as Giga Chad in the Olympic weightlifting world. I just thought that was like kind of a neat thing you did there. Show some weightlifters from our generation rather than the new one.
I would say I chose weightlifters a little closer to my heart. Here we have Marcus, again, a very, very tall athlete coming out from Apollo Barbell Club. Weightlifting is an interesting sport as it favors the short. Shorter range of motion means that the weight doesn't have to travel as far, which means it's slightly easier. But Marcus seems to be doing it in spite of his height.
Very interesting lift there. He's pretty fired up about it, as you can see on the camera. I'm pretty happy with it. And I say interesting simply because he really needed to keep that core super tight to not drop that barbell as he had to take a step back. I think maybe he jumped a little bit forward with it, but clearly it didn't matter. He was strong enough to hold it overhead, and as we saw, he's pretty fired up about it.
Here we have Eric Pang coming out for his second attempt. He did miss his first. Let's see if he can do it again on the second try. This is the same weight. Singlet on fully now. Let's see what he can do.
Hold it, hold it.
Look at that. That lift was, obviously it was way better. He made the lift, but just from a technical standpoint, his start position is flawless. The pull is very close to the body. From a technical standpoint, that's a very good lift.
It is interesting to see what he'll do for his third attempt. I found his catch position to be very low, so I don't know if he has much more room to catch that barbell with a heavier weight. Here we have Jack Manley, Victory Barbell Club, 86 kilos, first attempt.
Very solid lift there. He's very happy with that one. That must be a pretty big lift for Jack there.
Very powerful lift indeed. It's interesting to see, you know, some of these athletes, some of them do have longer arms, it seems, because that bar seemed very, very high over his head. You never want it quite touching your head, but for some of the shorter athletes, it's a little closer. Nonetheless, a great lift. We are now moving up to 88 kilos, which should bring out Marcus from Apollo Barbell Club. We'll see if he decides to go up a little further.
So again, as Nick was saying there, we got, oh, look at that. We actually went up in weight. So Marcus there went up to 90 kilo. This is going to pull out Eric Peng at 88 kilo.
So Eric is going to 88 kilos. The highest competition snatch I have for him here is 87 kilos. He's going even higher now. Eric has moved up to 89. Right now we are kind of in the thick of it, some would say, and there's a lot of athletes at these like single kilo increments. So there's a large backup for the other athletes that are still waiting to go. Right now we have Elijah Wilk from Adamantium, weightlifting, 89 kilos, first attempt. Let's see what he can do.
That was a powerful snatch. I'm not gonna lie here, Nick, I was not expecting that. The way his body language was displaying there, he was looking at the ground. I was expecting a slower pull, and that didn't happen. He launched that barbell off the ground, and it was a fantastic, strong overhead position.
That is quite right. Right now we have Barry coming out from 6for6 Weightlifting Club, 89 kilos, second attempt. A bow for the judges, a bow for the bar. Let's see what he can do on this second attempt. Quite a wide stance we have here. Unfortunate. We said it before with one of the other athletes in this session where when you do have that wider stance, wider grip, and a bit of a look down, chest down kind of catch position, it does make the bar a little bit more likely to go behind and a little bit easier for the bar to go behind. Right now we have Jack Manley coming up for his second attempt at 89 kilos.
One thing I just noticed about Jack Manley here is I think his younger brother actually was competing in one of the previous sessions, so that's just something cool on its own. Being able to compete in the same competition as an older or younger sibling is just a cool thing that doesn't happen very often.
You are quite right, that was Nick Manley, his younger brother it seems.
He's pretty fired up with that one, and so are we. Great lift.
Slammed it into the platform. That's fine. It's only wood. No one's going to have to possibly replace that. I'm just kidding. That's what it's meant for. These athletes are enjoying themselves. That's great. I have Jack's stats pulled up. The most it seems he has snatched is 90 kilos. So he is probably going for a PR on his third attempt. Right now we have Eric Peng from LPS Athletics going for his third and final attempt.
Come on.
Unfortunate miss there for Eric Peng. We said this before, if an athlete misses the barbell behind them, it usually just means they overpull the bar and there's not enough weight on it. Would that have actually made a difference today? Very hard to tell. Still a pretty good showing for him though. Making one lift, but that lift he did make was nice. It was a very nice lift.
Yep, interesting that you said, you know, he missed behind because there possibly wasn't enough weight on it. That's one train of thought.
I think you and I have different thoughts on that one.
I think it is quite possible, but maybe not in this case. I do think he had a very low catch position previously. I just think it wasn't there today. Right now we have Silas Ma, also from LPS Athletics, 90 kilos.
Hold it. Nice.
Very strong lift. Didn't really have to move the feet at all. Straight up and down. On to the next one.
It seems we have a technical stop happening. I'm not too sure why that would be.
Nick, so why would there be technical stops in a competition? Is it a technical error, or could there be something more than that?
It seems... Oh, are we good to go? The athlete has come out, but the competition has not restarted. There's a few reasons you can have a technical stop. Usually it means there is a technical difficulty of the competition equipment. However, I'm looking around at screens and whatnot. It does not seem that that is the issue. A technical stop can also be for sweeping the barbell, or sweeping the platform or cleaning the barbell. We're back to it, so it might have been... Yeah, it's unclear as to what that technical stop was about. For us here in the commentary booth. It must have been something to do with the marshals in the back room. Either way, we have Marcus from Apollo Barbell Club for his third and final attempt at 90 kilos.
Let's see if Marcus can go 3 for 3 here, despite that slight pause. Let's get him re-engaged. Let's see what happens.
But the way I think of it, so weighing, like you're starting a session, so you're that's the start of the session, so you're running a weightlifting session. Just pick your and then just a single click.
Unfortunate miss there from Marcus. He had the height. Maybe that barbell was just a little bit out in front of him, not quite able to get it back behind his head there, resulting in that mislift. But overall, still very good showing so far, going 2 for 3 in the snatch.
He still is accredited with his second lift of 85 kilos there, which does seem to be a competition best for him from what I have here. All right, Barry from 6 for 6 Weightlifting Club coming out for his third and final attempt. Another bow for the judges, bow for the barbell. Let's see what he can do.
I think this was a good call, going up from 89 to 90 kilo. Gives him a lot of rest. And clearly it was... No!
So unfortunate for the lifter. You'll put that one in your logbooks as a training make, but on the competition platform, if you do not replace that bar in front of you, it is a no lift. It does look like the athlete got very excited about their lift, and when you start screaming like that, you release a little bit of your brace, and I think that was just enough to let that barbell continue falling backwards. Very unfortunate, but it's one of those things that you make a mistake once, you probably will never make that mistake again. And I will say, as a juvenile, youth, or junior athlete, you should make those little tiny things early, so that as you continue with the sports, you don't make them again when it counts the most. Here we have Jack Manley, Victory Barbell Club, third attempt. Second was a little forward, he chased it. Let's see what happens on this third and final one, 91 kilos.
As we can see there, that barbell was a little bit forward. You can tell by the way his chest dropped once that barbell got up overhead. Incredible shoulder mobility, I must say, to be able to be put in that position. Very unlikely to actually make it, unfortunately.
It did seem that that was a PR attempt as well, but that's fine not to be. Here we have Elijah out of Adamantium Weightlifting Club for his second attempt at 93 kilos.
See it? That's it. Come on, guy. Big legs.
Very powerful lift from Elijah here. Second attempt, 93 kilo. Those of you at home keeping track of what is a kilo is approximately 2.25 pounds. So that is approximately 205 pounds that Elijah had lifted there.
And if you're looking for further decimal places, I usually like to calculate to 2.2046, but that's just me personally.
So we have the automatic weight increase here for Elijah going up to 94 kilo. Oh, I spoke too soon. Silas has now come out 95 kilo. Loader's going to fix that barbell for him, and then his clock will start.
I will say Silas is having a great day so far. Let's see if he can finish out on a 3-for-3 day. Going back to Elijah there, the most I have for Elijah is a 91 kilo snatch, so he's already 2 kilos over his comp best. Let's see what he can do on his third. It seems like he's jumped all the way to 97, which is a very large jump. 4 kilos from his first to his second, 4 kilos from his second to his third. But right now we're talking Silas Ma. LPS Athletics, third attempt, 95 kilos. Let's see if he can continue to put the bar overhead in a good lift.
Speed! Come on.
Very good lift, very technical lift from Silas there. A slight step forward, but it doesn't matter. Barbell was in the spot it needed to be. Great lift.
And I'm sure we do have the platform noise, so I'm sure you heard Clance Layler, Clance Layler's scream of approval there. Very energetic coach Clance is, and he is very happy for his athletes.
Asher here came in for his first attempt at 97 kilos, made that thing look easy. He's going to have himself a day.
Here we have Elijah coming out for his third and final attempt. Like I said, I believe I have the highest snatch he's done at 91 kilos, so this would be a 6 kilo comp PR. Very powerful athlete. Let's see what he can do.
If he makes this lift, I predict a bar slam. Not so much of a bar slam, but a nice little yell. You got 3 reds though. Why did that happen?
It's great to celebrate, but you gotta look for the lights first. Athlete is probably very happy regardless. Great training make, but I did see the left elbow bend and rebend there. Sadly not to be, but I think that's a good one to put down in your training log as a make. Up your percentages a little bit and hit it probably for your second in the next competition you go to. Here we have Noah Ibanez out of Power Academy. First attempt, 98 kilos.
Very solid lift from Noah here out of Power Academy. 98 kilo. Yep, I think that's a very good opener.
I would agree. We are getting into some of the, away from the juvenile and youth athletes who might just be starting the sport and into some of the junior athletes who have been in this sport a lot longer. I think that's exactly what an opener should look like, and it looks like Noah thought so as well. Again, this is an athlete out of Power Academy. Dave Earl, the coach there, has been coaching for a very long time and knows what an opener should look like, so he's going to make sure his athletes perform as such. Right now we're waiting for the bar to be loaded for Asher Edgson from Variety Village Weightlifting Club. This is another one of those athletes I'm talking about where it's just like they are seasoned athletes even though they are young athletes. Asher has been competing for a fair amount of time, has a lot of competitions under his belt. So any of the little things that might happen that might throw you off in a competition, Asher already has experience in. Here we have 101 kilos, second attempt. Asher from Variety Village Weightlifting.
Hold it.
That was a very impressive lift. For those of you at home, 101 kilos, approximately 222, 223 pounds. That is a fantastic lift.
Great math from Curtis. I'm sure he does his own accounting. We are now moving to Noah Ibanez.
You're right, Dick. I do my own accounting. Noah Ibanez coming out with 102 kilo, and just kind of playing into that a little bit more. 102 kilo is what the gym bro would say is 2 plates or 225 pounds.
Another very tall athlete, basically collar to collar. This is a 7-foot bar, by the way. So these athletes that are making it look small are fairly tall. Unfortunate for Noah. Did loop behind him. Curtis, do you think that was a situation of he just needs more weight to put it in place, or was it a technical flaw where he looped the bar too much?
So I'm going to contradict myself a little bit here. I actually don't think he needs more weight. I think he actually needs to be a little bit quicker past the knee. So one of the common faults here is if you're a little bit slow, and I know this fault because it happens with myself. If I'm not fast enough once I get past the knee into the hip, I tend to dive my head forward a little bit, which sometimes results in, well, the torso being forward. Another flaw is I get too far behind the bar once it's in my hips, so now I'm getting too far behind the barbell. I can't quite get over it or under it, resulting in it being slightly behind the head. So I don't think that was a case of not heavy enough. I think he just needs to keep the barbell a little bit closer to his body.
He is deciding to retake it. Interesting choice to come out basically 40 seconds after you've just missed this weight. Clearly he thinks it's not a strength issue and it is a technical thing he can correct.
I thought he had it. I thought he had that correction, and for a moment he did, but had to go for a little double bounce there in the receiving position, and I think that just put the barbell slightly too far behind him.
I would say I think that miss there. Second one was technical. I think third one was in the right position, but if he had rested just a little longer, he would have had the strength to hold that. My opinion, I don't think that's one to really lose a lot of sleep over, so I think it's a good attempt. He will be credited with 98 kilos as his first attempt.
So you got 105 kilo here, third attempt for Asher out of Variety Village Weightlifting Club.
Let's go, Asher. We got this.
Again, we'll keep saying it all day. Variety Village producing good quality youth athletes. This technique that you're going to see from Asher is very, very solid. It's pretty much the technique is locked in. It's whether the strength can put the bar in place.
And just like that, the technique is there, the strength was there, the patience was there, everything was there to make a good, solid lift. Fantastic lift.
I'd have to agree. That's what I mean, like, when I say Variety Village has these great technical athletes. I think if there was any less technique efficiency in that lift, it wouldn't have been made. But it was up to Asher, and he seemed to put it in place and was able to rely on the technique he has probably spent many, many sessions forging away.
We're coming down to the final 6 attempts here for the snatch portion of this event. Both athletes here, different weight classes, but one starting at 115, yeah, both starting at 115 actually.
And I called it earlier before the session even started. I said, look out for Declan Watson. He's declared 110. He usually opens 113. That was a while ago. He's going 115. It's up to him whether he makes it now, but I would like it noted on the record. I am a fortune teller.
Wouldn't have seen that coming.
Again, this is Declan's heaviest opener to date.
All right, Declan, let's see what we can do here. 115 on the bar. wasting no time. Right, hands on the bar, hips are set, eyes up, and he just goes. Fantastic lift. Nothing better.
Motioning that he is putting the crown on. I think he is well deserving of that crown, coming off of the Senior Provincial Championships where he took gold over fully senior athletes. He is a junior senior, so he qualifies for both categories, but he is a junior first. He's beat out senior athletes. He's wearing that Team Canada singlet that he earned, and that crown is going to continue to be put on. Here we have Riley Barclay out of Power Academy. First attempt, 115 kilos. His clock is starting now.
A little bit of a wobble there with that walk forward, but overall a very good, solid lift.
I'd have to agree. Nothing wrong with a little step forward here and there. He put the bar overhead, locked it out. That's what the judges are looking for.
Nick, were you able to pull up any information on our lifter there?
Yep, I'm looking at some information here for Riley. He does also seem to be one of those ones that have been competing for a fair bit, all the way back to 2023. He has opened at 115 in the past at the Canadian Junior Championships this past June. However, at the Ontario Classic in September, he decided to open at 110 again. So he does seem to be feeling strong. He's opened lighter recently, but it does seem like he is peaking for this competition. He's opening heavy. He's feeling confident. We're most likely going to be going back to Declan. The most I have him snatching is 120 in competition, so I don't think he's going to make a large enough jump to push Riley back out.
This is kind of worth noting here. Though these athletes are in different weight classes, they have a little bit of a battle going on. Neither one of them wants to yield, so this is going to be pretty interesting for these final 4 attempts.
I do think it's going to be a bit of a coach's battle here, and what I mean by that is the numbers that are being put on the board are selected by the coaches. Each coach is trying to buy their athlete a little bit more time. Riley feels confident enough to go up to 120 and possibly push Declan out. Declan has been going kilo for kilo with Riley. However, coaches Dave Earle and Michael D'Angelo are the ones making the changes in the back for their respective athletes. And they're saying, no, mine's better, no, mine is better. I guess we will see who actually snatches more in the end. Right now we have Declan coming out at 119 kilos.
Now I have a feeling here this is a pretty big lift for him. You can see as he came out of the back room there, a little bit of a yell. He is trying to get himself fired up as best as he can.
Declan is for sure a very energetic lifter.
Unfortunate there. So from a technical standpoint, I actually think it was quite good until he attempted to stand up the lift. He kind of dropped his head as you saw there, which then caused the torso to drop, which then resulted in the barbell going forward.
It is possible that what can happen sometimes in these jockeying battles is you get caught up in the board and less so in what your plan is and what you think you can do. So it's possible he went a little too heavy and maybe should have stopped at 118, 117, something like that, continued to build on his snatch. Either way, he is on a 2-minute clock now, and unless he decides to go up to 120, he will be sitting out this clock and going out again for 119.
Turns out he's going up to 120, Nick, so Riley's going to be coming back out for 120 kilo on his second attempt.
Ideally, Riley does come out. I don't think this is a time to get caught up in a battle with a weight class that is different than your own. I think this is Riley's moment to concentrate on his own lifting, and we'll see. It does look like he is coming out now.
I think that's a good choice, right? You guys are in separate weight classes. Stick with what you need to do for your weight class.
Riley's getting hyped up here. He is stomping. He is getting himself ready to lift some weights. Couple smacks. Let's see what he can do.
That was interesting because his technique was super solid, though he was a little bit slower under the bar than I was expecting him to be. So this third attempt's going to be quite interesting.
Both lifters have been pushed to 120 for their third attempts after missing their seconds. I will say both of these lifters are very eccentric. They are letting you know how they feel. If they hit a lift, they are letting you know. If they miss a lift, they are letting you know. So it's very interesting to see, very enjoyable to watch lifters with such emotion. Feels like you kind of make the lifts with them, you miss the lifts with them. Right now we are waiting for Declan to come out. His clock is running down. 30 seconds left. It's one thing to note, it does sound like he's coming out, yep.
There he is. So Declan's coming out here for this third and final attempt. Again, 120 kilo. That is 1 kilo up from his second attempt.
It is a weight he has done in the past. He just needs to do it here and now.
Nick, I've said it before, ain't nothing to it but to do it, and he did just that. He's pretty fired up. I'm pretty fired up here in the booth. That's a great lift.
You can continue to hear the roars echo through all of our host venue, Landmark Strength. Both in the commentary booth here, the platform out there, and the back room. Declan is, like I said, letting everyone know that was a good lift. Here we have Riley coming out. He is also getting himself hyped up. Ideally, he can do the same with 120 that Declan just did.
I know it's very easy to say, but all he needs to do is keep the bar close and just be a little bit quicker under that bar. Very easy to say, very hard to do.
I think it's just a little bit speedier of a turnover. Let's see if he can do it.
Unfortunate. Now, I will say he was a little bit quicker under the bar there than that second attempt, though it was a little bit too far forward, hence why he walked it forward and subsequently let go of the bar.
I will say speed under the bar was better, but position under the bar was slightly worse, and hence the walking forward, like you were saying. Riley will now be accredited with the 115. I will say he is the only 110 plus. So as long as he can post a clean and jerk, he will have the medal in that category. But no athlete is going to be satisfied hitting numbers that they've hit in competition before, or especially missing numbers that they've hit in competition before. So let's see if he can turn it around in the clean and jerk. And right now we have a 5-minute break, it seems, as you can see in the clock counting down. So we will leave you for a few minutes and come back just before the clean and jerk portion starts.
We got Airbnb, it was a house. Instead of getting a hotel with 2 we brought a dog. Golden Retriever. Whereabouts do you live? Are you in this area? Obviously you are. Fair enough. No, we're not from here. Yeah, I can just point her out. No, I can just give it to her. She does. Locust Road.
my aunts are like, oh, you're in Montreal, why don't you come over tomorrow? I haven't seen them in like 35 years either. Like, oh, that's wild. Oh, yeah, you know what? It'd be cool for my kids to see them. So we got Saturday, just like you, I got that. I didn't. It was like severed, however. I just explained to my kids that my aunts are going to remember me at his age. So if he's 13, that's the last time they saw me. So they're going to remember. Yeah, isn't that wild? So they're going to remember me at his age. It's a wild scenario if that happens. Kind of weird. Yeah, exactly. And you had a brother, Kenny, right? There we go. See, I remember him as a computer. He was a computer guy. Oh, that's how I remember. I remember ponytail. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, yeah. I know.
The competition will resume shortly. Technical officials, please take your places.
We are getting ready to get underway for the clean and jerk portion of this men's session here. This is the second men's session of the day. This is also the last men's session of the day.
We are ready to start the clean and jerk portion of the competition. Our first lifter is Vladimir with 64 kilograms on the bar. 1 minute is on the clock.
We are starting. First lifter, Vladimir, out of Power Academy. 64 kilos. Let's see how this goes.
Nice.
I think she might have entered it, but not. Can you bring them back?
Good solid lift, good solid start for Vladimir. Didn't look like it was too difficult for him. So that is a good tone to set. Let's see if he can keep it going into his second and third. Most likely he will be following himself for at least into his second. It is quite possible that for his third he is able to push Samuel out of Sudbury weightlifting out. But for right now it looks like he's following himself. I think it's pretty cool to see. I just pulled up the scoreboard here. There's not a whole lot of red on this scoreboard, which is really good to see. That means athletes and coaches are making attempts and choices that they know they can make, or even if they don't know they can make them, they're making them anyway, which is good to see. You know, we've seen some provincial championships that have had a lot more red on the board. Athletes are chasing medals or maybe opening heavier than that they actually can. This is a pretty solid looking board overall.
6.
6 for the day so far?
So far. Expect like another 2 or 3 more.
That's crazy, but it's Greg crazy.
Yes.
Crazy crazy. You know what I mean?
Vladimir has a minute left. It probably looks like his coach told him to wait for a minute, and then he's able to go lift because he was sprinting out of that back room right at the minute mark. Let's see what he can do for his second attempt at 68 kilos.
Yes, yes.
Clean looks pretty good. And so does the jerk, from my opinion. What do the judges say? They say good lift. Good lift, Vladimir.
A good lift for sure. Solid start, solid second. I think his third will be enough. If he follows the 4 kilo jump, he actually won't push Samuel out. He will continue to follow himself. If he goes up to a 5 kilo jump, so up to 73, it will switch to Samuel out of Sudbury weightlifting, as the lifting order is not only declared by the weight, but the order of lifter, in the sense that if someone is taking their first attempt, they will always go in front of someone taking a second or third attempt. If both lifters are on the same attempt number as well as the same weight, it will then go by lot number, which I don't believe you can see here. The start numbers on the left are different than the lot numbers, but it also goes in that order.
71 kilo on the bar for Vladimir here. Now, this is interesting because they did a 4 kilo weight jump and now a 3 kilo weight jump. I was expecting a 4 kilo weight jump, if I'm being honest.
With the way the last clean and jerk looked, I think a 4 is reasonable. They still have 25 seconds on the clock to actually make a larger change, which they might do, but we'll have to wait and see.
It doesn't look like they're going to be making another weight change, so if I were to hazard a guess here, Vladimir's coming out with 71 kilo. It is officially 71 kilo on the bar, and there he is. He's walking out right now.
Again, right at that minute mark. So that means Dave Earl was like, all right, you can go at a minute. And that whole time, Vladimir was probably bouncing his knees, being like, I'm ready to go. So let's see what he can do.
Yes, yes, yes. Drive hard.
Very solid clean.
Right into the jerk. Very little rest. A good lift overall. 3 for 3 in the clean and jerk. 5 for 6 overall, with a little hiccup in the second attempt of the snatch. Vladimir is finishing his day with a 126 total. For now, he is the first place 79, but that will change as the competition continues to progress.
Samuel now coming out with 73 kilo on the bar from Sudbury Weightlifting Club, first attempt.
It's kind of cool to see. I'll show this to you guys here. Sudbury seems to be a club where they have a lot of last-minute cues at the chalk bucket.
Which, Nick, both you and I are coaches. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Up, set, pop it. Nice.
Clearly it is not, as that was a great lift to start on. And no, I don't think it's a bad thing either. I know myself, I know you, we've both had, whether it's last minute cues or back slaps or whatever, it usually does happen at the chalk bucket. I know if this was the layout of the competition that I would be lifting in, I'm pulling my coach out to the chalk bucket, I'm getting my chalk, and I'm waiting for the last possible moment to get my back slap, my ammonia salts in, all that stuff, and that's usually happening out there. It just seems that some coaches seem to be preferring to either stay behind the curtain or to just let the athlete decide what cues they need on their own.
77 kilo, we are going up for Samuel here.
I don't think Samuel will, take a 7-kilo jump and have Thompson come out, but it is enough to force the loaders to load the big reds, which will take a little bit more time to load. Again, we have loading teams of 5 or 6 people, so you're not gaining a whole lot of seconds, but I'd say that's probably 10 extra seconds of rest right there.
Bars loaded, block resumes from open.
I would say usually with those larger plate changes, you can get a good 30 seconds out. However, sadly for the athletes and the coaches, we here at Landmark Just Lift have very, very good loaders, full loading teams, and they're making these changes a little too quickly for some of these athletes and coaching pairs.
But not too quickly for you guys, the audience. I think this is a great pace of play here for this competition.
I think it's due to the loaders that we've actually been running ahead of schedule the entire day, actually.
I did notice that, actually. We had a little bit of a brief intermission, I guess, between the actual sessions here. But enough about that. Samuel's coming back out. Sudbury Weightlifting Club, second attempt, 77 kilo.
What do you think they're saying at that chalk bucket?
Honestly, I think they're just saying, do your best, and don't forget to send it.
Let's see if he sends it.
Very easy clean.
We'll see if the judges give that lift. 3 white lights, sent express delivery, overnight shipping. Good lift overall. Great lift for Samuel there. He is on to his 3rd attempt. We'll see what he puts on the board for that.
Bars loaded, 2 minutes on the clock. Loaders, please put 80 kilograms on the bar. This will bring out Thompson Angler for his first attempt.
That was a good play. Put on 80 kilo there, forcing another athlete to come out. I think that's a very smart play.
I do see a Go Sam in the YouTube comments, so clearly he listened to you, and you were the reason, Carrie Velo 755, for him making that lift.
So we got Thompson Anger coming out here with 80 kilo. Now, he did power all of his snatches. I'm curious to see if he does power cleans and potentially a power jerk for his clean and jerks.
Power clean as predicted. And a split jerk, so mixing it up on there. A little half and half of what you were thinking there. Overall, good lift. Judges liked it. Again, it looks like the athletes out of Better Tomorrow Barbell Club do seem to be powering a lot of their lifts, concentrating more on explosivity rather than using full range of motion. Nothing wrong with that. Kind of makes it a little easier on them,
Yeah, it makes it a little bit easier on the body. Now, it does require a little bit more effort to get that barbell that high, but if you're able to keep it that high, it's just less strenuous. We got Samuel coming out here for his 3rd attempt at 80 kilo. Again, a little words there from the coach, little words of encouragement here. I think he's going to smash this lift.
Let's do it. Big kick, catch the bounce, let's do it. Up, set.
Just like the 2nd attempt, very easy clean.
Yes, hold it.
And I would say a more solid jerk. Can he hold it? He does.
I would say that was a much better lockout. I did think there was a little bit of elbow wobble in the previous lift, but that one, no questions. We're going up to 83 kilos for Thompson Anger here.
This is the same weight jumps he did, I believe, for his snatches 3 kilos, and then maybe his final had a 4 kilo jump. I can't quite read it off the screen here, but it's definitely within the realm of that 3 kilo range. So I think this will be a good quality lift here.
Yeah, let's see what he's able to do. 83 kilos, second attempt, Thompson Anger.
I think that was a little bit of a better clean. The elbows came around a little bit quicker.
And I would say a sturdier jerk on the second attempt as well. Overall, a better lift. Sometimes you just need to toss a little bit more weight on that bar. Forces you to move a little better. I will be your eyes, Curtis. He actually took a 4 kilo jump from his first to his second and a 5 kilo jump from his second to his third. So it seems that he either opened heavier in his clean and jerk, or he is more of a snatch specialist, as we call it. We are on a 2-minute clock, which, yes, there we go. I was going to say there's no way he's going to, bump up a kilo with his second attempt looking like that.
We need more weight. We're calling out the next guy. Emmett, get ready.
Pretty much. I'm pretty sure I actually heard him walk into the back room and say those direct things to Emmett. So it does look like Emmett is the next lifter up.
Bar is loaded, 1 minute on the clock for Wanda.
Go, Emmett.
Just like the snatches beforehand, Emmett here is all business. Gets a little bit of shock here. Hands on the bar, and I think he'll be going pretty soon.
Tear it up. That's it. Up, 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 up. Come on. Dip, jump. Yes.
Pretty solid lift overall there, Nick.
I would agree. I'm a little bit surprised at the wider stance. I understand he's a taller athlete, but we can see a little bit of his knees slightly caving in. And that could either be a sign of his stance being slightly too wide for maybe his anatomy, or maybe just a little bit of extra glute work tossed into that programming. Either way, doesn't matter. Made the lift.
I think the really cool thing here about all these lifters is they're all developing athletes, and their technique and their positions are going to change quite a bit over the next few years. I wouldn't be surprised if most of these athletes from the beginning of the year to now, their technique has changed a lot because they are growing very rapidly. And when you grow that quickly, your limbs grow, so you can't have that same start position. So I think it's cool to see how athletes are going to progress over their time with the weightlifting.
I would agree. Here we have Thompson Anger coming out from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club. 86 kilos for his third and final attempt. He did take 3 kilo jumps all throughout. Second attempt was better than his first. Let's see if his third attempt could be the best of them all. This is to go 6 for 6 in the competition as well.
So far, that clean was better.
Better tomorrow, more like better right now. I think that third attempt was the best of them all. Out of Better Tomorrow Barbell Club, Thompson Anger, 6 for 6 in what I believe is his first competition, if not his first provincials for sure. We are coming up with our next lifter out of Phoenix Weightlifting. 88 kilos is loaded on that bar. Larry Robinson is another one of those coaches that seems to like to come to the chalk bucket. Again, nothing wrong with that, just an observation. It seems to be the Northern Ontarios really like to, walk out with their athletes, make sure that they know what to do, and let's see if Joshua here knows what to do on his first attempt.
Honestly, I'm all for that. I think it's a great approach here. This is a very easy clean. Okay. Takes that moment to stabilize himself, waits for that down signal. Great jerk as well. Great movement.
Interesting enough, Larry Robinson did not stick around to receive his athlete after the lift. He said, I know you can do it. I'm going to go to the back room now. The athlete did very much perform a very easy first attempt. I suspect we'll see some good things from Joshua.
Point your arms at the platform. Stay tight.
Very good clean. That was very technical and very strong.
Hold it.
Power jerk there. Let's see if he gets this. He does. He does.
It is a good lift. I will say I'm curious to see how his second and third go. The clean was very good, but much like in the snatches, we can see some maybe shoulder internal rotation and some bending of the elbows.
You're looking at his right elbow there, Nick?
I was. I think, and I'm almost curious to see if he can actually lock out those elbows. It might be that there's some sort of anatomical inability to lock out the elbow, which some lifters have.
Very interesting observation there.
It is commonplace for those athletes to actually point at their elbows before performing a lift. However, the rules have changed since that was popular, and now you actually have to declare during weigh-in that you are unable to fully extend your elbows, and that the judges should be aware of that before lifting. Here we have Emmett out of Victory Barbell Club, second attempt, 90 kilos.
That is an unfortunate miss there for Emmett. It looks like he had the height, looks like he had the power. Maybe just been a little bit too far forward. Maybe his elbows dropped just a little bit too much, causing him to then go forward.
Yeah, it's interesting because I believe that was a similar fashion of how he missed one of his snatches, correct?
I think you're right. Same sort of idea.
Being pushed forward onto the knees there, yeah. And to me, that might point to maybe a better hip mobility than ankle mobility, resulting in, as you sit into that hole, you get pushed forward a little bit. Not too sure. I'm not here to, do a full diagnostic on the athlete, just speculating. We are on a 2-minute clock for Emmett. It is most likely that he'll just come out. He did take a 5-kilo jump, which is fairly large, so it is most likely that he'll just wait out his clock, go out when he feels ready, and then ideally come out and smash this weight.
We got 1 minute left on the clock for Emmett here, and he is starting to walk out. Let's see what happens here.
Be aggressive. Power. Going up. Yes, up.
That was way better, much better of the clean. Let's see what the trick looks like.
Yes.
He wanted that lift. That is an all-day and night great lift.
Yeah, I will add, that seems to be 10 kilos more than he has ever done in competition in the clean and jerk.
Did you say 10 kilo?
For those francophones back at home, 10 kilos. That is a 10 kilo competition PR for sure. His last competition was in the spring, the 2025 Variety Village Open in the spring. So that is a great total. Here we have Joshua out of Phoenix Weightlifting coming for his second attempt at 92 kilos. Let's see what he can do.
Joshua here with a great 92 kilo clean and jerk. Stood up the clean very fast, super solid overhead. Great lift.
Even dusted off the hands a little bit. He said, yep, that's done, that's dusted. Let's go on to the next one. So let's see what he loads for his next attempt. Right now, we are onto a Variety Village athlete. Second attempt, 93 kilos. Let's see if he comes out for it. He is indeed coming out. Again, it is going to be worth watching the elbows here. Again, we don't know if the athlete cannot fully extend, but does seem to have some issues with the elbows.
Push, reset.
Again, no issues at all with the clean.
Reset. Hold it.
I stand so corrected. The athlete's having a little trouble walking off. A little struggle at the top of the clean, getting pushed back a little bit, having to adjust their footing. Maybe got a little lightheaded. But as I was saying, I stand very corrected with that. The elbows there. That was a much better jerk. Even though there was a slight bend in that right arm, it looked locked out. It looked as locked out as it was getting. There was no question, not leaving it up to the judges at all.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Nick.
We are going to be on a temporary 2-minute clock, but it looks like I would be baffled. Yep, there we go. I am not baffled, and we are indeed going up.
So Tyler Cox coming out here with 95 kilo. Now it's going to take a moment here to get that barbell set up. So the good news for any athletes that are around this 95 kilo bubble, they do get a little bit of extra rest here because they're going from a bunch of change plates there, which are the small plates, up to the big greens and the collar.
I will say this does seem to be Tyler's heaviest opener yet. His previous heaviest was 91 kilos, so this is a 4 kilo additive to his opener for what he would typically do. Let's see if it's a bit ambitious or if it's right on the money.
That was a very solid clean jerk. The lockout of the jerk, very, very prominent, leaving no question whatsoever.
I would say that was indeed right on the money. It does look like there was a lot of reason to push that opener up.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what he goes to next because though the clean didn't look hard, it looked like there was a slight challenge with it, and that could be something as simple as maybe he mistimed the catch, right? Maybe he didn't have his full brace, which those of you who are lifting out there and have done any form of squatting, you do know that if you lose your brace even just a little bit, that lift becomes a lot harder. But clearly wasn't really that big of an issue.
Here we have Larry walking out his athlete again, giving him the final cues, maybe a back slap or two, and then sending him out to go hit his third and final attempt. 96 kilos is loaded on the bar for Joshua out of Phoenix Weightlifting. Let's see if he can put it all together on this third lift.
His lifting has been pretty good so far. He can do it. Like all of his cleans, they're fast.
Big jump, throw it back.
The judges saw what I think we all saw, that left elbow bent and rebent, which is not ideal, and it does make a no lift. So they gave him the down signal before he even tried to recover there. He could have fought for it to try and keep it up a little bit more, but it wouldn't have mattered in the sense of this competition. Here we have the third and final attempt from Taha here at the Variety Village Weightlifting Club. 96 kilos. We shall see what he can do. Again, I have been pointing out his elbows. He kind of proved me wrong on the last one. Let's see if he can continue to prove me wrong here.
Push, reset. Crane, get under. Come on. Hold it! Hold it! Down, down.
Just like the last lift, though it was what we would call a training make, because there's a little bit of press out there, the judges have ruled that a no lift.
Yeah, it did seem very unstable overhead, and that's where the walking forward came. Once he started moving, his elbows started bending and rebending to try and force that bar up, but once that happens, judges red lighted it immediately, and that's fine. He is credited with 93 kilos. Here we have Eric Pang, first attempt, 100 kilos, an athlete from LPS Athletic.
Great lift from Eric here. Now, I just kind of made this comment to you, Nick, without the mics on there, but he starts very similar to some of the Team China athletes. T and Tao particularly is what I noticed there. And it's just really cool to see these athletes mimicking some of these, I'll say, all-star performances. It's just a cool thing, right?
I would agree. I think it's one of the harder sports for North American athletes to find people to look up to. We are able to, you know, have more North American athletes to look up to now, but it's still cool that some of these junior athletes can kind of emulate some of their all-stars, let's say.
Hard clean, but the jerk was no problem. Now, Nick, you had mentioned this before. You almost always want to have a jerk that is better than your clean, so that when that clean is that much, like as hard as it is, you still have a little bit left in the tank for that jerk.
Very much so. If you are efficient in the jerk, you should be able to jerk more than you can clean. And that is so that when you can stand up a hard clean, you can make the jerk still look easy with fatigued legs. And that is what that athlete just did. We are on a 2-minute clock. It's also worth noting that 100 kilos from my competition database here is a 2-kilo comp PR for Tyler, and that's only his second attempt.
So we're only going up from here for 2 reasons. 1, the barbell only goes up, and 2, this is just extra gravy on the potatoes for Tyler here. Like, he's going to go up there, most likely going to go up to 103, maybe even more, and this is going to be a good day for him.
He did take a 5-kilo jump from 95 to 100. I don't think he will go as far as 105. I could be proven wrong here. There still is 15 seconds left to put changes in, but I do think he's going to stick below 103 or lower.
I would agree with that, Nick. I do think 103 is in the cards here, but he's got about 5 seconds. At least his coach has a few seconds here to make that change. And it looks like he's coming out at 102 kilo. Let's see what happens.
We do not know his training numbers, but this would be a substantial PR, about 4 kilos.
Hard clean, but the elbow position was better.
And again, a very reliable jerk. He said it didn't matter that it was a hard clean. I know I can rely on my jerk, and that's what he did. We have the first attempt of Silas Ma coming up. Did very well in the snatches. Let's see if he can also go 3 for 3 in the clean and jerks here.
Very curious to see what kind of jumps Silas makes here, him and his coach. He did 5-kilo jumps for the snatch. I wonder if he would do the same thing for clean and jerk. Although he does need to make this lift first.
If we remember back to his snatches, a very explosive athlete.
Hold it, good.
Yeah, Nick, I think he's going up.
I would sure hope so. That was a very quick, very explosive, very technically efficient lift. That turnover in the clean was pretty much butter. It is worth noting that the speed of the dip and drive after standing up the clean is something to watch out for. If the bar does not become motionless after standing up and the athlete decides to go into the jerk right away, the refs can actually red light that and consider it adding oscillation to the bar or the bar not becoming motionless. The bar must become motionless after the clean before the jerk can commence.
Now, as predicted here, Silas is going up in weight. He went from 103 kilo to a declared 107 kilo. Who is going to be coming out after this next lifter, Eric Peng, who is getting ready for a 105 to clean a jerk. And our loaders here are doing a fantastic job of making sure the plates are on tight and that barbell is centered.
Bar is loaded, clock is running for Eric Peng.
Speed, don't rush, take your time. Concentrate. Speed. Hold it, hold it. Good.
Great lift by Eric here, 105 kilo, very technical, very strong. No problems with that whatsoever.
Pause the competition for a moment while we clean the bar.
So we have a technical pause here. They're cleaning the bar. In my experience, this usually indicates that there is some blood left on the bar from one of the previous athletes. Right, that is a sanitation issue, so we're going to make sure that barbell is nice and clean for that next athlete.
So right now our team of loaders is pulling out a bit of disinfectant, a brush, and a rag. So we are going to clean away any sort of bits of the past lifter, whether that be blood or skin. You know, sometimes these lifters like to keep the bar very, very close, and it might take some of them with it. Obviously, we do not want any of the other lifters coming in contact with that. So it does pause the entire competition. And the bar is clean, recentered, and replaced onto the platform just like it is now. So we will restart the clock and have, we will change the weight and then restart the clock. It will be Silas Ma coming out at 107 kilos. Again, a very explosive athlete. We'll see what he can do.
Very strong technical clean, and we expect nothing less of the jerk here. Great lift.
Something you might notice with Silas, and you might notice this with a lot of the other LPS male athletes, they do like to power jerk or squat jerk rather than opt for the split. And they also keep their feet where they are. You might see some athletes, especially the ones that split, they have to return their feet to the middle because their feet have to be in line with the bar there. When you do a power jerk, you can keep your feet out wide. They do not have to return to the center because they are already in line with the bar, which is not commonly known. Some people believe that the feet have to be returned to the center, but that's not true. They just have to be in line with the bar. Silas isn't wasting any extra energy. He's just keeping his feet out wide. And now he is going up in weights, and we will see Jack Manley come out, most likely, unless Jack also goes up.
Looks like there might be a little bit of confusion here. Looks like one of our loaders has noticed a little bit more blood on the bar, so we're going to get that thing cleaned up for him real quick.
Our loaders are very much looking out for the sanitation and safety of the lifters. So they're going to go ahead and clean that up really quickly, get the competition going again. Again, we have very good loading teams. So while the sides of the bar are being loaded with weights, there is a head loader inspecting the bar, making sure it's clean, making sure it's safe, and then recentering the bar.
Jack Manley getting ready to come out here for this 110 kilo clean and jerk. This is going to be his first attempt.
110 kilos for Jack is not the most he's attempted in competition, but it is the most he's ever made in competition, and he's coming out with that. So he's clearly feeling really good.
Up, 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 up! Jump! Yes!
That is an all-day lift. That is something that he has hit countless times before. Even though that might be the only lift he's made in competition in terms of making it at this weight, 110 kilo, I think it's pretty safe to say he's made this weight many times in training and maybe gone heavier than that.
The way he made that look, I would say he probably has another 10 kilos in him. Probably finishing somewhere between 117 to 120 on his third, we'd hope. That looked very, very easy. No questions about it. We'll just have to see what he can do on his second and third attempt. But for right now, we have Marcus out of Apollo Barbell Club also opening at 110 for his first attempt. Again, Marcus is a bit of a taller athlete, which comes with some benefits and some hardships. So he will have to pull this bar a little higher for himself to get under it, and let's see how he goes about that.
Push, Marcus, push.
I don't think pulling that bar high is a problem there, Nick. That was a very high catch in that clean, and this is a very solid jerk. I don't think he's going to have any problems whatsoever with this barbell.
I don't so much love the stomping in the clean, but I love the foot placement in the jerk. When I teach the jerk, I really drill people on picking that foot up and reaching with it, and he did that very, very well. So I'm excited to see what he can continue to do. Like you said, not a problem getting under that jerk. He pulled that bar super, super high. So that was a very good, very easy opener for him. We'll see what he does on his second and third. But for now, we have Eric Pang out of LPS coming out for his third at 110. So far, he has made 105 previously and 100 before that.
Speed! Come on. Come on, Eric! Yep.
That's a very solid clean.
Hold it.
Little bit of a wobble there. What do the judges think? They say good lift. I agree. I still think that was a very good lift.
Yep, there was a bit of a wobble, but I don't think it's enough to call it. Judges thought it was a good lift, and he is going to be happy with that one. Right now, we are looking for Silas Maw to come out. Most likely will come out at this 111 here. It does follow his 4 kilo jumps that he's been making. Again, kind of interesting to be taking smaller jumps in the clean and jerk than you had taken in the snatches. He took 5 kilo jumps in the snatches. To me, that kind of points out that he is more of a snatch specialist. He is going up. And where are we jumping to? We're jumping to 112, but where did Silas jump to?
Silas actually jumped to 117 kilo there. That is a 10 kilogram jump. So he is, you know, put a bit of a Hail Mary in there.
It is worth noting that an athlete can go down. A coach can declare that their athlete goes up to 117 but goes down to like 114, let's say, to push someone else out, as long as the bar has not gone over that weight or already gotten to that weight. So right now we have Barry from 6 for 6 coming out at his first attempt at 112 kilos. Again, he has been showing some Chinese-style weightlifting, so let's see what he does in the clean if he still emulates that style. We might be looking for a squat jerk here, which would be cool to see.
Nope, Nicky is just doing a split jerk there. He got a no lift there, and I can only think that he got that no lift because his elbows maybe buckled a little bit with that weight overhead. Now, I must admit, I did look away for a second, so I didn't see the jerk portion of that lift. Nick?
That's okay, Curtis. I'm taking my job seriously. I did see his elbows. They did buckle a bit. Unfortunate for him. The clean was very good. He does have a bit of a wider stance, which is that kind of Chinese style of weightlifting, which we can see he does favor with the singlet, the knee sleeves, and the shoes, right? He opted for the split jerk. Squat jerks are hard, not going the full Chinese style of weightlifting. But it did seem like he maybe dropped his chest, which results in the shoulders internally rotating, elbows a little easier to bend overhead. So ideally, he can really just press into this bar, squeeze those elbows a little bit more on this retake here for his second attempt. I do think it's a good idea to just retake it, especially you want something on the board. You know, it'd be different if you missed your second and going for your third. Maybe you go up then, but I think this one he should retake. He should make sure he gets something, and he's going up.
Everything you just said means nothing. This guy is going up. He is here to play ball.
We have Jack up next as the next lifter at 114. We'll see if he actually comes out. Again, he's already opened heavier than he's ever done before and matched his best third attempt. So this is all uncharted territory, at least as far as my competition database is concerned. Let's see what he can do.
Grip on this.
That was a hard clean, but he is ready for a fight.
And like we've been saying this whole session, if you can stand up the clean and then rely on your jerk and you have a better jerk than you have a clean, you are going to be doing everything right. That looked like he can very much rely on his jerk. It doesn't matter how hard the clean is, he knows he can trust his jerk, which is exactly where you want to be.
So now Barry's going to be coming back out for a 114 clean and jerk.
The clock is running for Barry. We don't quite see him yet.
Oh, there he is. So he's getting right there. He's going to have about 30 seconds to still get to that bar and make this lift. Now, as long as that barbell is lifted off the floor before 0, he can continue that lift.
That is quite right, Curtis. The lift technically doesn't start until it passes its knee, but the clock does stop once the bar is removed from the platform. The clock can always be restarted if the lift doesn't pass the knee. So he just has to get this off the platform to stop that clock.
That is a better clean.
I would say a better jerk too.
Yep, that is a good lift.
The judges also thought so. As someone who is notorious for running down the clock, I think 2 seconds is a bit dicey, but it didn't matter. He still made the lift. 2 seconds is all you need. 1 second is all you need. And he still put it in place. So that is a good lift, especially coming off of the first lift miss. We are now looking for Elijah from Adamantium Weightlifting to come out at 115. So that means we're getting the big blues on there. We're going to be looking at big red, big blue, and a collar on the outside.
It's also a pretty interesting observation I'm making here, Nick, is that we have, I believe, 4 athletes at 115, maybe 3 athletes now at 115. So it's going to be interesting to see how a little bit of jockeying kind of goes on here.
Yeah, we have Elijah, came out to the chalk bucket, looked inside. Maybe we need to get a better block for these athletes. Was kind of fighting for some chalk in there.
Front foot, chin up.
very solid clean, very solid jerk. That looked almost routine.
The way he's walking off the platform, I think it was routine. Again, a very explosive athlete, which is cool to see. We have different styles of athletes here. Some of them are a little more grindy. Their pulls might look slow, but they still get under. Some of them rip it off the floor, and Elijah is one of those get nice and tight and rip off the floor kind of athletes there, and he's still putting it together really, really well.
So Marcus coming out here for his second attempt at 115 kilo.
Oh, he's taking it for a little stroll. I wonder what the judges will give.
So the center judge gave him a red light, and the other two did not. I mean, you only need 2 whites. That's a good lift.
Because our camera is in line with the center judge, I would be inclined to have agreed with the center judge there. I did think the feet landed before the bar was fully locked out. Even if the athlete continues to press themselves down and doesn't necessarily press the bar up, technically the way the rules are written is if the feet land before the bar is locked out, then it is a no lift. So that's just something to watch for. For right now, we have Jack Manley coming out for his 3rd attempt, 115 kilos. This is only 1 kilo over what he just did.
Interesting call from his coach here. I wonder if this is reaching up to the maximum potential he has currently.
An absolute battle of a stand. And a very reliable jerk.
He is fired up here, Nick. He is ready to go. That 115 clean and jerk. Yes, sorry to cut you off, buddy, but that was a hard clean, but he crushed that jerk. If I were him, I'd be very, very happy.
And we are adding some chalk to that bucket for those athletes, making sure that they have some good chalk. But yes, Curtis, that was most likely either it must have been a overall PR, right? There was still time on the clock to put in a change, so it wasn't a technical error where they just ran the clock down a little too much. It was very much a conscious decision, and clearly it was the right one. A little bit of a harder clean, a little bit of a fight, but a solid jerk to end the competition on, finishing with 204 kilos in the men's 71. I don't think we have any other 71 kilo athletes left to compete, so that does solidify him in first.
Just 70.
Come on, Silas.
I stand corrected.
Come on.
This is Silas Ma right now at 117 kilos for his 3rd attempt.
Yes.
Very easy clean.
Oh my.
Okay.
He was given the down
quick.
signal. Okay. So the judges are following through with their original good lift. It did seem that he lost a little bit of control of the bar before he put it down, but he was given the down signal to put it down. So after that point, as long as he puts it down before him, in front of him, it should not matter. Here we have Marcus coming out for his 3rd and final attempt at 117 kilos. I would also like to retract my previous statement. We do still have a men's 71 left to lift. That is Barry out of 6 for 6, who is currently sitting in 2nd. With a 6 kilo jump, it will put him in first. So that 3rd attempt at 120 for Barry could very much be a make or break. But for right now, we have Marcus out of Apollo Barbell, 117 kilos, 3rd attempt.
Hold.
Push. Push. Hold. Finish this,
A
Marcus.
bit of a hard clean here, but he's going to fight for this one.
Down.
That is a good lift. That is a fantastic fight on his part. He should be very happy with that. Coach and athlete, big high five at the end there. That's a good lift, and that's a good day for him.
I will note that that seems to be a 7-kilo competition PR for Marcus there. His best in competition. He has attempted 112 in the past, but not made it, and he has made 110 in the past. So that is a 7-kilo clean and jerk PR. For right now, we have Asher out of Variety Village Weightlifting Club coming up for his first attempt at 118 kilos. Let's see how he does.
Very strong technical clean there, Nick. Same thing with the jerk. Yep, I think that is a great lift.
119 kilograms on the bar, please.
He's happy with that. There was some sort of hand signal there to his coach. Kind of seemed like he said he was shaky, but I don't think he was shaky at all. Maybe I'm misreading those hand signals there. I think that was a very strong opener, very solid opener. We are going back to Elijah for 119 kilos. Again, super explosive athlete here. Gets really tight off the start and then just rips the bar up. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah.
Just like you said, a very strong athlete, very fast athlete. He's ready to bring the fight to his fellow 79-kilo weightlifter there. He's going for it, and I love to see it.
I think that that one right there was actually was very good. Overall, super explosive, just as his snatches were as well. I'm interested to see what he does for his second and third. Okay, so this is the 120 that could possibly bring Barry into first place. This is a 6-kilo jump.
Honestly, Nick, I love this play here, making a pretty big jump. Go for broke. You've already solidified second. Why not give yourself a chance?
Push, push.
A hard stand, but a stand nonetheless. I would say that's a good lift. I don't think there was any movement in those elbows. He's excited. Left judge, you know, can come fight me personally. I think that's a great lift. I don't think there was any movement in those elbows. You take that red light back. He needs to. He is securing himself as the 71 provincial champion. So those screams that you're hearing are very, very valid. That lift meant a lot, especially coming out and not only did he miss his second and third snatch, but he missed his first clean and jerk. So to go from 3 misses into a make on your second and a provincial champion lift on your third is a huge comeback for Barry.
That's what it means to be an athlete. It's putting your own, you know, little discomforts aside and just doing what needs to be done to make that lift and get that victory. Kudos to him. That was a great lift, great attempt. Fantastic victory.
Like I always say, the bar does not care about your feelings. It will always weigh the same. Here we have Asher, 122 kilos, making the clean look easy.
Hold it. Hold.
Good.
Yep, couldn't agree more with the judges there. I think that was a great lift.
Yeah, giving the nod to his coach probably to bump those numbers up. Whatever his coach was saying would be a reasonable jump. He was like, yep, let's put that on the bar. Very good lift there for Asher. We are now kind of deciding some of the placement for the 79s, it does seem. There is still yet the biggest fish in the 79 pond there, Declan Watson. We are waiting for him to come out. For right now, Elijah. Again, I'll say it one more time. Super explosive athlete. Let's see what he can do with this 123 kilo clean and jerk. I'm thinking it's going to go very well for him.
Straight dip. Punch. Tight, 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 tight.
A great lift there. He's super jazzed about it. I think rightfully so. Clearly he was making noise throughout the whole lift. And we can talk a little bit about why that is. We've talked a little bit about bracing, and it is super important to actually release a little bit of that brace, and that's what screaming does. Whether he's doing it for that reason or just because he is hyped about, you know, getting the cleanup, making the jerk, it is important to release a little bit of air, because if you hold your brace for too long, that will cause you to pass out and get lightheaded between the clean and the jerk.
Now, it's kind of interesting here, Nick, and I don't remember seeing it, but I'm sure it's happened. People making a little bit of noise as they're pulling on the bar. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're losing their brace. Sometimes that's just a natural thing that happens. Myself and you, whenever we lift, sometimes we make some noise as we're lifting the weights off the ground. That doesn't mean we've lost our brace. It's just a natural thing.
Here we have Noah Ibanez for his first attempt, 126.
Yes, yes.
A solid lift, no questions about it. We are coming over back to Asher for his third attempt.
Bars loaded, 1 minute on the clock for Edson.
Let's see what he can do. So far he's been very sturdy with his lifts. I don't think there's been really any questions about them. He has gone 3 for 3 in the snatch. This determines whether he goes 3 for 3 in the clean and jerk. It will also determine the final placing. It will put him in first in the men's 79 until Declan comes out. And then it is possibly put him into second, but possibly keeping him in first depending on how Declan does.
Very, very solid clean there, Nick.
Good recovery.
And we get the bar slam, Nick. There it is. Been waiting for that thing all day.
Well, I'm sure with the athletes coming up, you will get more of those. We know both Declan and Riley are very much known for their bar slams. Maybe even a little bit of Noah here. First, we are going to start with Noah coming out at 130. So the loaders are going to have to go up and bump that weight up.
That was a very smart move by Noah's coach there, going for 126, automatic increase to 127, and then moving him up to 130. It is not enough to draw someone else out, but it is enough to give him that extra rest that he might need.
Yep, just that little bit of added time for the loaders to step on that platform means the clock has to stop and makes it so that the athlete can just wait a little longer, catch their breath a little longer.
And Nick, 130 was not enough. We're going up to 132 kilo for Noah here.
Yep, out of Power Academy, we have Coach Dave Earl, seasoned coach. He knows how to just kind of bump up that clock a little bit more for his athletes, make sure that they feel well rested. We have Noah already at the chalk bucket, ready to go.
Yes, yes.
So he gets that lift. Now I do have to admit, I agree with that most right judge there. There's a little bit of movement in that left elbow, but Nonetheless, he got 2 white lights. That's a good lift.
I would also agree with that far right judge there, especially from the angle that we have. So I'm kind of surprised that the center judge did not give a red as well. In the end of the day, doesn't matter. The refs gave the calls that they gave, and he is walking away with a good lift at 132. I guess the main question to ask now is, what will his coach bump those numbers up for him to come out? Declan has actually jumped up from 135 to 140. I don't think Noah has the range to also go up to 140 to force anyone else out. So this is going to be his 2-minute clock, and I think Dave just put in, I think, all of the changes he can. So I think it's just this one change left, and then we are waiting for Noah to come out whenever he's ready.
Clock resumes for you.
Yeah, as of right now, it's just a waiting game. He's got a little over 30 seconds there. There he is, right? A minute 30 still remaining on the clock. He has that time to rest if he wanted to.
I'm going to jump in here. We saw this with the snatches. I think he needs more rest. I want him to prove me wrong here, but he's really not letting the clock run down enough.
Get set.
Tough clean. Let's see how the jerk goes. That's unfortunate. He did miss it behind him there. So we got the barbell in position, but he just wasn't quick enough with the rest of his body. And honestly, Nick, I do have to agree with you there. I think if he had a little bit more rest, he would have been a little bit more successful with that lift.
I know some athletes maybe want to go like right away. I think it's then up to, maybe the coach to be like, no, you're not going until that thing hits a minute. Either way, Noah is done for his clean and jerks. He's accredited with, I believe it was the 132, with a 230 total, and he is the men's 88 provincial champion there. So the 135 didn't matter in the end of the day. That was just icing on the cake. So maybe that's why he was quick to go out.
This is interesting, Nick. So both our last two athletes have actually gone up in weight from what they declared. Riley declared 140. He's now declared 145. Watson here was 135, went up to 140, now 142.
Tight off the ground.
I do apologize for the brief issues there. Let's see Declan Watson, 142.
Yeah, right up. Yep. Finish the drive.
Hard, clean. You got to take a big deep breath in here to get this barbell up overhead. Great lift.
A great lift indeed. Very solid power jerk. We don't quite see the celebrations that we did in the first snatch yet, though. I'm wondering when those come.
Well, Nick, it was only 142 kilo, right? He's got a lot more in the tank. We know that. We just need to see it.
That is indeed correct. Only a measly 142. What's the point in celebrating? I think it is very impressive to jump. He did declare 135. He opened a whole 7 kilos above that, so that is a substantial increase. Right now we do have a little bit of a play of the jockeying of weights. So we are now going to call out Riley from Power Academy. Again, similar situation to the snatch where these two athletes are lifting the same weights. They are in different categories, but they are going to be messing with each other's clocks.
Bars loaded, 1 minute on the clock for Barcelona.
Don't see Riley yet. He's got about 50 seconds remaining on the clock. There he is. There. He's going to get some shock here. If the snatches are any indication here, I think this is going to be a very powerful lift because though he missed 2 snatches, the 115 he did make was pretty good.
Keep rolling, keep going.
Yes. Catch tall.
A little pause in the bottom, but still stood it up with some ease. And much like other athletes, like we've been saying today, a very reliable jerk. Doesn't matter how hard the clean is. If you have a good jerk, you're going to make the lift. It is worth noting, Riley did also open with 145 back at the Ontario Classic in September, so that is a fairly routine weight, I would say, for him. However, if we're looking over at Declan, the most he's ever hit in competition that I can find is 145, and that is his second attempt, which is loaded on the bar now.
Nope, not anymore, Nick. He's gone up to 147 kilo. This is going to bring back Riley with an automatic increase of 146.
That is going to for sure jump up really quickly, as that was the auto increase. So I expect that to just be pushed. Yep, there we go. And Declan's being called back out at 147. I think he's going to take this. 5 kilo jump is quite substantial, even at these massive weights. So I think he is going to take this.
There he is right there, right? You can hear that yell. He's getting himself ready to go, getting himself fired up. This might be a hard clean, but if it gets to his shoulders, I think he's got this lift.
Go. Come on. Go!
Unfortunately, that clean was just not there today. That was a fantastic effort, though. This kind of puts him in a bit of a tricky situation between him and his coach here, because this is, as you said earlier, Nick, potentially the heaviest clean he's made, especially in competition. And now he has a 2-minute clock, so he could go up. But actually, Riley just went up too, so I think he has to take his time here and let that clock run down and come out with less than 30 seconds to go.
I would say so too. That clean looked very hard, and he did fight for it for a little bit. So you're ideally waiting until 30 seconds. You're giving your legs as much rest as you can. I don't think he can put a single kilo more on that bar. And I think it was a great strategic play from Dave Earl out of Power Academy to bump Riley up to 150 and say, no, Declan, you're staying right where you are. If you want to chase me to 150, you can, but I don't think you can, so I'm going up. So now it's Declan's clock, and ideally he runs it down as much as he possibly can to give himself some time. It's also worth pointing out that Declan's wearing knee wraps, so every time that he goes into the back room and unwraps them, it does take extra time and eats up some of his clock getting ready versus knee sleeves, which you'll see a lot of our other athletes here wearing.
Now, the big difference between knee wraps and knee sleeves is knee sleeves are really just there to keep the joint warm. Some knee sleeves do provide a little bit of support, whereas the knee wraps, it's really all it is support, right? You'll get a little bit of that bounce out of the bottom of that clean or out of the bottom of a squat there when you compare the knee wraps to the knee sleeves. I personally like the knee sleeves myself. I just want my knees to be nice and warm.
And through telekinesis, Declan did follow our instructions and waited until basically the last moment. He has 20 seconds left on his clock, and this is his third and final attempt, 147 kilos.
This is going to be a big effort here. And unfortunately, it just is not there. He should still be incredibly happy with his performance. Hitting 142 kilo, massive lift. That still puts him in first place overall in his category.
It does still put him in first place overall in his category. He does not seem pleased with his performance. It does seem that is 3 kilos under his best ever performance, so I still think that's a really solid performance there. I'm not sure if that lift would have given him any sort of international qualification. You can see he's wearing the Team Canada singlet there. Maybe that's where some of those emotions came from, that he missed out on some of that, or these lifts mean a lot to him. Either way, we're switching over to Riley now. Second attempt, 150 kilos. Let's see what he can do.
I think he just needs to catch this bounce, Nick. If he can catch this bounce better, it's going to be an easy lift. I think I spoke a little bit too soon. I think I may have jinxed him here. The pull was really good. The pull was good, but it was a little forward in the catch.
A possible curse of the commentator there, I do think. It's also possible that that push from Dave Earl to push him up to 150 resulted in Riley waiting a little too long, right? You had Declan's 2-minute clock from 147 to 147, as well as the initial clock after 145 for Declan's first attempt at 147. So that probably resulted in Riley waiting for a total of like 4 minutes, which some athletes usually train to about a 2 to 3 minute clock, rest. I know, in our weightlifting area, if I see an athlete resting for more than 4 or 5 minutes during the Olympic lifts, I'll tell them to get off of their phone and go hit a lift. In the squats,
a lot of those people are on their phones.
In the squats, it's a bit different, right? As those are more demanding lifts. Then you're gonna squat more than you're gonna clean and jerk, right? But I do think that it might have resulted in just a little bit too much rest. Ideally, the pull on it freshens him up enough to be able to come back and hit this on his third.
I wouldn't be surprised. If we had a camera back there, I would not be surprised if he's doing some jump squats or some lunges or something just to keep the legs warm, keep the legs fresh. He is on his way back out now. This is going to be his third attempt. Riley, Power Academy here, third attempt, 150 kilo.
He is getting himself psyched up. This lift clearly means a lot.
Unfortunately, that pull, which is a little bit slower off the floor than his previous attempt, resulting in that no lift. I will say this, though. I do think the overall attempt was better.
I would be inclined to agree. It did look like he attempted 152 back in September at the Ontario Classic. However, also missed it there. And 150 would have been, from what I can see, a 1 kilo PR, or at least a 1 kilo competition PR. We are going right into presentation. It is quite possible that the men's session ran it ran 5 minutes late, it seems. So we are going right into the presentation. I'll let the announcer take that away.
We also have Emma Pizzullo from Power Academy. Jessica Cummings from Apollo Barbell Club. Shahala May from Maximus Barbell. And that brings us to our women's 63 category, Kate Murray from Landmark District. We have a guest lifter, Sarah Webb. Carson McLean from Team Mac Weightlifting. Madeline Tyler from 16 Barbell Club. Still in the 63 kilo category, we have Brooke Mayo from Landmark District. We have Marlo Robinson from Phoenix Weightlifting Club. And Chloe Parsons from Adirondacks Weightlifting. In our 69 kilo category, we have Julia Kinovalova from Burlington Barbell Club. In our women's 77 kilo category, we have Kiki Tan from Iron Athletics, as well as Ava Alexander from LPC. And finally, in our 86 kilo category, we have Paige Sinclair from LPC, and Martha Grant from Capstation Weightlifting. Wonderful ladies, we look forward to seeing you in about 10 minutes. Please stick around. We have some further announcements of our referees, as well as some awards. The 10 minutes has started prior to the snatch session. Referees, we would like to announce you as well. center referee is Eva Martin. Referee left is Brian Lee. Referee 3 is Nancy Fedorazova. Our two marshals are Linda Rosario Earnshaw and Melissa Murphy. Our technical controller is Eva Martin. And you have your announcer myself, Julia Ryan. Thank you, everyone.
It is actually.
We are still preparing our medals from the previous
Yeah, you can probably figure it out.
But we do have some other awards to address.
Just give me a couple minutes. Yeah, we can do. There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, here we go. The OWA is pleased to recognize a member of our community whose impact spans roles and generations, first as an athlete and later as a coach, club owner, and perennial member of the OWA community. Sorry, I'm really loud. We are proud to present a 25-year Lifetime Achievement Award to Rolly Pritchett.
All right.
Rolly has been a dedicated member for years, serving as both athlete and coach. He started as a junior representing Canada at the Junior World Championships in Athens in 1978. And Debrecen, Hungary in 1979. And he competed for Ontario at 6 senior Canadian championships, earning 3 medals. At 82 kilos body weight, he achieved 127.5 kilogram snatch and 177.5. That tells you how old he is. We don't do 0.5s anymore. 177.5 kilogram clean jerk, which was an Ontario record at the time. After stepping off the competition platform, Rolly has devoted years to coaching young lifters in Ontario through his club Maximus Barbell, including several athletes who compete today at Junior Ontario Championships and Juvenile and youth as well. Please join me in celebrating the OWA's newest recipient of a well-deserved 25-year Lifetime Achievement Award, Rolly Pritchett. Congratulations, Rolly. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We have the awards for the last session, so if you can hang on.
Nancy, are you doing anything? Oh, you're going to be repping. Going to got a medal? Is Greg back there to help you? Sure. I log on my Is he coaching? Like, am I literally just handing it onto I'll get Mike to hand them out.
Manage everything, hold everything together.
Yeah, you can't do it now.
Sure, yeah. That's okay. I just realized it was live.
I would also like to let all athletes know from the previous session, if you're done lifting, we do have free chocolate milk for you from our Here
I
are
didn't know you had a
the
tattoo.
announcements for
Yeah, my wedding ring.
Oh, that's awesome. That's how you
Can't lose that.
I was going to say, it's a forever commitment.
Well,
More forever than
yeah.
That's the goal.
How much time we got? Oh, yeah, we got enough time.
You're good to hand them out?
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure it's great. Hey, goes to the center order, that, Judy. And a Dallas County year one basketball for both things. Yeah.
Okay, presenting our medals, we have former OWA President Michael Miller, as well as one of our technical officials, Nancy Kazorzova. We have two categories of medals to give out. Juvie and youth are under 17. And so to start us off, in the male 71 category, in third place, we have Eric Payne from LPS Athletics. Athletes, please be sure to be ready to accept your medals. In second place, we have Jack Manley from Victory Barbell Club. And in first place, we have Barry Ewing from 646 Weightlifting Club. Congratulations, athletes. In our male 79 kilo category, also for youth and juvie, in third place we have Tyler Cox from Maximus Barbell Club. In second place we have Elijah Wilk from Adamantium Weightlifting Club. And in first place, we have Asher Edson from Bryan Village Weightlifting Club. Congratulations, athletes. Okay, now we have our M88 category for junior and youth. Our gold medalist is Silas Ma. Congratulations, Silas. And in our M94 kilo category, Silas, you can come on down. That was just you that won. Congratulations. In our M91 kilo category, we have Thompson Anger from Better Tomorrow Barbell Club. First place. Congratulations.
We do still have athletes getting medals, so it does look like the actual first lift of the last female session of the day will be pushed back a little bit further. We are running a bit behind schedule.
Athletes in the back, we need just a couple more minutes to finish up these medals before we load the barbell. Okay, now in our junior age group, which is 15 to 18, M71, in third place, we have Eric Payne. We're going to keep moving along here with these to get our women up here. In second place, we have Jack Manley from Victory Barbell Club. And in first place, we have Barry Nguyen from 646 Weightlifting Club. Congratulations, athletes. Next up, we have M79 juniors in third place, Elijah Will from Adamantium Weightlifting Club. In second place, we have Asher Edshin from Brownfield Weightlifting Club. And in first place, we have Declan Watson from Burlington Barbell Club. Congratulations, everyone, for your hard work. Prepping for our M88. In third place, we have Joshua McLaughlin from Phoenix Weightlifting Club. In second place, we have Silas Ma from LPS Athletics. And in first place, we have Noah Ibanez from Power Academy. Congratulations. All right, in our M110, in second place, we have Samuel Moulton from Sudbury Weightlifting Club. And in first place, we have Marcus Sayo from Apollo Barbell Club. All right, finally, in our over 110 kilo category, we have a gold medalist, Ryan Barton from Power Academy. Finally, we have a Best Male Lifter Award, two Best Male Lifter Awards to go out for Best Youth and Best Junior Male, and both go to Nakia Al-Sabeh. We have some more plaques and a little prize from our sponsor, Palan Health. Voters, if you could please start clearing the platform and load 39 kilos on the bar. Congratulations, Yatia. Yatia is also a Youth Pan Am champion, best lifter from that championship that just happened less than a month ago, and he broke a ton of records there, Canadian records and Ontario records. Little parking reminder, for those of you who may not have heard this announcement, if you are parked in the middle row, please take a moment to go move your car a little bit forward so that someone can park behind you, so that we have two cars in that middle row. We do share that parking lot with some other tenants and want to fit as many people as possible. Athletes in the back, thank you so much for your patience. We're preparing the bar with 39 kilos. Voters, we want to get these things started. They've been warming up. Our first lifter, once this bar is loaded.
All right, we are about to get underway with the last session today. It is going to be our F2 session. This is going to have all of the female athletes, 58 kilos and above, in all juvenile, youth, and junior categories. Right now we can see that the bar is still being loaded. We had a little bit of a run behind schedule just after that last men's session. We are currently figuring out how to load the bar, which is going well. Okay, so we are going to get this competition underway a little later than scheduled, but that is okay.
Not Tyler. This my other guy.
Oh, okay.
We got Carson on the bar here, 39 kilo. Pretty solid opener here.
And those training plates did not deserve it, but a bar slam nonetheless.
I think they deserved it, Nick. That was a great lift.
Let's move it to 40 kilos with some more durable plates.
Yeah, you know what it was, yeah.
it does look like Carson here is probably going to be following herself. The next athlete above her is at 44 kilos. She might get there by her third, but probably not by her second. For those of you just tuning in, my name is Nick Monroe. I am a weightlifting coach, weightlifting athlete, and a technical official. I've been lifting for 8 years, coaching for 5, and technical official for 3. Provincial, national, and international medalists, as well as a coach for both provincial, national, and athletes who have competed internationally. I'm joined here with Curtis Collins, the gym manager here at Landmark Strength, where Landmark Just Lift is run out of. He is also a weightlifting coach, CrossFit coach, and weightlifting athlete. So he will be able to provide some insight. I'll be able to provide some insight. That's mainly what we're looking at doing, giving you a play-by-play as well as a little bit of the additives on maybe why an athlete might have missed some of the technical rules, as well as just fill some of the empty space that usually comes with some of these competitions. So buckle in. We're here for another 2 hours or so, and let's look at some good quality lifting from these athletes.
Could not have said it better myself, Nick. During the time here, as Nick had mentioned, we're going to be give you guys some of our opinions on these lifts as well, and what we would do in certain situations as coaches. We did that for the previous few sessions. We're going to be continuing to do that for this final session here. So one thing that's happening on this particular lifter, Carson here, 41 kilo on the bar. They had a 2-minute clock. Nick, you may have already said this, but I'll just reiterate it. If an athlete is following themselves, they get 2 minutes on the clock. Now, the first 30 seconds of that 2-minute window, you can then make a weight change. If a weight change is declared, they can then make another weight change as long as it's done before the 1-minute mark. I don't believe that is the case here. I think 41 kilo was declared right after the first 39, and we are going here. Carson, second attempt, 41 kilo.
And a good lift there, very speedy. I think she's probably going to go up to 43, follow a similar 2 kilo jump. It looks like she has the strength and speed for more. Something to note with some of the athletes where their snatches, are like anywhere between the 40 to 50 kilos or even lighter. If you're used to training with 1 to 2 kilo jumps, it kind of determines how high you're actually able to get in competition, right? If you open at 39 and you're used to training with 2 kilo jumps, well, the most you can do is 43, even if you have lifted more or have the strength to lift more. So that's where she is right now. I do think she has a little more in her, but we'll see what they actually end up declaring and going for.
So it looks like, Nick, they actually just declared 43 kilo, so that is in line with that 2 kilo increase from the first barbell to the second barbell. I'd be very surprised if she goes up to 44. I think she's going to be staying at 43.
I think it would be a smart move to just stick with it. It would mean that she'd be waiting a little longer if the Iron Athletics athlete came out. So I think she's probably just going to stick with 43, run her clock down, lift whenever she decides she wants to go lift. I will also point out we do have a guest lifter for this event. I believe they are from the East Coast, either Nova Scotia or New Brunswick. I'm pretty sure it's New Brunswick. I do not have that information in front of me right now, but there is a guest lifter. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure because they are a guest lifter, they are not allowed to medal, as this is a provincial event, and being a guest means they are an out-of-province athlete. We are now back with Carson, 43 kilos, third attempt.
Put this away, buddy. Come on.
Unfortunately, that is going to result in a no lift. The barbell is just a little bit out in front of her. As you did say earlier, though, Nick, I think it's very clear that she has the speed, she has the strength. I think she just needs more practice. I really think that's what that comes down to.
That's fair. She is a young lifter, 12 years of age, so it might just be getting more reps in. if she's just 12 now and able to snatch 41 kilos, what's going to happen? The more reps, sets, and sessions she gets in this sport.
So our next athlete here is letting the clock run down a little bit. They got 30 seconds remaining, a little bit less than 30 seconds actually, for a 44 kilo attempt.
If they are just stepping onto the platform at 20 seconds, I'm kind of expecting a grip and rip situation to happen here.
10 seconds to go.
Ooh, I think that one was just a little bit of off technique. You can tell the athlete was even a little confused. Maybe just pulled themselves out of position during the pull of the bar. I think this athlete should probably just stick with this weight, come back out, hit it. The miss clearly seemed to be an anomaly to them at 44 kilos. So I think they'll just stick with this weight and then come back out and hit it.
I think that's a very smart play. I know that the athlete and the coach are probably talking a little bit right now in the back room as you and I, Nick, when we have an athlete that maybe misses something and there is a little bit of an anomaly there, we tend to just sit down with them and say, hey, like, what actually happened? Did you feel rushed or something like that? We can see here that they've actually gone up to 45 kilo, so it's kind of indicating to us that it was just that, an anomaly. I think it's safe to say that this next lift is going to be good if they are this confident in going up a kilo.
It might even be just to buy them a little more time to rest. I do think it was just an oopsie daisy, some may say. I think she's going to come back out and hit this weight very easily. Just the way that she appeared to be so surprised in missing it. I think she has more in the tank, and it's just about putting it in the right place.
Yeah, so as Nick said, they're most likely going to let this clock run down to, I would say, the 45, maybe the 30-second mark left on that clock. Only time will tell. There she is. She's coming back out at 50 seconds, grabbing a little bit of chalk here. Let's see if this lift is any different. Again, a little bit of an anomaly there for this athlete. She looked a little bit confused. So the first attempt there with 44 kilo, I think it's safe to say that there was a little bit of an under pull, meaning they just didn't quite finish their extension. On that 45 kilo attempt, it looks like the opposite of that actually, a little bit of an over pull. So they pulled the barbell too far behind them, resulting in a missed lift. Again,
I'm gonna hop in here, Curtis. We might have been reading this wrong. It's quite possible that this athlete, has hit some higher numbers since then, but this is 7 kilos higher as an opener than this athlete has ever hit in competition.
Sorry, did you say 7 kilos?
I did say 7. It is quite possible that this athlete, Coach Paring, has maybe opened too heavy. We're not quite sure. We'll have to see on this third lift here. We obviously don't want any of these athletes to bomb out. We want them all to at least make one lift. Ideally, everyone makes all of their lifts, but that's not how competition goes. So we'll see what this athlete is able to pull out on her third and final attempt. She is sticking with 45 kilos, and she has a minute left on her clock. All right, we have Tan from Iron Athletics coming out for her third and final attempt. I'm sure you can hear the announcer calling to the crowd to try and get behind this athlete. This athlete needs this attempt to stay in the competition. you can still clean and jerk if you do not make your snatches, but you cannot post a total. So this is to be able to post a total and place. Very unfortunate for the athletes. I hate to say it, I think that might be our first bomb out of the day.
I think you might be right, Nick.
I don't think
it's just one of those unfortunate things that is a reality of Olympic weightlifting. Both you and I have had meets like that haven't really gone our way. I'm fortunate that I haven't bombed out yet, though I've been very close. I know that you have bombed out, and when that happens, what kind of goes through your mind?
We'll get right to that. First, we have Webb, who is a guest lifter. First attempt, 48 kilos. Let's see what she can do. A solid opener for her, coached by Cody Steves, who used to lift for this very club, Landmark X Just Lift, back in his competing days. For the mentality of after a bomb out, it's kind of, if you're able to turn yourself around and think less about I missed my snatches and more about I now need to put all of my energy into my clean and jerks, you can still have a very good meet and a very satisfying meet. Right now we will look at May from Maximus Barbell Club. First attempt, 49 kilo.
There you go. Girl.
Pretty solid lift overall. Looked like there was a little bit of a, I'll just for a lack of a better word, I'll say a little bit of an imbalance there as she's turning over for the snatch, but clearly strong enough to hold that weight overhead. The core is strong enough and she's good to go.
Yeah, that's fair. I would just call you a hater, but that's also my opinion.
I don't know if I would say that, but all right.
Either way, we are now looking at Anna Moore from Norseman and the Valkyries, a club out of North Bay, a Northern Ontario club.
Nick, Norseman and Valkyries, like, we've both been fortunate enough to train there on separate occasions, and though it is a small club, it is a nice little club and a really nice community there. So I think all these athletes are going to do fairly well today. I may have just jinxed her. I apologize.
Another curse of the commentator coming from Curtis. I do agree. We both trained at Norseman and the Valkyries club out in North Bay. A very nice small club of about 5 or 6 platforms, but very good. Community is very nice as well. And we are now moving to Jessica Cummings. Now we're over to Landmark Just Lift's very own Kate Murdy. This is her home gym. She's
got that hometown advantage here, Nick, as you can see and hear from the crowd. Sorry to cut you off there, but it's just really cool to see that one of our athletes has this much support from the crowd here.
I will say it is possible that she does get bumped up. If I'm thinking about the athlete sheets we filled out, I think she's going to 52.
I might have a little bit of insider information there, Nick. And 53 is what she actually goes up to. This is going to bring out Webb, who is one of our guest lifters. Actually, the only guest lifter.
I do believe that she is here, again, for some sort of placement or qualification purposes. That's usually why guest lifters would lift at another province's provincials, or maybe it was possibly that she wasn't able to attend her own province's provincials. Over on the East Coast, the East Coast provinces all attend Nova Scotian provincials, which was actually just, the seniors was just a few weeks ago.
Webb here with 51 kilo on the bar. There we go. Pretty solid lift. Lots of good stability there. Great lift.
She does look happy with that. I would say that the 2 snatches I've seen from her so far look very easy, very consistent. Not a whole lot of shake or question about them.
So we got May coming up next from Maximus Barbell Club. Her second attempt here at 51 kilo, which is a 2 kilo increase. I'm reading that wrong. 2 kilo increase from her first attempt.
She is getting herself ready, chalked up, and walking out to the platform now. We'll see what she can do. 49 was a good lift. Let's see how 51 fares.
Just like the first lift, 51 is good. This is going to bring out Anna Moore from Norseman and Valkyries for their second attempt at 51 kilo. They've actually increased from 50 to 51.
It's kind of interesting to see. We've had a few athletes since her miss at 50 kilos, and that just shows how close this field is. There's a lot of athletes between 50 and 60, and a lot of other athletes between the 60 and 70 range.
Much more solid attempt. Overall, much better lift. It looked like that first one may have just been a little bit of a fluke, maybe some nerves or something like that.
I think we just saw there with the coach, she was very happy. Logan looked to be like, yeah, if you just, pressed into it a little bit more, we wouldn't have had to do this the second time. But we're here anyway. That was a great lift, and sometimes you just have to, take it a second spin around, lock it out, and lock it in.
Now, one of the things here that we say at our club, right, Lemmer Just Lift, it's something so simple. It's a very, very simple cue, and it's simply the cue of sometimes you just need to try harder. And I think that's exactly what she did there. 50 kilo didn't work. 51, coach comes back and says, you have the lift, you just need to try a little bit harder. And she did just that. She tried harder, she made the lift, she's moving on to 53 is what she has listed next. We currently have Jessica Cummins coming out here from Apollo Barbell Club, first attempt at 53 kilo.
She's getting herself chalked up and heading out to the platform. We will see what she can do for her first attempt.
It just got very quiet in here. You can hear a pin drop. Unfortunately, that is going to result in a no lift. Now, from a technical standpoint, I think that was actually a very good technical lift, though when the barbell did get overhead, I do think the error was the fact that she did not press into the bar. That is a big component of a lift.
I'm going to hop in here and cut you off. We have our very own Kate Murdy coming up. Let's see what she can do. Greg with his famous lean.
Push up. Push, push, push. Oh.
Idea of pushing up. You guys may have been able to hear Greg in the background yelling at Kate, push, push, push. And that's exactly what I was talking about before, making sure you're actively pressing into that barbell once it's overhead.
A great lift from Kate for sure. I was just pointing out there, Coach Greg Chin, who has coached on provincial, national, and international stages, with his very memeable, famous lean there.
Hold it.
Though there was a step forward once the barbell was overhead, that lift was fast. She still kept the barbell close to the body. She was very quick underneath it. Just needed a couple steps to reestablish some of that overhead stability.
We have an athlete out of LBC, which is Guelph, if anyone's wondering where that's from. We actually have two athletes in this category, or sorry, in this session out of LBC. So let's see how they do.
A little bit of a scary sight there, but she's got up really quick, walks away with it. I think she's all right. She'll take a little bit of time to kind of gather herself, and then she'll have another attempt.
We'll try this weight for a second time.
I would be inclined to believe, with some of your philosophy, Curtis, that maybe there just wasn't enough weight on that bar, actually. I think that was one of the ones where it's like she overpulled it a little too much because it was a little too easy to overpull.
Yeah, I said that before about other lifters, and I would be inclined to actually agree with you there. Though, that being said, it is important just to get a lift on the board. We got Jessica Cummins here from Apollo Barbell Club, second attempt, 53 kilo as well.
A much better lift. Still a fight, but much better than her first attempt. She held it overhead, got the good lift. She is on the board now.
So Paige is going to come back out for a 53 kilo. Like Nick and I just said, if they were our athlete, we would have that discussion with them and say, hey, did you want to go up 1 extra kilo? This is one of those things that can go either way. We can go up an extra kilo because the last lift was a bit of a fluke, or we can stay here and really solidify our presence on the platform. It looks like we're staying here. Sinclair, second attempt, 53 kilo.
This is a weight she has opened at before, so it's something very doable.
There we go. So great patience in the bottom of that snatch there. Looks like she's smiling, looks like she's joking around a little bit there, being like, what the heck happened on that first one? That was a much better attempt. She's on to the next weight.
Yeah, I think that that walk-off says it all. It was just a fluke, you know? So she is now on the board. She followed in the footsteps of the athlete before her. Same weights, same comeback to make. We are now on the platform with Webb for her third and final attempt. This is a guest lifter. Let's see what she can do.
It was a great lift from our guest lifter here. 53 kilo, making it look easy. We're moving on to the next lifter.
The bar is ready for May.
Looking at the scoreboard here, it looks like we got a lot of people around the 53 to 55 range, 56 range. So this is going to be a little bit of jockeying back and forth here after some of these attempts are made.
Right now we're on the platform with Maximus Barbell Club's athlete May for her third and final attempt. So far she's made 2.
Fortunately, this is going to be a no lift. Looks like she rocked a little bit too far back onto the heels, ended up pushing the barbell forward slightly, hence why she landed on her behind there.
I would still say it's a good third attempt. You know, she made her first 2. Maybe sent it a little on the third one, and that's okay if you miss those. Right now we have Anna Moore coming out for her third and final attempt. She missed her first, went up a kilo, made it. Now she's going up 2 kilos for her third and final attempt.
Let's go.
It looked like she had that and then just kind of threw it forward. So maybe she felt as if it was too far in front of her. It's one of those things that we're never really going to know as announcers here, but good attempt nonetheless.
As of right now, we have, we have 2 hometown athletes right here. Landmark Just Lifts Brooke Mayo, and then on deck is Landmark Just Lifts Kate Murdy. Both athletes to this very gym that is hosting, and both athletes of our own. It looks like Kate Murdy has gone up, but you are listening to the crowd cheer on their hometown athlete here, Brooke Mayo. Let's see what she can do.
Push, 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 push. You got it, you got it. Hold.
She's got to be pretty happy with that lift. She was a little bit worried coming into this competition, but that was a fantastic lift. Now, this is something cool to note, Nick. Both you and I have, on separate occasions, been able to coach both Brooke and Kate at, I think, separate competitions. I remember the first time I coached Brooke, and one of the things that she had been doing at that time was she'd get very distracted and very confused, or maybe even a little bit worried about going on the platform. And what I found is you just make a couple jokes with her here and there, and then she performs really, really well. Paige Sinclair coming up from LBC, third attempt, 55 kilo.
She did miss her first at 53, but then came back and made it. Ideally, she does the same here. That is a solid lift from Sinclair out of LBC. She is accredited with 55 on her third attempt. And just, yeah, to note a little off of what you were saying, it can be very daunting for athletes who do not have many competitions under their belt to step out on a massive platform in front of all these athletes. So it is important, especially for coaches, to alleviate some of that stress. Here we have Murdy for her second attempt, 56 kilos. Let's see what she can do.
Push! Hold it, come on!
Now this is pretty cool because we see both Brooke and Kate lift almost every day here at the gym, and I'm just gonna say it, I think those are some of the best snatches I've seen from Kate, especially leading up into this competition. Like, those actually look very, very solid.
Providing some background on that, yeah, Kate has been feeling the peak and feeling the taper. Her body has not been liking her, and her lifts have not been liking her either. But if you have a really good taper, you should be able to recover the week of competition and come out and lift the way that she is lifting, which is exactly how we program and exactly what she's doing. So it's great to see. We are back on the platform with Jessica Cummings out of Apollo Barbell Club for her third and final attempt, 56 kilos.
Platform, kid. No regrets. Come on. Don't stop.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift for Jessica here.
57 kilos on the bar, please, voters.
But that is all right, though, because she still made 53, so she did not bomb out or anything like that. She still has all the clean and jerks to go in what I can only think is going to be another 25 minutes, most likely. That is including the break in between the snatching and clean and jerk.
For now, we'll see what Chloe Parson can do with this 57 kilo bar for her second attempt.
Hold it.
I believe the answer to that is she can power snatch it.
I would say that's almost like a POW snatch. Those of you who are fans of a weightlifting house, or maybe you aren't, but maybe the individuals lifting our sub over at Weightlifting House is kind of coined the term POW snatch, which is not quite a dominant power snatch, but also not quite a full squat snatch. A little bit of that in between there, maybe right at parallel, right in that line. So yeah, I would say it's more of a POW snatch than anything else.
That is a great point. I do not know if we have the rights to mention Weightlifting House, so let's pivot on topics. We are going to Ava Alexander on the platform, an LBC athlete for her first attempt at 58 kilos. That was a great save, a funky little shift to the athlete's left, the camera's right. Didn't phase her, she still stood it up. Very good opener. Let's see what she can do on her second and third.
Brooke Mayo coming out next. Looks like she's going up to 58 kilo, which is a 3 kilo increase from her opener.
She's getting a little help from the crowd already.
Same thing. Take your time, get set well.
A Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Looks like that barbell was just a little bit forward in that receiving position. So my suggestion to her, and I'm sure her coach Greg, one of our coaches as well, is probably making the suggestion as well. And I did mention it earlier, but sometimes you just have to try a little bit harder. I think it's a weight that she has. I think she's made that before and made more than that in training. For now, we're going 58 kilo for Kate Murdy. This is her third and final attempt.
And I do believe this is a PR.
Push. Come on, Kate.
And a great save, a slight lean to that one side, but it did not stop her.
Yeah, she got the lift. She is pretty excited, almost knocking over the chalk bucket in a little bit of excitement there. That is a great lift from Kate Murdy here.
Considering that chalk bucket is still standing, I'm glad she's a weightlifter, not a linebacker. We are now moving back to Brooke Mayo. And again, we have coached this athlete, so we do know some of the common issues. It looks like
we're going up, Nick, and honestly, I am here for it. Though she did miss the other one a little bit in front, I do agree with the coaching choice here to go a little bit heavier, give the athlete maybe one attempt in the back room just to really solidify some of those little cues that I'm sure her and her coach are talking about. So I do like the play.
I think it's a good move. She has 60 kilos. I know she does. It's mainly just not rushing it off the start, which we saw in the last lift where she basically just tapped her shins and pulled. She needs a little bit more of a tighter setup. But first, we have Emma from Power Academy. First attempt, 60 kilos. Now this is a very, very good lifter. So we can see what she's going to do for her first attempt.
Yep, Nick, you said it best there. She's a great lifter. The speed off the floor, fantastic. The speed under the bar, fantastic. Didn't really have to fight for that barbell whatsoever. Stood it up, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, on to the next weight.
Yeah, and just more on what I mean by, like, when I say she's a very, very good lifter. I lifted with her a little bit at the last provincial training camp because it was a joint junior and senior provincial training camp. Got to see some of her technique there, and it's basically what you just saw on the platform there. Textbook, good quality stuff out of Power Academy. Now we're with Madeline out of Victory Barbell. Another good quality athlete. We'll see what she can do with 60 kilos as her opener.
A little bit of a duck walk here. I think that's the second time we've seen that today, and it's just impressive to see an athlete do that, and you can hear the crowd giving her that applause there. It takes a lot of overhead strength and a lot of core strength to be able to save a lift like that. I have never done it. I don't think I have what it takes to do it. Nick, I know you haven't done it either. That's just incredible to watch.
I don't know what you mean by that, Curtis. It's kind of bold of you to assume that I haven't done it. But let's take it to the platform with Ava from LBC. Second attempt, 60 kilos.
I can say firsthand, I've never seen you do that.
I can say secondhand, I've never done it. The same, okay. So we did see the same shift in the catch position. She does seem to jump a little to the side as well as have a hip shift to the side. It did seem like her hips kind of pushed forward there, pushing her onto her knees. Ideally, she can correct that for her third attempt. For right now, crowd's gonna get loud, teammate's gonna come out and slap her a little bit, and Brooke is gonna come out for her third and final attempt at 60 kilos.
She's gotta come out swinging for this one. She knows she can do it. She knows what she needs to do. She just needs to do it. Let's go, Brooke.
Push, 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 push.
Look at that. The gamble paid off, and she is excited. She is happy. She's running right back there to her teammate, right back there to her coach. High fives all around. That was a great play. Great move for both the athlete and the coach.
Now, I'm not sure if it did anything or if she heard me, but the coach in me took the headset off, walked to the side of the platform, told her to take her time in her setup, and she made the lift. So I'm taking 20% of the credit for that lift. We will now go to Ava for her third and final attempt at 60 kilos. Again, there's that slight shift that we saw in her first snatch make and her second snatch attempt. We'll kind of probably see the same thing here, but ideally she's still able to make it.
Oh, that was a better attempt. You can still see she did have a little bit of that shift there. She did stabilize, but the barbell weight was just too much with it going back behind her. Unfortunately, a no lift, but a good attempt nonetheless.
I think if this was training and she had a fourth attempt, she would be able to make that. You know, you miss in front, you miss behind, you make on top, right? If she had the fourth, I think she would have been able to come back and make it. Sadly, she didn't. We are going to the platform with Chloe Parsons. Third attempt, adamantium weightlifting, 61 kilos.
Hold it. Yes.
Very solid lift at 61 kilo. Again, it was almost, like we mentioned before, like that pow snatch. I will say a little bit deeper here, so I'll give her a squat snatch on that one, but it was a very good, solid, strong lift. Good for her.
We are watching Marlo Robinson get chalked up, get ready with her father, Larry Robinson, coach of Phoenix Weightlifting, getting her out and ready for the platform. Marlo is a seasoned athlete, many, many years of competing. So let's see what she can do with 63 kilos as her opener.
Very solid opener. I got nothing else to say on it other than that was a very solid lift.
I will say the way that she threw that bar down, she might have to be careful. You have to control the bar past the shoulders, which she was kind of on the borderline of. Clearly still a good lift. The judges might give her a warning if she does it again, but they are not likely to red light her right away for that.
So we got Madeline Tyler here from Victory Barbell Club coming in for a second attempt at 63 kilo, but 40 seconds remaining on the clock.
This is another one of those junior athletes who just competed at the Ontario Senior Provincials and did very well.
Wow, if she had been able to stand that up, that would have been absolutely insane. The crowd would have been going wild there. That was not only one, not only two, but I'm pretty sure 3 little steps with that duck walk thing. That is wild to see.
I am curious, as that is, it clearly happened on her opener, and it was required even more on her second. I'm wondering where the instability comes from, because she looked very, very well locked out overhead. Her hips looked stable in the catch position, so I'm wondering where the requirement to, do that duck walk comes from. I think we would need more angles to actually be able to analyze that, but it's interesting to see. We are on Madeline's 2-minute clock here, so I assume the next closest athlete is at 65. She's probably just going to stick with this weight. Right now it is very, very quiet in the gym. They are giving her the time she needs to collect herself. At senior provincials that she just competed in, she made 62 and attempted 65 to miss it on her third. So she is getting ready to chalk up and go. Let's see if she's able to pull it together for her third and final attempt. I do believe this would still be a comp PR, as she's only made 62 in competition, and this is a 63 kilo lift.
What a fight for that lift. No duck walk needed. Had to hesitate and just stabilize herself in the bottom of that catch position, and she did just that. Made a fantastic lift here. Good for her.
Yeah, you said it. I think that was probably her best snatch overall. Clearly, the duck walk was needed for the first, attempted for the second. That last one, she just made the correction, fought in the bottom, and then stood it up.
And that's exactly what we want to see from weightlifters. Like, yes, the duck walk is pretty cool, something that we don't see very often, but we want to see a good, stable catch position. We got Emma here from Power Academy, second attempt, 65 kilo. That'll be a no lift. From my perspective here, Nick, it looked like everything was actually done technically well. Maybe she got a little bit too far behind the bar, causing the barbell to go a little further back behind her. It's just hard to see from this angle. What are your thoughts on that lift?
I think that it was a very good technical lift. I think the issue with having great technique like hers is if the strength isn't quite there or the timing isn't quite there, there's very, very small margin for error. So with her technique being as efficient as it is, I think her turnover there wasn't as quick as it needed to be to just finish out that lift. And ideally she can just turn over just a hair quicker. Again, we saw that she was well under the bar with locked out elbows, and I just think maybe the wrists weren't fully turned over to receive that bar. So ideally she can do that now.
So you think that's more or less just a timing thing, eh? You just need more reps, essentially, right?
I think so. She has hit 61 kilos in competition before. This would be a 4 kilo competition PR from what I have. So clearly she's attempting weights she has not attempted before. She might have hit this in training or might have tried this in training. But visually speaking, from what we just saw, she can do it. It's about being on your A game, let's say. You know, if you're on your A minus, it's not going to happen. You have to be pretty much right on the money with it. It looks like she has the strength and the technique to do it, but she needs to put it all together in one nice package. Let's see what she can do. Final attempt, 65 kilos.
I will still say that is a better attempt, though it was kind of out in front of her. I still think overall that was a better attempt.
We are now moving on to Marlo Robinson for her second attempt. Let's see what she can do. Again, we're going to walk out to the chalk bucket. Coach and father Larry Robinson is going to give her the final cues before stepping out onto that platform.
Yeah, 66 kilo here. She's getting herself fired up. A couple slaps here and there. A couple slaps to the face. A little pacing around. She is ready to fight for this barbell.
Throw it back, come on.
I would say a very, arguably an opener-looking lift.
That did not look difficult whatsoever there, Nick. I'm kind of surprised that was a second attempt, but that's also what we are looking for in these young athletes. Whether it's a backroom training lift, right? Maybe it's a backroom warm-up lift. Maybe it's a lift on the competition floor. Every lift should look the same. The only difference is, well, the weight on the bar.
That is correct, and Marlo does that perfectly. She has been competing for as long as I have, since 2017, so a very seasoned athlete. That 66 kilos there is the most she has ever hit in competition.
Really? That looked easy.
Equals her best. I think there's a lot more in the tank, and I think she's saving it for her third attempt.
She has the automatic increase to 67 kilo. Did they just miss their window to increase?
It's quite possible. However, like I was saying, some of the older coaches or coaches that have been in this for longer like to declare the same way. Yes, so we see that he was still able to use that window. So in that 30 seconds, the first change can be a declaration, and that declaration can be the same weight. So Larry went over, declared 67, so he unlocked the ability to put in further changes before the 1 minute mark.
It's an interesting move there. It's smart. It's also very interesting.
Well, in this case, I'm assuming she's probably only going up to 68, so it allows him to still make that change just later on.
Yeah, it looks like she is coming out for 68 kilo here. She's got about 50 seconds left on the clock. If this lift is anything like the last, she's going to absolutely smash it. Only time will tell, though. We got Marlo from Phoenix Weightlifting, third attempt, 68 kilo. Lots of slaps there, getting herself fired up. Let's get behind her.
The crowd is also cheering her on. Let's see what she can do. Third and final attempt, Marlo Robinson. A very, very easy, what I believe is a 2 kilo PR. Met the bar perfectly. Great turnover, great stand-up. I think give her a fourth.
Give her a fourth attempt, let her hit 70. She's going to absolutely smash it. 68 kilo there. That is what I would have expected a second attempt to look like. That was a great lift.
And just further background on that, so at the Ontario Classic in September, she did hit 66 kilos on her third. Qualifying her for senior provincials, she attended, she missed 66 on her third at senior provincials there. Now she's coming out and hitting 68 on her third.
And making it look relatively easy, right? Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of a bobble, but that's what I would expect a heavy snatch to look like. Her first and second attempts, I think, were a little bit too light. Doesn't matter, though, because we were on to Julia here from Burlington Barbell Club. First attempt, 75 kilos. She's got about 45 seconds left on the clock.
A very solid, very easy opener for this athlete. I believe we're going to be following ourselves here. I don't think she's jumping up to 82 kilos to push out Naza. And these are the only two athletes we have left to snatch.
So I think it's safe to say that over this 2 minute window, there's going to be some weight changes here just to give that athlete a little bit of extra time to rest and recover. The announcer there just said that the coach has 30 seconds to declare a new weight. I would not be surprised. There it is right there. Just declared the weight up to 77 kilo. I still think she's got more. I think she's going to go a little bit heavier. Not up to 80, maybe 78, maybe 79.
I think she probably is going to go up to 78 if she follows the jump she took at the senior provincials she just attended. This is another one of those junior athletes that attended senior provincials. Burlington Barbell Club, much like the host club here, Landmark Just Lift, Landmark Strength is the CrossFit side, has a lot of athletes that compete in both weightlifting and CrossFit. So this is actually where it seems like Burlington has picked up Julia from, as she has attended multiple CrossFit competitions. I do believe, yes, multiple CrossFit competitions, and she's coming out for her second attempt here. So a multi-sport athlete being pulled into the weightlifting world.
Nick, that was a very solid attempt there. I still think 78 was definitely in the cards for sure, going instead of a 2 kilo jump, a 3 kilo jump, because that lift looked exactly like the first. But that's also what I mentioned earlier. I want these things to look like perfect lifts, whether it's an empty barbell or it's 130%. We want that attempt to be as perfect as possible, and she's doing just that.
Yes, and it does seem that 77 is the most she has hit in competition so far. 75 was previously the most she has hit in competition, which she did on her first attempt. She's going up to 80. At the senior provincials that just happened, she did go up to 78, but missed it on her second, went up to 79, and missed that on her third. So far, a much better day for her. Being able to follow yourself means you're in control of how much rest you have, which might have been the make or break here. That is the difference between that competition and this one.
Yeah, she's got a minute 40 left on the clock here. like you said, Nick, I don't think she's going up any heavier than 80. I think 80 kilo is the appropriate weight here. And I think if she just keeps getting after it like she did for the first 2 attempts, I think she's going to be walking away pretty successful with this attempt.
I would agree. And again, this is a young athlete, 17 years of age, only competing in weightlifting as of Winter Lift of 2025. So that is March. She has 4 competitions under her belt, this being the 5th. I think she has a very, very bright future in weightlifting if she is already attempting 80 kilos in the snatch.
Another kind of interesting point to make there, Nick, because you say multi-sport athlete, she's coming from that CrossFit background. 80 kilo or 176 pounds in freedom units there. That's a really big snatch in CrossFit. So this is really cool to see. 3rd attempt here, 80 kilo, Julia Burlington Barbell Club.
Push, push!
And she's fighting for it. Does she get it? Yes, she does. She gets the lift. 3 white lights. Fantastic
she is
lift.
Very happy with that. Basically sprinting off of the platform to go see her coach, Michael D'Angelo, out of Burlington Barbell. A great day for her. 3 for 3 in the snatches. I'm excited to see the clean and jerks. A great turnaround. At Senior Provincial, she had a 2 for 6 day. She already has 3 snatches under her belt. We are now going to Naza Grant, 82 kilos in the snatch out of Caps Casing weightlifting.
A little bit of an uncharacteristic miss there. I've seen this athlete lift before, and it looked as if she'd put that barbell in the right spot. Maybe she just didn't feel as if it was in the right spot.
We will have to see what unfolds. Speaking of the athletes who have just competed at the Senior Provincials a month ago or so, Naza was one of those individuals. Unfortunately, she did open at 85 and missed those 3 attempts at 85. So she is coming off of a quote-unquote bomb out. Ideally, she's able to pull out a snatch in this competition, at least one, if not her last 2. Ideally, we don't see her do the same thing again. So the crowd is probably going to get behind her when she comes out. She is on her 2-minute clock, and ideally, you at home get behind her as well. We want to see Naza hit some lifts. So we will see. She'll probably come out at the minute mark.
Yeah, I think that last miss there was just an uncharacteristic little bloop, if you will. I've seen her lift before, though I haven't ever seen her make this weight. I've seen her positions and her styles, and they are quite good. So, yeah, I think that's just chalk it up to, yeah, just made a little mistake, a little mental error, and she'll smash the next lift. And I think she'll get lift number 2 and lift number 3. Not easy, but she'll get the lifts. But
We are
40
at
seconds
40,
left
yep.
on the clock there.
Come on, guys. Press all the way through.
Quick stop at the chalk bucket, a couple slaps on the thighs. Let's see if Naza can pull out this 82 kilo snatch. Ideally, she does.
Yep, she's got it. Right, that's a little bit more what I'm used to seeing is snatches like that. She's very quick and very fast underneath the barbell, gets those arms locked out and stands up immediately, which sometimes can be a detriment. Maybe that's what we saw on the first attempt there, but clearly not a problem on the second.
Yeah, you can even see walking off. She had the shake of the head there. She knows she has more in the tank and that she is a more efficient lifter than what she showed on her first snatch. Put it together on the second, and you know, a step forward isn't the end of the world. I've taken the bar, you know, to the edge of the platform, and the main thing is you lock out your elbows. That's what the judges are looking for. So we have a minute 40 here. I'm curious to see what she goes up to. Again, she has done as much as 88 kilos in the snatch. However, that was as a 86 plus athlete. She is now a 86 athlete. So it's possible that the weight cut has affected some of her lifting.
Well, both you and I can speak from experience there, Nick. Whether we go up in weight or down in weight, that will have a big impact on what we were actually able to lift. I remember when I was you know, arguably my strongest is when I went up from 81 kilo weightlifter up to 88 kilo, actually 89, and that bulk was a lot, but I gained a lot of strength during that, you know, 10 plus kilo bulk. Currently sitting around 88 kilo, and I think it's one of the best things I've ever done. So I think there could be some pretty good things happening. Even though she's gone down in weight a little bit, she's very efficient. She knows what she's doing. I think she'll be all right.
It's actually quite interesting because it seems that her clean and jerk has stayed the same with the weight drop. And I will say it's quite substantial of a 6 kilo cut. So that is what, 12 to 15 pounds.
Approximately like that, yeah.
Yeah,
that's a big cut.
I know even for myself, just dropping from like 88 down to, or 89 down to 87, it is noteworthy. Let's see what she can do on her final attempt here. 85 kilos. Let's see her put it overhead.
I would like to see a little bit more patience in the catch position, though I know that's not her MO.
A kind of scary miss there. I'm happy to see the athlete walk away from that one. She seems to be okay. The left arm just didn't seem to lock out in time there. Main thing is she has a snatch on the board, right? She can go, she can clean and jerk, she can total. That's a great, you know, all you need is one. We've been saying all day today, snatch what you can, clean and jerk what you must, a very famous saying. She put a snatch on the board. Now she will clean and jerk what she must.
That is the saying. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got about a little over 4.5 minutes until the remaining part of the session goes, the clean and jerk attempts here. So Nick and I, we're just going to take a quick little break, and we'll come back with you guys in about 3 or 4 minutes.
We may still have some event t-shirts at the front as well, and some beverages. If there are any athletes here from prior sessions who did not yet get their chocolate milk from Forest Dairy, Forest Dairy is one of our partners for today, and you can come to the announcers table to get your chocolate milk. And same goes to the athletes in the warm-up area right now. Don't forget when you're done your clean and jerks, you can come and get your chocolate milk to help with your recovery. have just a little under a minute before we resume, so please return to your positions.
All right, we are about to start back with the clean and jerk portion of this session. This is the last session of the day. These are the last lifts of the day. We have 16 total athletes, so these will be the last 16 athletes of the competition.
Okay, we have 49 kilos on the bar. This will bring out the queen for her first attempt. The bar is ready.
So we are loading the bar to 49 kilos. The bar is ready and loaded. I will take you to the platform. The athlete is not quite out yet, but I'm sure they are going to get here pretty soon, or the coach is going to put a change in. And just as I say that, there is our athlete. Carson from Team Mac Weightlifting, first attempt, 49 kilos. She went 2 for 3 in the snatch, only missing her third. Let's see her opener in the clean.
Elbows up, big drive. Tighten up.
Very solid opener. All business, basically a grip and rip off of the platform and a solid jerk in the overhead. We are now going to switch over to Tan from Iron Athletics. She did not make any of her snatch attempts, so ideally she's able to pull together some solid clean and jerks.
Bar is ready for 10.
We are still waiting for Tan. Oh, there she comes. Tan is coming out. 30 seconds left on her clock. Again, as long as the barbell leaves the platform, the clock will stop. And then once the bar passes the knee, the lift is considered to be commenced. So the clock will stop. She can replace it if she chooses to. But once it passes that knee, she has to continue with the lift. A good lift, but the judges. Oh, 3 whites. I was gonna say there might have been a slight delay in the locking of those elbows, but clearly the judges didn't think so, and they are the ones calling the shots around here. So she is on the board with her first clean and jerk.
We have the automatic increase of 1 kilo. She's going up to 51 kilo here. I don't expect her to stay there. I think she'll go up a little bit heavier. Her coach, there it is right there. Coach took her up to 53, which is then going to bring out Carson here from Team MAC Weightlifting, second attempt at 52 kilo.
It will bring up the 20. Bar is ready. Now.
So we are calling for Carson. I do believe she's going to come out for this as it is a 3 kilo jump, which, yep, she is at the chalk bucket getting ready to go. Carson from Team Mac Weightlifting, second attempt, 52 kilos. Again, we saw with her first attempt, she just gripped and ripped, so I'm expecting the same.
And that's exactly what it was. A little bit of a hard clean here. She had a little bit of a pause in the bottom. Let's see how the jerk looks. The jerk is pretty solid, so that is a good lift.
A good lift overall. We are now going to switch over back to Tan from Iron Athletics. She's on the board with a 50 kilo clean and jerk, and she's also moved up to 53. Again, I think she's going to come out and hit this. I do believe, with the stats I'm looking at, the most she has hit in competition in the past at the Variety Village Open of 2025, so almost a year ago, was 48 kilos. So she's already opened with more than that. Clearly a year is a long time to put some kilos on, especially for these younger athletes who grow like weeds and put kilos on bars very, very quickly. So let's see what she can do with 53 kilos for her second attempt.
I think that is a much more solid jerk than the previous attempt. There was no bobble of the elbows, no nothing like that. Great lift.
It's worth noting, we haven't been really looking at the YouTube comments a whole lot, but this session does seem to have a lot of support from maybe some friends and family who were not able to make the trip out to Ottawa, but are watching from the comfort of their own homes, but still cheering on their athletes.
So we're going up in weight to 55 kilo here. I think that is a really good call from the coach. I'd be curious to see, though, if after about 20 seconds they actually go up to 56 kilo, maybe even a little bit more.
I do think it's possible. She did take a 3 kilo jump from her first to her second. I did think we said it was a bit of a hard stand though on the clean, so maybe not. 57. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about, Nick. We're going up. We're at junior provincials. We're not here to sit idle. We are here to make big moves, and that is what we're doing now.
Well, the moves have been made, and Carson McLean over there is the one being called to the bar now. It is quite possible that she also makes these big moves, but she's coming out at the 56 kilos. And based off of the lifts that we've seen, I think it might be possible for her, but she will have to fight for it.
That was a better clean than the last. Little tiny step back to adjust herself. Let's see what happens now. Very solid jerk. I don't see anything wrong with that one. And one judge did, but one judge doesn't matter. You need two. She got her 2 white lights. That's a great lift.
I do believe that is a 6 kilo comp PR for Carson there, just looking at my stats over here, which is a substantial amount to put onto your clean and jerk.
When's the last time you made a 6 kilogram PR in competition, Nick?
So we have the bar loaded for
Sounds like we haven't, eh?
From
It's okay, me neither.
Iron Athletics. And she's coming out, so we're back to the platform.
Third attempt, Iron Athletics, 57 kilo. 25
Again,
seconds on the clock.
A larger jump from her second to her third. She's clearly feeling confident. Let's see what happens.
Hard stand, but her jerk's been looking pretty good. Did we get it? Unfortunately, no, we did not. Center judge and then the farmost right judge definitely saw something there. Nick, it kind of looked like the feet landed a little bit before the elbows were fully locked out. Is kind of what you saw?
Yeah, I think you're right there. And as we were saying earlier, It's more commonly to be called for a press out, where you actually press the bar up, but it is also possible to...
The bar is ready for coming. Time has started.
There's just like a blizzard outside.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Change in athlete. We're going to keep 60 kilos on the bar, but this is actually going to bring out Juvenile now from Maximum Barbell Set for her first attempt. Time starts now for May.
Just relax. You got it.
Okay, we got May here in the first attempt. Really easy clean at 60 kilos. See the jerk, pretty solid jerk as well. Great lift.
Good lift.
All right, we are now moving. We're hitting another one of these kind of roadblocks that we were seeing in the snatches around the 50 kilo mark. There is a lot of athletes between 60 and 70 kilos, and even in the earlier stages of the 70 to 80 kilos. So I think for the next little bit, this bar is going to come to not quite a standstill, but a crawl in how many kilos it jumps up. Because if one athlete moves up, there's going to be another athlete either at that weight or just 1 kilo above. So this is going to be a slow moving bar, I believe, between low 60s to low 70s.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there, Nick. Yes, it might be a little slow moving, but we're still going to see some really good quality lifts here. We see a little more red on the board in the snatches than what I would like to see, but I do see so far the trend in the clean and jerks. Still haven't really been that many, only 7 attempts so far, but I like to see where it's going. A lot more white so far than red, if that's what we want. We want to see really good quality, successful lifts. We don't really want to see people missing. Jessica Cummings here from Apollo Barbell Club. First attempt at 62 kilos. She's got 30 seconds left on the clock.
She is taking her time getting set. She does have still 17 more seconds.
Really solid clean here.
Come on, kid. Up. Make it move. Get up.
Pretty solid jerk as well. Great opening lift. 62 kilo, not a problem.
The judges thought so as well. 3 white lights across the board. I am looking up Jessica's stats here. The most she has done in competition is 64 kilos, so opening 62 is fairly heavy. She must be feeling very confident. She also hasn't competed since Canadian Juniors, which was in June, so she's been taking that time, it looks, to recover and rebuild and come back stronger than what she was capable of on the national stage back in June.
The best lifter for her first attempt. The bar is ready. Time starts now.
We got Webb with 64 kilo. Again, this is our guest lifter. This is her first attempt in the clean and jerk. Very solid clean. A lot of power behind it, too. Very solid jerk as well. Honestly, Nick, I think that's a pretty standard routine lift.
The way she made it move, I do think so as well. If we're looking at her lifts, her snatches from, earlier, she came out, went 3 for 3. I think we might see the same from the clean and jerks, the way she made her opener look. Bar is currently at 64 kilos. We are waiting on May from Maximus Barbell.
And here she comes. She's grabbing a little bit of chalk here. Second attempt, 64 kilo.
I would say a good lift. Let's see what the judges think. 3 white lights across the board.
I agree with that. There could have been like the slightest little press up with the elbows there, like you and I have discussed kind of throughout the day, but not enough to warrant a red flag. So I think the call was appropriate. I think it's good. Great lift.
Yeah, I do think that it seems the judges for today are not being the sternest with people's elbows unless it's a consistent issue.
$65 kilos seemed to be no problem for the clean. And no problem for the jerk. I didn't see anything wrong with that. She's going to get 3 white lights. Good to go. On to the next weight.
Great lift for Anna Moore. Get her some more weight.
I see what you did there. That's good.
Here we have our very own hometown Kate Murdy coming out for her opener at 65 kilos.
Now, Kate's been putting in a lot of work here, especially for the clean and jerk, and it is showing off right now. I remember when Kate used to have this big technical flaw here where she'd get past these and there'd be a bit of a hitch, which is a bit of a no-no in weightlifting. And that lift right there, no hitch, very smooth, great contact, and standing at the clean with ease. The jerk, again, no problem there. That looked like a very routine lift.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Kate over the past couple years. I was actually thinking about it the other day. It's been like 2 years that we've had her, which is wild to me. However, yes, like you were saying, she used to have a fairly aggressive hitch. She lifted more like a CrossFitter. No hate on the CrossFitters, but it is what it is.
There is a big difference between weightlifting in CrossFit and weightlifting in Olympic weightlifting, right? You have a CrossFit athlete that is very much a generalist. They're very good at a ton of different things, where the Olympic weightlifter, they have 2 lifts. They're very good at those 2 movements. We got Jessica Cummins here from Apollo Barbell Club. Second attempt, 65 kilo. She's got just over 30 seconds on the clock here.
Finish your lift. Hit and go.
Jessica, one of those athletes that really likes to take her time in the start position. Again, nothing wrong with that. She has the full minute, sometimes 2 minutes. Use it.
Get up, Jess. Get up. Get up.
A hard stand, but I think she can probably nail this jerk.
And push. Get up.
Yeah, I think if she had tried to recover with that, the judges would have also called it back. So that was fair. She still has 1 more. I think it's a good call to not waste the extra energy trying to recover a lift you know the judges will probably turn down. Save it for the 3rd and final attempt.
Now, Nick, in a position that she is in, right, going from 62 kilo to 65, missing to 65, the clean was hard, but very doable. Do you think the play here would be to stay at 65 or potentially go up 1 more kilo to 66? Now, she is on a 2-minute clock, so you got to keep that in mind.
I would say it is smartest to stay. There are a couple athletes around her at 66 and 67. However, these are seasoned coaches. We're looking at Greg Chin from Landmark Just Lift. We're looking at Logan Baker for Norsemen and Valkyries. You know, we have some seasoned coaches surrounding. So once this athlete moves up to even 66 or 67, the other athletes are going to immediately burn that clock and push her out, I would feel.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. So maybe 65 is still a play. Stay here. Coach has about 5 seconds now to make a change, and I don't foresee a change coming. It's official, no change coming. She's going to stay at 65. And it looks like she's getting ready to bring herself back out. She has the clean. She knows what she needs to do in the jerk. She just needs to put everything together. It is silent in here. You could hear the wind blow, right? It is quiet. And she's going to take her time in her setup. She has 30 seconds here. She's entitled to it. She can use the whole time if she really wants to.
You see the same thing in her setup. She comes down, she gets herself ready, sets, and pulls. A much better stand. The sticking point was much higher, which she's able to fight through a little easier. Maybe that gives her the legs she needs for this jerk. It does seem to do. I think the judges should give that.
I think that'll be a good lift. It is a good lift, right? Left judge saw something. Sure, they can have that opinion. It's theirs. The center judge and the right judge were like, no problem. This is a good lift. Here's your reward. And she walks away with 65.
Clearly the right call to just stick at 65 kilos, come out, do it better the second time around.
So we got Webb on the board here. One of our guest lifters again. Actually, our only guest lifter. Second attempt, 67 kilos. She's got just over 30 seconds remaining on the clock. She might take the whole time, although I don't think she will. I think she's going to get set, get those hands at the bar, and go.
Seems to be a no-nonsense lifter.
Very strong clean, just like the first one. Same thing with the jerk there. Very solid lift, solid lifter. This is a individual that is going to go on and hit some good quality lifts later in her life.
By later, we are talking about her third attempt, as she still has one more attempt to go. I think it's very likely we are going to see her go 6 for 6. We are looking at Brooke Mayo, another hometown lifter of this very gym. A very capable lifter. It's just about putting it all in the right places and taking time with it. Let's see what she can do. Brooke Mayo, 68 kilos, first attempt.
She's all smiles right now. She knows what she needs to do. Get it done, Brooke.
Yeah, get up. Take your time.
Great clean.
Hold. Cover.
And a little bar slam that actually scared her a little bit, but she is walking off. She's happy with that one. I would say a great clean to start. Maybe a little tight-ropey in the jerk where her feet were a little narrow, so we saw that lean to the camera's left, the athlete's right side. But you know, if she can clean that up, we are going to see some big lifts today.
Is that a little pun there? A little clean that up action? Anyway, doesn't matter. Anna Mort, second attempt, 68 kilo. A little bit of a hard clean here, but she's got it. What are the judges going to say here? Good lift. Yeah, I agree with that call.
I do agree. I think the judges might have been a little premature with their down signal there, as the athlete's feet were not quite in line with the bar. However, it was a good lift nonetheless.
We got Kate Murray coming up for her second attempt, 68 kilos. Doesn't even want to wait for the loaders to get off the platform. She is all business right now. Look at this clean. Very solid clean. Let's see how the jerk goes. Not quite as solid as the clean. I think really, Nick, I think what she needs to do is just commit a little bit more to that jerk.
That is true. Again, we know these two athletes, both Kate and Brooke. Both of them have said a few times before when they, don't get under a jerk. Big weight, scary. So ideally, they can battle their fears and make big weight less scary, come back and hit it.
I think that is a direct quote from both of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Clearly big weight not scary, as Kate is going up to 70 kilos after missing. She said, the clean was good. I know I can get the jerk if I put my mind to it.
And this is where, again, both Nick and I, being coaches of these athletes, we would walk up to them and say, you did everything right, you just need to try a little bit harder.
Right. We are going to the platform for Adamantium Weightlifting's Chloe Parsons' first attempt at 69 kilos.
Very solid clean. Very solid jerk as well. I would say routine lift, normal opener for her. Nick, are we able to pull up any information for her, or do we not have any?
So this is actually an interesting case. This is a young athlete who does have a history of competing, but has a long hiatus. The Ontario Winter Games is every 2 years, and she has not competed since the last Ontario Winter Games in 2023.
So it's safe to say that her lifts are a little bit better now.
I believe she did suffer an injury that she has come back from, and it has taken her that long to do so. I could be wrong, but I do believe that was the reason for her hiatus.
That does make sense. Maximus Barbell Club made. Unfortunately, that it's going to be a no lift. I am glad to see, though, the elbows did not touch the knees there. She has pulled the barbell back a little bit too far, and she was able to push that barbell off her enough to not have any form of injury.
That's what we like to see. We want athletes hitting big weights, but more importantly, staying safe. We are getting the bar to 70 kilos, so some big reds on the bar. That's where we want to see the reds, on the bar, not on the scoreboard. We're looking for white lights on the scoreboard, large reds on the bar. Bringing out Paige Sinclair for 70 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Sinclair coming out 70 kilos. She's got about 45 seconds left on the clock here. I don't remember if she takes a long time in her start position or not, so we're about to see what happens. Very solid clean. Pretty solid jerk too. Really taking her time in her positions to make sure she is stable. I'm all about that. Nick, you've seen me lift many times, and I tend to, in the snatch especially, sit in the bottom of the snatch of a heavy lift there just to make sure I'm actually good. Same thing with the clean and jerk. When I go for that clean, I usually sit in that position, that split jerk position for a second or two longer, just to solidify the fact that I've got it. I love to see that from young athletes.
I would like to agree. Now we are back to the platform with Webb. We have seen nothing but good, solid lifts from her. I don't expect anything to change here.
Bit of a hard clean, but still very technical. What are the judges going to give her? Good lift. So that right judge saw something there, and I actually would agree with that right judge. Saw a little bit of a flicker in that left elbow, maybe an unintentional press out, simply because the feet landed before she was fully locked out overhead. Right or left judge didn't see it. Center judge didn't see it. Walks away with a good lift. She's going 3 for 3. That is a great showing for our guest lifter.
We are here at the chalk bucket with Coach Logan Baker and athlete Anna Moore. We are now going to the platform with Anna Moore. Third attempt, 70 kilos. Let's see what she can do.
Good, that's it. Tight.
Pretty solid clean. Little wobbly on the jerk. I don't think she's going to get that one. No, she does not. I would still be quite happy with that. If this is a high, heavy lift for her, I would chalk it up as a training make. If that was, in fact, a PR attempt, I would still chalk it up as a training make.
It does
making
seem
sure
to
that
be
her training numbers have grown.
The most she has ever made is 68. We're going to go to the platform with Kate Murdy for her third and final attempt. Again, she bumped up after missing 68.
That was a hard clean, but if she commits to this jerk, I think she can get it. And she committed to it.
An amazing fight. We are hearing the crowd celebrate. We are seeing Kate celebrate. That is a huge PR for her. I believe that's either a 1 or 2 kilo PR. Training-wise, I believe competition, it's a lot more.
I think you're right there, Nick. As we saw there, hard clean. And you and I have both said this. You especially have said this. If your jerk is stronger than your clean, it doesn't matter how hard the clean is. You'll most likely get it up overhead. We're now going to the platform here. LBC's Ava Alexander here. First attempt, 71 kilo. She's got just over 40 seconds on the clock.
Now 71 kilos isn't anything she hasn't opened with before.
Looks like her foot slipped a little bit there in the clean. Let's see how the jerk goes.
I would say we haven't had any issues with slipping on the platform so far. It does seem there was a little bit of issue recovering there as well. It could just be that that is the athlete themselves. Again, we haven't had any issues with slipping on the platform so far.
Mayo coming out for her second attempt at 71 kilo. And this might be a little battle between her and Kate. This will be pretty interesting if she makes this this attempt here.
Yeah, get up, up.
A very solid clean.
Big drive. Yeah.
And unfortunately, she does miss that barbell back behind her, but she's still all smiles. She knows that's the way that she can make. And I will say that's probably one of the better cleans I've seen from Brooke at a weight this heavy.
Yeah, it's interesting. Last junior provincials, Kate and Brooke were both medalists in the 63 kilo class, I believe first and second. However, this is a lot more of a stacked 63 kilo class. There was very, very few. It might have been the both of them plus another athlete last year. This year, it is a lot denser of a class, so they're actually having some competition that they're having to try and fend off. They might lose some placement from year to year, but their numbers are still going up.
Well, that's just the good part of having developing athletes like this. You know, Chloe here, adamantium weightlifting, second attempt, 73 kilo. Very solid clean. Very solid jerk as well. She can get that recovery in there, and she does. That should be 3 white lights, not a problem for him. And it is 3 white lights.
Very much so. She just decided to wait and make sure the lights linked up with how she thought the lift went. And yeah, again, that's an athlete who is making a great comeback, hasn't competed since 2023 Winter Games. And if we are talking about the Winter Games, this is the last chance qualifier for Team Ontario for the 2023 Winter Games, which is a age group event for athletes between 13 and 17. We're here on the platform with Paige Sinclair, 73 kilos, second attempt.
She pulls that barbell very high. She just needs to learn how to catch that bounce a little bit better. I'm sure her and her coach will be working on it. Let's see how this jerk goes. Pretty solid jerk. We got 3 white lights there. Great clean and jerk.
3 white lights overall. It's very, it's fun to see that every time she's walking off the platform, she is smiles, she's laughing with her coach. If there's anything she feels she can do better, she's clearly just laughing it off and going on to the next lift. That's what we love to see. From the stats, it looks to be that this is her first competition, so it's good to see that she's enjoying it.
That's a big thing that a lot of weightlifters need to actually understand is you get to do the sport. You should be having fun when you're doing it. Yes, you're going to miss a lift. It's going to suck a little bit, but that is how it goes. We got Ava here, LBC, second attempt, 73 kilo. Roughly 30 seconds remaining.
Again, we see that hop to the side, the slight instability in the feet. Let's see if she can make this jerk.
Barbell goes back behind her. A little bit strange, and like, as you said, Nick, she did jump to the left a little bit, which I think does cause a little bit of that instability through the hips and through the ankles there, causing a little bit of slipping. And another thing I did notice on this jerk in particular, I didn't really notice it on the last one. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't, but her elbows dropped just a little bit.
Another attempt for Brooke, another teammate slap. Let's see if she's able to pull it together. I'm thinking it's going to be a very similar story to what we saw in the snatches. Make, miss, get a teammate slap, pull yourself together, make it on the third. Let's see if she can keep the trend going for her clean and jerks.
Yeah, get up, up. All right.
Solid, clean, hard, but she can do it. She can get this barbell up overhead.
There it is if she holds.
Does she get the lift? Only time will tell. She does get the lift. 73 kilo for Brooke Mayo. I do believe that is a PR.
It is indeed. She actually just hit 72 kilos for the first time last week. So she's added another kilo to that. Again, she kept the same trend of forget a little bit of, you know, how to put it overhead on the second and then go up, pull it all together on the third.
This is where we as coaches step in to say, what you have to do is try harder, and she did just that. Ava, third attempt, 73 kilo. Unfortunately, just not going to happen for her. That was a little bit forward, and she kind of lost a bit of that brace once that barbell kind of crashed down on her there. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't go, and that's just the way she goes.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see. The athlete is clearly very, very powerful. I mean, she's jumping to the side, she's jumping back a little bit, and she's taking the bar with her. So she's clearly a very, very powerful athlete. It's just about fine-tuning that technique a little bit, and I think if she's able to do that, she's able to put probably a substantial amount of kilos on her total very quickly with how powerful she is if she's able to pull the bar with her.
Fully agree with everything you're saying there, Nick. Paige Sinclair, third attempt, 75 kilo. Another solid clean from Paige here. Let's get this barbell up overhead. Not today. She's throwing that barbell at the head judge. Doesn't like the call, but that is the call that stands. Unfortunately, that is a no lift.
Yep, just like you said, Curtis. She said, here, take this to the center judge, and she is going to be credited with a 73 kilo clean and jerk, a 128 kilo total. Not bad at the end of the day. Let's go to the platform with Power Academy's Emma for her first attempt.
That was a little uncharacteristic, I might say. The pull didn't look bad, the contact didn't look bad. Maybe we just lost our bracing or our footing. Something clearly happened there causing her to miss that lift. I think that may just be a little bit of that, you know, oopsie moment.
Yep, Emma's going to take some time in the back room, figure out what to do and come back. But right now we are looking at Marlo Robinson, getting some last minute words from coach and father Larry Robinson out of Phoenix Weightlifting. Marlo is a very intense lifter. You can see she's getting herself hyped up, getting a few little warm-up slaps in there, and she's going to go attack this weight.
Easy clean, easy jerk.
Fantastic lift for Marlo here. Great first attempt, 76 kilo.
Let's play it up 76 kilos on the bar. This pulls her back out Chloe for her second attempt with this weight. The bar is ready, time starts now.
All right, we're back on the platform with Emma. Again, a brief hiccup there, I think, on the first attempt. I think she's going to come back here and smoke this on her second.
Yes.
Yeah, she figured out the clean here. Let's get this barbell up and over her head. And there it is, right? Chalk that first one up to maybe not having enough chalk on the hands. Just a little bloop, right? It happens to the best of us. It's happened to me, Nick, it's happened to you. And it's how you come back for that second attempt. That was a great showing on this second attempt here, and she absolutely crushed it.
we are going to have Parsons coming out here, and we just had someone come to the commentary booth and tell us that, yes, her hiatus was in fact due to injury. She's actually, that sleeve is protecting a metal bolt. So if that ain't tenacity, I don't know what is. To be able to come back from that, come back on the platform, and put these weights together. And
make them look as solid as that, Nick. Could you imagine you got this bolt of rod in your shin, and you're like, nope, not a problem, doesn't matter for me, doesn't matter for anyone, I'm going to come out here, put my best foot forward, and crush some weights.
I think that's one of the cool things, you know, we don't know the backstory of a lot of these athletes. So to be able to get that little bit of feedback and be like, yes, this athlete is doing really well right now, we can see that, but we haven't seen the months, you know, the weeks, the months, whatever, of training that went to coming back from that. So that is grit, that is tenacity. She went 6 for 6, 137 total. She's currently second in the 63 kilo category. We'll see what her placement is at the end of the session, but a great competition for Parsons overall.
Both you and I, Nick, we've come back from injury in different sports that we've played growing up, right? Myself playing hockey for many years, having issues with that one. You playing soccer, I'm sure you've had some issues too. Weightlifting, we both had some issues. So we know what it takes to get back into it, and we know that sometimes it's not very fun during that training, but it is necessary. So it's really good to see her back here and actually competing. We got Madeline on the floor here, Victory Barbell Club, first attempt 80 kilo.
Again, Madeline just coming off of Ontario Senior Provincials.
Wow, she ripped that barbell off the ground. This jerk's gonna be good. Yep, it was. That was quick, snappy, fast. Any other words you can use for just quick? Throw them out there. That was good.
Yeah, the way that she put that barbell back down was also quick. It seemed like she was like, this is too routine for me. I wanted a challenge.
We need to add more weight to the bar. Coach, where are you? Add some weight.
We are going to see Marlo coming out again for her second attempt at 80 kilos here.
40 seconds on the clock. She's going to get herself fired up here. A couple little slaps to the legs, a couple little slaps to the face. She's going to do a quick yell most likely. Belt up, good to go.
Go, Marlo, come on.
Come on, Marlo, the crowd is behind you. Let's make this lift. Very easy, clean.
A solid jerk, and I do believe that is a 2 kilo competition PR, as the most I have accredited for her in competition is 78 kilos. She did attempt 81 at the club challenge in November, so a few weeks ago, and she came back and made 80 here. So she still has one more attempt to go. We assume she's going to put couple more kilos on that, probably go 82, maybe 83. But we'll have to wait and see.
This is really interesting. We got 3 athletes currently at 81, and I think it's safe to say that Madeline's not going to go 81. That's correct. She went up to 83, so this is going to call out Emma. We got Emma and Marlo both at 81 kilo. I think Emma is going to come out here for 81. I don't think Marlo is going to. Marlo went up to 82, so Emma also went up to 82. This is going to be fun.
I think this is where the jockeying is coming in and where people are fighting a little bit for positions. We do have 2 athletes still left out in the 63 kilo category, so they are clearly fighting each other a bit. You know, one is at 148 in the first place position, one is at 143 in the second place position, so they are going to be jockeying for weight. This is Emma on the platform in the 58 kilo category for her third and final attempt, 82 kilos.
She's got 30 seconds remaining. Oof. fight for this clean, getting a couple bounces in there, and unfortunately is just a little bit too heavy. The double bounce there is not a problem. That is pretty normal in weightlifting. I've done it myself a few times. Nick, I know you've done it yourself a couple times as well, and there is nothing wrong with it. Why would an athlete do a double bounce like that rather than just stand up all the way?
Usually not by choice. It isn't very beneficial to get a double bounce versus catching the initial bounce. Obviously, it's going to be more work on the legs. However, the most common reason is just the bar is not in the proper position to stand it up quite yet, right? Your elbows are maybe a little low, or it's pushed you a little bit back on your heels. Either way, you're trying to bounce to keep the momentum of the bar, but you need to bounce into a proper position to stand.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Who do we got up next here? We got 83 kilo. We got Marlo from Phoenix Weightlifting coming up for her third attempt. Yes, she is. 45 seconds left on the clock here.
40 seconds left. Marlo does have a bit of an extensive walkout routine. I'm no one to judge. I do burn that clock down to the last few seconds. I have my own extensive routine, but I'm just wondering if she is able to fit everything in, get set, and pull off with the last 25 seconds here. As long as she gets that bar off the platform, the clock is stopped, so she just needs to get herself set and go. Marlo Robinson, 83 kilos.
Rocked back on the heels a little bit there, but is clearly strong enough to make that clean. Let's see how this jerk goes. She just needs to hold. And the judges, 3 white lights. That is a good lift and a good fight to hold on to that barbell up overhead.
She seemed very content with that, a little emotional, which is understandable. I do believe that was, I think her second was a comp PR, so that is just adding to that. Clearly a great meet for Marlo. She has solidified herself as... Sorry, no, she has not solidified herself as the 63 kilo. She is waiting to see what Madeline, who is next up, is able to do. Madeline here has kind of the ball is in her court. She is behind by about 8 kilos. But we will see what she's able to pull back. She does have 2 attempts. So we will see what she can do on her second here at 85, which will close that gap a little bit.
Really solid, clean. Let's see if we can get this barbell back up behind her head. Oh, she's got to hold it in. No, unfortunately, she does not. That is a no lift.
Now, here is the question. She is solidified for second. She stood up the clean. As a coach, do you bring your athlete up to what is needed to solidify first because you already have second? Or do you take the weight again?
She needs, was it 8 kilo for first place? She would need 9 kilo. Yes. I don't think that's going to be happening today. I would stay at this weight, right? She has a 2-minute clock. The next person after her is 10 kilo more. If I'm her coach, I'm staying here and just saying, hey, let's take some time, catch your breath. You can make the lift. You just got to be confident.
I guess we'll see. The clock is ticking down. Unless the coach declared the same weight, they have lost the ability to change weights, so it's most likely she is just staying here. If she does stay here, we have solidified Marlo Robinson as the 63 kilo provincial champion. Madeline is going to be coming in second place, and Chloe Parsons will be coming in third. And it does look like that will be the placement, but that doesn't mean that Madeline can't come out here and hit a very good, very clean 85 kilo lift.
You know what I would love to see here, Nick, is for her to walk out with confidence and absolutely smash this barbell. I want to see a bar slam at the end of it. I want to see some enthusiasm after this lift.
Well, buckle up. We are about to get going with what should be exactly what you were asking for.
Madeline, Victory Barbell Club, third attempt, 85 kilo, just over 30 seconds left on the clock. think that was a better clean.
I would agree that was better.
And there it is. Am I a fortune teller? Though we didn't quite get that big bar slam, we got a really good lift. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I'm happy, you're happy, the crowd's happy. I know she is happy, and her coach is happy as well. What a good showing for Madeline there. Wow, Julia coming out swinging here for her first attempt with a 95-kilo opener. You guys may have just heard that on the mics there. This is I believe she said a youth record. She's coming out high here. Like, she's going for this weight, and that is awesome.
Right up. Yeah. Breathe. Smooth. Straight. Push. Oh, yeah.
Was there a doubt, Nick? Was there ever a doubt? What a great lift for Julie here for Burlington Barbell Club. 95 kilo in the bag. Where do we go from here? If you're her coach, what is the jump you're making next?
I think we're going with my favorite Pixar movie, Up. There's no place but to go up, and I think she's just going to put more and more kilos. At the Ontario Senior Provincial, she went 94 to 97. So that youth record that she just beat was her own. So she just added to the, the record book there. So I think we are probably going to see the same attempt of 97 because she missed it on her second, went to 100 kilos on her third, and missed that as well. So I think she's probably going to take the jump to 97, stay here, solidify that, and then build upon it. But we will have to see.
I like what you're saying, and I agree with you. I want to see 98, and we see 98. Personally, that's the call I would make. How we get there, though, I myself probably would have just called 98 right away and still continue to let the clock run down. But they wanted to give her a little bit of time, give her some more rest here. I'd be very surprised if she comes out at the 1 minute mark.
A little bit of a technical blip there. The clock actually wasn't stopped while the bar was loading. I don't think it's going to affect the athlete too much. No one seemed to notice it, so the athlete will still, be able to get the rest. But yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. That's probably about a 6-second loss there.
As unfortunate as that might be, Nick, I don't think she needs it. I think she's going to absolutely smash 98 kilo here.
No, I don't even think she noticed it. I think that's more of me as a someone looking at all these screens. Either way, she's coming out at 98 kilos for her second attempt. All business, straight into it. Great clean.
Let's get this barbell back behind your head here.
Push.
And she does just that. That is a good lift. She's got the 98. Another record, her own record. We're going up again.
They made a second one? Up again? I'm kidding. She is indeed going up again. I think we're going to see a 100 kilo attempt or even 101. We will have to see what happens there. Right now she's at 99 kilos. I believe the coach, Michael D'Angelo, out of Burlington Barbell, will continue to jockey slightly. We're up to 100 now. I don't know if we'll stay here or if we'll put another kilo on that, but we are bringing out the big yellows, which will be a little bit more time to load. However, we have a very good loading team here. We have 5 people, 2 runners, 2 loaders, and 1 person to center the bar. So all of that took maybe a total of 8 seconds.
I was going to say maybe that. Like, that was very quick, very efficient. And we've seen some barbell loaders in the past take their time, which great for the lifter, not great for the people watching. We've also seen them go incredibly quick where that lifter is kind of shocked about how fast they have to come back out. So it's good to see that this is just a really good smooth timing here. 5, 6, maybe 7 seconds rest there added to the clock because of the barbell change. We have 10 seconds here to make another weight change if the coach deems necessary. I'm kind of surprised we're not going 101. Thoughts, Nick?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we're locked in at 100 here. I think it's the right call. Again, she attempted it at the Senior Provincial Championships back in November on her third after missing 97. I think I was saying, you know, follow the same attempt of go 97, 100. They went 98, still finishing on 100. I think this is something she can do, and it's more so build the momentum, don't overreach, you know?
Well, that's very well said there. We got Julie here from Burlington Barbell Club, third attempt, 100 kilo or 220 pounds.
Right up, push, go, 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 go. Clean.
That was a hard clean, but that was a solid clean. Let's get this barbell up behind her head here. Oh, that was close. That was close. Maybe just a little bit out in front. That is a very good showing for Julia here.
I would have been interested to see what happened if she did make that, because it can be argued that, I don't know if you were watching the whip of the bar, the way that her legs were bracing and a bit of how she was breathing was creating some whip on the bar before she had even dipped. So it's quite possible that the judges could have overturned it due to deliberate oscillation. But we'll never know. She missed the lift. But now we are going to the platform with Naza Grant.
Come on now, come on now.
105 kilos for her first attempt.
A little shaky on the clean, a little uncharacteristic here, but I know she's pretty good with this movement. Again, that is something I haven't seen in a long time. A little shake of the head there. Not quite sure what's going on. Nick, you were talking about whip on the bar a little bit earlier. What is that like to have whip? Because unfortunately, I don't lift heavy enough to get that. What does that feel like?
Yes, due to the women's bars being a little shorter and thinner in diameter, the whip of the bar does happen a little sooner. I would say at a men's bar, it probably happens somewhere between 145 and 155 is where you start getting a decent amount of whip. You haven't quite unlocked that range yet, but I'm sure you'll get there one day.
I'm very close.
The whip on the bar just means that the weight is actually bending the bar. These bars are meant to be whippy, and that kind of helps the lifter lift the weight, right? The bars spin, the bars have whip. If you lifted on a stiff bar that didn't rotate, you wouldn't be able to lift the weights nearly as well, and it would be a lot more likely to get injured. We are counting down Naza's 2-minute clock. She is staying with 105 kilos, which I think is the right call. This is a weight that she did make at Ontario Senior Championships back in November. She opened at 105. She made it, and then she was able to finish on 110. So let's see if she can come back, make this, and continue to build upon that.
Again, we've seen her do it before. She's fully capable of making this lift. And I've said it a few times throughout this day, there ain't nothing to it but to do it, and she just needs to do it. She can, she will. Let's watch this next attempt.
Come on, guys, let's go! Go! Come on!
Same weight, second attempt.
Let's go, Naza.
That's it, let's go!
That is a much better clean, a lot more control there. Let's see how this jerk goes.
Obviously a better jerk as it's locked out and overhead, but I would also say a very stable jerk. Who's the left ref?
Before you look too hard, Nick, I would actually agree with that left judge. I saw a little bit of that right elbow moving a little bit more than what I would like to see, but clearly it was good enough for the center judge and the right judge, so that is a good lift. Now, she had
Counter argument, who's the technical official here? Anyway, let's continue.
Automatic increase here for Naza going to 106 kilo. Do you expect her to take this weight? No, I don't. I think she's going to go up a little bit heavier. Maybe just call it, but we're going up to 107. I think she's going to be somewhere around this, 107, maybe 108.
Yeah, I think we're somewhere around 108. I don't think we're gonna quite get up to the 110. When she did that, she had gone out for 109 for her second at senior provincials, and then she didn't make that, but then she went up to 110 and made that. I don't think we're gonna get it quite as high as 110, especially because the miss was at 105. I would think 108 would be a good medium between that. Again, this is the last lift of the entire competition of the Juvenile Youth Junior Championships. Naza Grant out of Capscasing Weightlifting, being handled by Logan Baker in the women's 86 kilo category. She has just over a minute left on our clock, and then she will come out, and ideally we are looking for a great lift to finish off this championship, a happy Naza walking off that platform. So let's see what she can do.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Nick. She just had to come out here and she's got to give the people what they want, and that's a good lift. She can do it. She's got 50 seconds remaining. We're going to be quiet now, and we're just going to let this play out.
Yeah.
She's really letting the time run down here, so I'm actually going to fill some space. The crowd is getting behind her. She's lifting this for herself. I know she has her teammates out of Capscasing watching back home. She's going to be lifting it for the crowd here and for her teammates and for herself. Let's see what she can do.
Come on.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift, but still a good effort nonetheless. That is going to wrap up the end of the session here with the final lift. Final attempt being 108 kilo, which is pretty crazy at a competition like this. I know I'm not as well versed in weightlifting as you are, Nick, but seeing competitions like this where people are getting into the hundreds, I think is absolutely insane, especially for youth athletes, men and women alike. I think it's absolutely nuts.
I think we've really seen an immense amount of young talent throughout this entire competition. Even the lighter weight sessions earlier today, we saw many athletes who have been competing provincially in the past, nationally in the past, and internationally in the past. We actually had a couple athletes just coming back from international competitions within the past 2 to 4 weeks, and still coming here and claiming their titles. We had a great day of lifts through and through, I think, with a very well-run competition. Thank you to the OWA technical officials that were able to make this happen. All of the volunteers here at Landmark Strength. The loaders made things run very, very smoothly. I don't think we had a single hiccup. I wasn't going to mention it earlier because I didn't want to jinx it, but we didn't have any hiccups. The commentary took about 5 minutes extra to set up, but other than that, I think this was a very, very well-run competition. It looked like everyone had a great time. We will be showing you the podium presentation, so the live stream will stay up for a while. I'm just going to give out some further thanks, Flava Daddy, a local Ottawa leader in meal preparation, provided all of the meals and snacks to our TOs and volunteers. They have 2 stores in Ottawa, one on Baseline and one on Iber, right across the street from this very gym where this competition was hosted. And we are obviously going to thank Landmark Strength, home of Landmark Just Lift, for 1, allowing us to continue to build our weightlifting club out of this space, and 2, allowing us the ability to host this. Outshot Photography is the photography on site. They are providing curated photo packages for 5, 10, and 15 photos per package. You can DM Outshot Photo on Instagram if you would like to purchase a package, as well as they are being sold on site. If you buy them today, they are cheaper. If you wait until photos are being released after, the price will go up a little bit. Yeah, and again, thank you to everyone watching. If you enjoyed the commentary, as myself and Curtis have been doing this the entire day, we would love to see some feedback either in the comments or I'm sure there's going to be surveys going around after. If you absolutely hated the commentary, please tell us as well. We want all the feedback, not just the good stuff. I think we did a swell job.
Hey, Nick, for our first time doing commentary here, I think we did a pretty good job, right? I think we only got better as the day went on. But again, as Nick just said, we want to hear from you guys. If you liked it, let us know. If you didn't like it, let us know, right? This is something new for the OWA, something new that we're trying out. And I think, based on the feedback that we've received in person today, I think it's something that we're going to play around with a little bit more in the future. So if you guys have anything you want to say, let us know. Comments, email. I'm sure there's going to be some information being sent out at some point in time as well. Let us know. Good, bad, tell us.
Oh, yeah, it's roaring.
So we are going to leave it on the competition stage. I'm going to take the scoreboard away. The announcer will be able, you'll be able to hear the announcer, and you'll be able to see the medal ceremony take place. So yeah, I guess this is me and Curtis signing off. So thank you everyone for watching and putting up with us.
Have a good day, everybody. See you later.
Do you need me? No. Oh, it's good. Right there. They're both at Royal Rapids Band. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we are ready to start giving out our medals. Giving out medals this evening, we have Nancy Zorzova, one of our technical officials, and former President Michael Miller, President of the OWA. Okay, we have two age categories to distribute medals for. The juvenile category is under 17, and then juniors is 15 to 20. We're going to start with juvenile. In the women's 58 kilo category, in third place we have Jahala May from Maximus Barbell Club. May, please come up and get your medal. Third place.
$20 for all of them.
In second place, we have Anna Moore from Dorsman and Valkyrie. And in first place, we have Emma Pizzoli from Power Academy. Congratulations to our women in the 58 kilo category. Next is the 63 kilo category for the juvenile lifters. In third place, we have Kate Gurney from Landmark Driftlift. Third place. In second place, in the same category, we have Brooke Mayo from Landmark Driftlift. And finally, our gold medalist in this category is Madeline Tyler from Victory Barbell Club. Congratulations, ladies. Great lifting. In the 69 kilo category, we have the same athlete winning in the juvenile and the junior categories. So 2 gold medals go to Julia Knovalova from Burlington Barbell Club. Congratulations to our athletes. This next category, women's 77, also has the same winners in the juvenile and the junior categories. So in second place, we have Sichi Tan from Iron Athletics. So 2 silvers for Sichi Tan. And in first place, we have Ava Alexander from LBC.
It's such a weird.
All right, and in our final weight class category, 86 kilos, in the juvenile category, our first place winner is Paige Sinclair from LBC. Paige Sinclair is also the gold medal winner for the junior category, so we will hand that to her at the same time. And in the junior category, our silver medalist is Naza Grant from Captain Skating Weightlifting Club.
No, that's not right.
Okay, that's what my sheet said, but it is apparently not right.
I might want to get back. Yes, we did before. You guys
Apologies, I just read off the paper. We could get,
That's most present.
So that winner was reversed, my bad, for the junior category in particular. We'll call up the silver medalist for the junior category. The silver medalist is Paige Sinclair. Apologies, Paige. And then in the junior category, our winner is Naza Grant from Captain Skating Weightlifting Club. Congratulations, athletes. We have some remaining awards to give out, which we will take places for. Gosh, sorry, that's my brain. No, that was just whole categories, miss. No mistakes, though. Juniors, 58 kilos. Well, we're going to start with 58 because apparently I missed those. So, in the 58 kilo category, for juniors, our third place winner is Jessica Cummings. From
Yes, I do.
Gotta
go again. No, I for real don't think I do. 84.
Our second place winner is Madeline I'm doing 58. In the 58 kilo category, our second place winner is Anna Moore from Norseman and Valkyrie. And our first place winner in the 58 kilo category is Emma Pizzoli from Power Academy. This is the junior category. Congratulations to these athletes. They're listening today. Okay, we have one more category to go, female 63, junior age. In third place, we have Chloe Parsons from Adamantium Weightlifting.
Which one's that?
All right, since I'm the only one that's really good at Excel, I'm announcing the team awards. Best Youth Team, proud to present Victory Barbell. So we can get all the members of Victory Barbell, whoever's here tonight, receive your award from the current president, Julia Ryan.
Usually happens around the minutes, so you're you don't have to.
And the next team awards, Best Junior Team, Phoenix Weightlifting. We get any members of Phoenix currently here to come up, accept the award, and the interest.
I think I can get. Are you upstairs? Yep.
Get a picture before you leave.
Yeah!
Oh.
Sweet.
Do you like that?
Oh, we just have one more award before we start getting pictures. Just one more. So we have the best female as both youth and junior with a category stickler 243 from Canada Marble, Oriole Battle. If there's anyone from Canada here that can accept the award, we'll mail that award out. All right, thanks guys.
It was
Oh.
the little one.
They just now. They got it saved in the mail.
She'd leave.
Nice. That's awesome.
Marla's pissed.
I know.
The person's talking to her and she's like, yeah, no, shouldn't record it. So okay. Tell her to commit all of her lessons. She's gonna be happy.
I'm going to sleep there, buddy. Get a quick picture here. Oh.
We were at 35.
Where's Marlo? Tell Marlo hurry.
Yeah, that's why I said it's an experience. There's no way. Hey, Matthew and Reed, let's go.
Oh, that's the side view as you're walking off.
What up, motherfucker?